Mr. Marchese, what are you doing there?
I am removing the staples from some more transcripts that I just got this morning.
All right, thank you for getting the transcript.
And then I know my place.
Probably don't often hear you say that.
On a number of different levels.
I appreciate that, Mr. Marchese. You're okay. Thank you. Mr. Summers, welcome back. Good morning. Ms. Johnson, do we have anything we need to take up before I see if all the jurors are here and start letting you call witnesses?
Yes, Judge. The state introduced already S1 through S4.
Hold on, I keep a list. I trust you, but let me just take a look at my list so I can see what it was. Yes, absolutely. It's the notes written by the defendant, and they are in evidence.
Correct. So as part of the entire exhibit, there are the original letters that were written by the defendant, and they were written on documents.
These are the ones that he apparently wrote in the car.
Yes.
I'm trying to remember the testimony where they came in. Okay.
So these documents, he wrote on the back of paperwork from Ms. Summers. There's also, he wrote on the back of some domestic violence paperwork, or like 7 stages of grieving of a divorce, things like that, which would not be appropriate for the jury to view.
Right.
In addition, they have gone through the process of prints being lifted from them, so they are not legible anymore because of liquid being applied to them.
Okay.
So before that was done, obviously law enforcement made photocopies knowing that was going to happen. So states S1 through 4 are the actual photocopies of the handwritten statements without the wording on the back, without the domestic violence, divorce, personal information of Ms. Summers' clients at the time.
Okay.
And then what I have done is, though, for the rest of the exhibit, I have marked them as court exhibits, so they're there for the record. So
Perfect.
S1, the things that will not be going back to the jury have been titled S1 court exhibit, S2 court exhibit, and so on and so forth.
Excellent. Mr. Summers, did you need to be heard?
I need to be heard.
You need to be heard on that?
Yes, sir, because I can tell you that when I was lead counsel, I knew about this issue, and I stipulated with Ms. Johnson that she would be able to do that because I understood what was happening. And
I appreciate that. I don't see any problem. I think that that's the best procedure. But now that you're no longer counsel, and I do appreciate that. No, I'm not kicking. I'm not saying you don't have to run over there. I just want to ask Mr. Summers if he has anything to say about that. Mr. Summers?
No, I do not.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Summers. I appreciate that. Mr. Marchese, I appreciate that. That's perfect.
Is the court then accepting court's exhibit S1 through S4 into evidence, but will not go back to the jury?
Yes, and that's what I was going to say, Mr. Summers, just so you know. Court exhibits are in the record for appellate purposes and any other purposes that may come up, but they do not go back to the jury, and they are separately designated as court exhibits instead of just regular exhibits. So you understand that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, perfect. All right. So is all the jury here? Uh-oh. 7. Where's my chart?
Judge, we had 9 listed defense witnesses provided to me this morning with the names. And during a break, I will look at his exhibits because I haven't gotten to see any of those.
Excellent, excellent. I know that there was an extensive witness list that he filed, so I don't know if that's a different list now that he's provided, a pared down list, and whether those were on the original list. So I don't know anything about the list that he just gave you. But I do know that I had a handwritten pro se list that he had filed sometime prior to trial that has, they're actually not numbered, they're A through KK. Oh, wait.
I did not receive that list, but he has given me the 9 names that he anticipates on calling. Is this list in total, these are the 9 witnesses today? Is that correct? There's no more witnesses. There's no other witnesses other than these 9?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, and fortunately for me, my staff attorney has highlighted from all the ones on that are on the original list. It does say, I mean, I don't know, it doesn't sound like you're making it an issue at all. It says that a certified copy was provided to the state on August 22nd. So That was Monday.
I did not get a copy, Judge,
Okay.
but that's fine. I know
You
Mr.
want-
Marchese showed it to me, but
Okay.
I just never got a copy.
Okay, not a problem. But what it does sound like is that I might need to be inquiring sometime of this jury whether they can go till next week. I don't know. I'm not saying that now, but it's certainly a possibility, depending on when you rest today and whether Mr. Summers has those 9 people ready. You indicated that you would have witnesses ready to go today. Is that correct? Still correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, we'll see how far we get today. State ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, they're all here. Excellent. Everything's ready. It all comes together. Let's get them.
I came up with them.
Mr. Marchese, during jury selection, read that entire list to the panel.
Not the entire list.
Oh, well,
But
read
from that list.
from that list. This morning. Yesterday. The jury is present and seated. Everyone else may be seated at this time. Gentlemen of the jury, good morning and welcome back. It is Thursday, so happy Thursday. My first question to you, first, it's good to see all of you. My first question to you is, were any of you, by show of hands, exposed to any reports about this case outside of the courtroom between the time you left yesterday and this morning? Let the record reflect there are no hands. Because I limited that, let me just go ahead and expand it now. Did any of you discuss amongst yourselves or with anyone else anything about this case? No hands. Thank you very much. Appreciate that, gentlemen. I'm going to turn to the state now and ask them to please call their next witness.
That's Francesca Montgomery O'Neill.
Francesca Montgomery O'Neill. Miss Montgomery O'Neill? Yes. Welcome and good morning. If you'll come forward to be sworn wherever you're comfortable, if you'll face me and raise your right hand, please. Thank you. Do you swear affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, ma'am. If you'll follow the bailiff to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step. Go ahead, have a seat in that chair, make yourself comfortable. That microphone is fully adjustable, and it is on.
State your name for the record.
My name is Francesca Loren O'Neill. Last name spelled O''Neal.
And ma'am, where are you employed?
I'm employed with Fdle, which stands for the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, within the Tampa Bay Regional Operations Center Biology Section.
How long have you been with Fdle?
I've been with Fdle for 11 years.
And how did you begin your role with them?
I was first employed as a forensic technologist for approximately 3 years, and then was promoted to crime laboratory analyst, and have been a crime laboratory analyst since.
And you said that was in the biology section?
Yes, it is.
What type of education have you received to ultimately become an analyst in the biology section?
I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in biology from the University of Tampa, and a Master's of Science degree in pharmacy with a concentration in forensic serology, and DNA from the University of Florida.
Do you also take any training courses while employed with Fdle?
Yes, I was first trained as a forensic technologist at Fdle, and then I completed a training program within the biology section as a crime laboratory analyst.
Do you have to maintain any type of continuing education courses or training in order to be a crime laboratory analyst?
Yes, I complete a minimum of 8 hours of continuing education every year.
And are you up to date on that?
Yes, I am.
Do you have to partake in proficiency tests?
Yes, I do.
And what are those?
A proficiency test is a test that we receive from an external agency. It supplies mock evidence samples in a mock scenario, and I treat it as if it's any normal case that we receive. I will report out my results. It's a pass or fail test, and the answers to that test are not made available to myself or my supervisor.
And have you had any proficiency tests that you were not able to pass?
No, I haven't. I'm required to take 2 proficiency tests per year.
Can you please explain what forensic biology is?
Forensic biology is the application of science to obtain facts in relation to criminal cases, with it being biology that's looking at the identification of body fluids such as blood, semen, and saliva, as well as DNA testing, so obtaining DNA profiles from evidence samples and comparing those DNA profiles to DNA profiles from known individuals related to a case.
Now, the lab, Fdle, the lab itself, is it accredited?
Yes, it is.
And what is the significance of that?
Accreditation is when an external body comes in and examines a laboratory for all things regarding quality, and this is to make sure that we are maintaining a certain level of quality and reliability with our results.
And have you ever testified in courts here in Hillsborough County as an expert witness in DNA or biology analysis?
Yes, I have.
Do you know about how many times?
Approximately a dozen times.
Your Honor, the state will tender the witness.
Mr. Summers, do you have any questions of the witness related to the qualifications?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may proceed.
So, Ms. O'Neill, can you please explain to the jury what DNA is and what it is that you are looking for in your analysis of evidence?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's the genetic material that's found in almost all of our cells. We inherited it from our parents, so we inherit 50% from our mother, 50% from our father. As humans, 99% of our DNA is the same, so it gives us 2 eyes, 2 hands, etc. Within that 1% that makes us different from person to person, I'm looking at what's called STRs. That stands for short tandem repeats. These are areas in that 1% that are very different from person to person. The areas repeat themselves a certain amount of times, and that certain amount of times is what's inherited, and that's what I'm looking at when I develop a DNA profile.
Now, is the STR testing that you are using accepted in the forensic scientific community?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then the DNA tests that are used by Fdle, are those validated?
Yes, they are.
How do you know that ultimately when you're doing this analysis and you're using STR that you're ultimately getting the correct result?
When I take evidence samples through the STR DNA process, I'll also include controls. There's a positive control and a negative control. The positive control contains a known DNA profile. So at the end of my process, I should only obtain that known DNA profile in that sample. And the negative control does not contain any DNA. So at the end of that process, there should be no DNA results obtained in that sample.
Can you please explain what serology is?
Serology is the identification of body fluids such as blood, semen, and saliva.
And is serology something that is standard for you to do when you are analyzing evidence for DNA?
Yes, it is.
Now, in regards to statistics, have you had specialized training or classes?
Yes, I have.
And is that from your undergrad education or what you received at Fdle?
It's from both. I've taken undergrad and graduate courses in statistics, as well as part of the Fdle training program. I obtained training in population genetics.
So in 2017, when you were employed with Fdle, what statistic databases were you using?
The database that we use was published in the Forensic Science International Genetics Journal in 2013.
And is that database, or was that database peer-reviewed?
Yes, it was.
Are you still using that same database now in 2022?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And is it still peer-reviewed?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, how is it that the DNA profiles are obtained and placed into that database?
In this database, it is a collection of approximately 1,000 DNA profiles. That information came from blood samples and vocal swabs from Florida, Ohio, and Tennessee.
Are you aware if that the samples in that database have been reviewed by a populations geneticist?
Yes, it has.
Okay. And then, are you aware if there were any errors with that database?
Yes. In 2017, the database was revised due to errors.
Do you recall when that was?
In 2017.
Okay. In specifically the case in which we are here today, you examined evidence in March of 2017 through May of 2017. Excuse me, August of 2017. Did the error in that database affect any of your results?
Yes, it did. One of the tools that we used to calculate statistics had an error in it. So then once that tool was revised, those statistics were recalculated.
And you did that in this case?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, what statistical equations are you using in 2017?
In 2017, we transitioned from using random match probability, or RMP, statistics to likelihood ratios.
And what is the difference between the two?
RMP is calculating the rarity of a DNA profile, so how likely I'm to expect it within a population. And a likelihood ratio is the comparison of two different statistics. So it's looking at the probability of the evidence or the DNA profile based on if it originated from a person of interest versus a unknown, unrelated individual within that population.
So turning to the evidence in which you analyzed in this case, how is it that evidence is obtained by you at Fdle?
Every case that comes in is submitted from a law enforcement agency. It receives a unique Fdle case number, and all of the items within that case receive a unique Fdle item number. The agency gives it a case scenario, so then I receive a case tracking form with that evidence that gives that scenario and a list of that evidence. Then that case is randomly assigned to me by my supervisor, and then I will obtain those items of evidence from the vault. This all happens through electronic chain of custody tracking. So an individual that has access to the vault will transfer that evidence from the vault to themselves and then to me, and then I will place that evidence into my own personal locker.
When you receive the evidence, is it sealed?
Yes, it is.
When you're analyzing evidence, are you taking any precautions to prevent cross-contamination?
Yes, I am.
What are you doing?
There are various things that I will do. One thing is cleaning the work area and utensils that I'm going to use. I wear a lab coat and a face mask, and depending on the type of evidence, I may also wear a hairnet. I will only open one item of evidence at a time, change my gloves as necessary, and then I'll also clean the work area between items of evidence.
Are you aware if there was any cross-contamination of your analysis of the evidence in this case?
No, I'm not.
On May 3rd of 2017, you authored a report for evidence that you received on April 5th of 2017. What items of evidence did you receive on April 5th of 2017?
I received a sexual assault evidence kit that was collected from Alisa Summers. Within that kit were vaginal swabs, cervical swabs, external genitalia swabs, right hand fingernail scrapings, left hand fingernail scrapings, buccal swabs, and underwear.
On May 3rd of 2017, you received additional evidence. What was that?
Yes, I received a cutting from a sheet, swabs from front driver's seat, underwear, and swabs from a t-shirt, and cutting from a pair of pants.
And then lastly, on August 10th of 2017, what evidence did you receive?
I received buccal swabs from Trevor Summers.
May I first witness?
You may.
Ms. O'Neill, I'm showing you what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit K. Have you had an opportunity to review that item of evidence?
Yes, I have.
And is that the sexual assault kit that you received in April of 2017 to analyze?
Yes, it is.
And does it contain the specific or unique Fdle number that you indicated would be assigned to this case?
Yes, it does.
And is that indicated on the yellow sticker that's on the outside of that envelope?
Yes, it is.
And I'm showing you what's been introduced as State's Exhibit N. Have you had an opportunity to review that prior to today?
Yes, I did.
And how do you recognize that?
I recognize it by the yellow Fdle barcode that has the unique Fdle case number, as well as in my own handwriting, the Fdle case number, the date that I opened it, as well as the item number from the agency.
And then State's Exhibit L, do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
I recognize it by the Fdle barcode, as well as in my own handwriting, the Fdle case number, the date that I opened it, my initials, and the agency item number.
And then lastly, what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit M, do you recognize this item of evidence?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
By the Fdle barcode, as well as in my own initials, own handwriting, the Fdle case number, the date that I opened it, my initials, and the agency item number.
And the item of evidence for State's Exhibit M, is that the driver's seat swab that you received in May of 2017?
Yes, it is.
And is it in the same or substantially same condition as when you received it and analyzed it?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time the State would move into evidence State's Exhibit M.
Any objection?
No objection.
And will be admitted.
May I publish?
You may publish to the jury.
So, Ms. O'Neill, on within State's Exhibit K, there were numerous envelopes, and I'll start with one that is labeled right hand fingernail scrapings. Is there any identifying marks on this envelope from when you analyzed it?
Yes, in the left top corner, in my own handwriting, I wrote the Fdle case number, the date that I opened it, my initials, and the agency item number, as well as you see right hand fingernail scrapings is the description of the item.
And would that be here on the top left in between the red tape and the words right hand fingernail scrapings?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And additionally, there was left hand fingernail scrapings, swabs of possible saliva, possible semen from external genitalia, the buccal standard, the vaginal swabs, the cervical swabs, the underwear, and this we are looking at is on this paper is written apparent hairs from underwear. Can you explain that?
Yes, when I examined the underwear, I observed what looks as hairs, possible hairs. I collect those and place those in a debris fold, and that's the debris fold.
What were your results? Well, let me ask you this. What analysis did you do regarding these swabs?
In the SDR-DNA process, the first process is taking a cutting and running that through extraction, that is using heat and chemicals to pull the DNA from the sample away from other cellular material, debris, etc. After extraction is quantitation, so that's counting how much DNA is within that sample. We look at both total amount of quantifiable DNA as well as male DNA, and then we use that based off of a threshold. So if we have a certain amount of male DNA, or if we have a certain ratio between total amount of DNA and male DNA, we will continue down the DNA pathway. However, if that amount of male DNA or that ratio don't meet that threshold, then we will stop at that point. For the majority of the items in this case were not meeting that threshold, so then they stopped at quantitation due to not having sufficient amount of male DNA present in the sample.
Looking at State's Exhibit L, and this is a cutting from a sheet, and inside the envelope was a piece of paper. And again, do you have your specific Fdle number handwriting on the top left corner of this folded paper?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And inside the folded paper is a piece of fabric. And in the middle part of that fabric appears to be a hole from a cutting. Is that a piece of fabric that you took from this cutting to conduct your analysis?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you perform the same type of analysis on this cutting as you just described with the swabs from the sexual assault kit?
Yes, I did.
And what were your results in regards to the cutting from the sheet?
For the cutting from the sheet, I obtained a DNA mixture.
What does that mean?
When looking at DNA profiles, if it is a profile that looks like it's coming from one donor, that's a single source profile. And then if it looks like there's multiple people, so 2 or more individuals contributing DNA to that profile, it's considered a mixed DNA profile or mixture.
And in this case, regarding the cutting from the sheet in State's Exhibit L, were you able to ascertain whether those profiles were, or the mixtures, were male or female?
Yes, I was.
Can you please explain which or what you were able to find?
Yes, I was able to assume that there were 2 contributors to that mixture. For the major DNA profile, meaning the DNA profile that was contributing the most to that mixture, was from a female origin, and the minor DNA profile, the profile contributing the lower amount, was from a male origin.
Now, turning your attention to State's Exhibit M, which is the swab from the driver's seat. And on this, again, we have, appears to be your handwriting in the top left corner area of the paper that indicates the Fdle lab number.
Yes, that's correct.
And inside of this, there appears to be 2 Q-tips. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Is this how you would have received it from law enforcement, the Q-tips inside of this little envelope?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you use both of the Q-tips or just one?
I just take a cutting of one of the swabs.
Is there 2 usually included just in case?
Sometimes there are 2, sometimes there's only 1.
Okay. And in regards to this swab, did you conduct the same analysis as you've already described?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And were you able to ascertain any information from that analysis?
Yes, I was able to obtain a mixed DNA profile.
And were you able to ascertain if there was a major or minor contributor?
Yes, for this mixture, I was able to obtain a major that came from male origin.
Now, in regards to the swab from the shirt, the cutting from the pants, and the cutting from the underwear, were you able to identify any foreign DNA?
No, I did not.
Is there a reason why you may not be able to find or see foreign DNA when doing this type of analysis?
There are a few different considerations. One of those would be that if it is a sample that's coming directly from an individual or coming from an item that was in direct contact with an individual, so in this case, underwear, pants, clothing, was in direct contact with an individual, they can be contributing a lot of their DNA to that item. And if there were to be any other DNA profiles that are foreign to that individual, they can be contributing in a smaller amount. Therefore, at the end, the DNA profile that's shown is from that individual because there's so much there that they're masking anything lower than them.
Can a male having a vasectomy affect the threshold that you have described that would prevent from seeing any foreign male DNA?
Yes, that's possible. However, the type of serology testing that we perform can still give positive semen results even though a vasectomy occurred.
So in regards to the sexual assault kit, going back to that, when you said that it failed to meet the threshold, the quantification standards, could that have possibly been from the male donor having had a vasectomy?
I would say that there's still DNA within semen. It doesn't just come from sperm cells, so you can still have male DNA available in that sample.
is it fair to say that you would not be able to see the sperm in regards to when you do serology?
Correct. For serology, for semen, there's 3 different types of testing. The first one looks at a protein within semen. If that gives a positive result, then we will move on to a sperm search. If a vasectomy occurred, we will typically not see sperm cells within that sperm microscope search. Then the third step would be if we had the first give a positive, the second, the sperm cell search give a negative result. The third one is another protein that we look at that's found within semen. So then that first and that third protein are still available within semen after a vasectomy. And if both of those 2 tests give a positive result, that is a positive result for semen being present.
And in this case, did you have to do any of those additional serology tests?
Yes, I did.
On which items?
May I refer to my notes?
Yes. Do you have a report or notes that you had generated when doing your analysis?
Yes, I do.
And would that help refresh your memory?
Yes, it would.
If you could, you can review it, but look up after you are done reviewing it.
Yes. Yes, the type of serology was done on the cutting from the sheet as well as the cutting from the pants, all 3 of those semen serology tests.
Okay. Now, turning your attention to State's Exhibit N, which was identified or labeled as the buccal swab of Trevor Summers. Is this how you received it in this envelope?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and the specific Fdle case number and your signature, is that kind of more towards the center of this envelope?
Yes, it is.
And then inside, again, we have a smaller envelope with Q-tips, and that also contains the Fdle number and your signature.
Yes, that's
Initials.
correct.
Okay. Were you able to compare the buccal swab of Trevor Summers to any of the swabs that you conducted an analysis of?
Yes, I did.
And what was that, or were those?
I compared to the DNA profiles obtained from the cutting from sheet and the swabs from front driver's seat.
And what were your results regarding the driver's seat swab?
For the driver's seat swab, I obtained that major male DNA profile and concluded that that was a match between that major male DNA profile and the DNA profile from Trevor Summers.
And what was the statistical result that you were able to come up with?
May I refer to my notes?
Yes.
The observed major DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Trevor Summers than from an unrelated unknown individual.
Why 700 billion?
The actual statistic is higher than that, but for reporting purposes, we cap any statistic at 700 billion because that number is a bit more understandable to most, I would say, because the population of the Earth is approximately 7 billion, so 700 billion is 100 times that, so it's just not putting numbers way higher than that in the report, keeping it simplified.
And what were your results when you compared the buccal swab of Trevor Summers to the cutting from the sheet?
For the cutting of the sheet, I obtained that minor male DNA profile from that mixture. I compared it to the DNA profile from Trevor Summers and concluded that that was also a match.
Now, in regards to law enforcement submitting evidence to Fdle, is there a policy that Fdle has regarding that?
Yes, Fdle has an evidence submission policy.
Is that submitted to law enforcement agencies throughout the state of Florida?
Yes, it is.
And specifically with that policy, if law enforcement has a case involving a sexual battery, what would they submit to Fdle first?
Within the first submission for a sexual battery case, they would submit a sexual assault evidence kit, underwear from the victim, and a condom from that case.
And in this case, if, excuse me, and in this case, because those swabs failed to provide sufficient amount of foreign DNA, were additional items of evidence requested from law enforcement?
Yes, there were.
If, on the other hand, you had found a sufficient amount of DNA for comparison, would law enforcement be able to submit additional items of evidence?
They would not be able to automatically, but if the scenario deems it, they would talk to a biology supervisor for an exception to submit that evidence.
So in this case, because the sexual assault kit failed to demonstrate a sufficient amount, they were then able to submit those items of evidence that you received in May of 2017?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, does Fdle decide on which items law enforcement should submit beyond a sexual assault kit?
Yes, all of that information is found within the evidence submission policy. However, every case scenario is different, and just having a conversation between the supervisors at Fdle and that submitting agency, additional items can be submitted.
Is it you requesting the additional items of evidence, or does law enforcement decide on which items of evidence to submit?
It's a mixture of both. In this case, with the sexual assault evidence kit not giving DNA results foreign to the victim, I will automatically add a segment in the report requesting additional evidence. But it depends on the type of scenario. Sometimes we don't automatically put that in, and the agency themselves can reach out and see if they can submit some more evidence.
And Ms. O'Neill, did you analyze any other evidence in this case?
No, I did not.
Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Absolutely.
We'll pass the witness.
All right, cross-examination. Mr. Summers.
Yes, thank you. Hello, Ms. Montgomery.
Good morning.
Good morning. Let me just ask you a few things about your process. Are you told when the samples are collected that are sent to you?
Sometimes I am. Typically, if I get a sexual assault evidence kit, it may contain information sheets that tell me when the items are collected, but generally speaking, I don't necessarily get the exact date that they're collected.
Okay. In this case, on the sexual assault kit, were you given any specific dates of when this was collected?
May I refer to my notes?
Yes.
Based on the information sheets, the kit was collected on March 13th of 2017.
Okay. And when the samples are collected, does it really matter when they're collected?
The time frame definitely can matter. Typically, the longer between the alleged incident and the time of collection, the longer that time period is, the more likely for any DNA that was deposited to be degraded. So if we're collecting from different orifices of the body, the fluids within those orifices can start to break down any foreign DNA that's there. So over time, you may come to a point where there's not enough for detection.
Okay. I asked you a similar question in our deposition about how long DNA is around. Do you remember what your answer was for that?
I do not remember what my answer specifically was in that case, but DNA, depending on where it's deposited, how it's preserved, it can last indefinitely. However, like I said, if it's something from an orifice of the body, it can degrade a little bit faster than something that was deposited, let's say, on a piece of fabric that was preserved in good temperature, good humidity, no weather, etc.
Okay. In the sexual assault kit, can you tell me again what items were tested?
Yes, the vaginal swabs, cervical swabs, external genitalia swabs, the right hand fingernail scrapings, the left hand fingernail scrapings, buccal swabs, underwear, and a hair from the underwear.
Okay, and none of those yielded any results that indicated myself?
I did not take, I would say the hair from the underwear, I did take through the full DNA process and did not obtain a foreign DNA profile. And then the other items, I did not take through that process completely.
Okay, so your answer is that it did not indicate me in any of the results?
I didn't obtain any DNA profiles foreign to be used for any kind of comparison to your DNA profile.
Okay. On the next items that you tested, there were most of those items were fabric material?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And the only item that was from me was the sheet cutting?
There was a DNA profile that matched your DNA profile from the sheet cutting as well as the swab from front driver's seat.
Right, but the only fabric item was the sheet cutting?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and that sheet cutting could have had a DNA sample on it from me over a long period of time?
Yes, my testing cannot say when DNA is deposited on an item, so those DNA, that mixture could have been deposited at any point.
Okay, and so none of the DNA results tell you when they were placed on the samples that you test?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
Briefly. Can showering or urinating affect the collection of evidence that could potentially provide sperm or semen?
Yes, it can. Showering could wash away some of the DNA or all of the DNA present to a point where it's not detected within the type of testing that I perform, as well as urination that may come in contact with an area of the body that had foreign DNA deposited on it and rinse that away as well.
What about basic gravity? A female standing up after having intercourse?
Yes, gravity as well. If there was foreign DNA deposited in the vaginal cavity, then standing up, those fluids can be released from the vaginal cavity via gravity.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
And this witness be released by the state
Yes.
and released by the defense?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. You may be released as a witness at this time. You're welcome. I'll ask the state to please call their next witness.
Calls Jacob Becker. I'm sorry, Detective Watson.
Detective Watson. Oops. Morning and welcome, sir. If you'll come forward to be sworn as a witness wherever you're comfortable, if you'll face me and raise your right hand.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Do you swear affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, sir.
Thank you. If you'll follow the bailiff now to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step. Go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone is fully adjustable.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Detective.
Morning, ma'am.
Can you please state your first and your last name for the jury?
My name is Anthony Watson, W-A-T-S-O-N.
And how are you currently employed?
I am a homicide detective with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office assigned to the Criminal Investigation Division.
Do you have any other assignments?
Yes, I'm currently detached to the State Attorney's Office as a liaison between the Sheriff's Office and the State Attorney's Office. Still an active homicide investigator, but luckily I'm kind of drawing to the end of my career here, so I've moved into this position to kind of make sure things go smoothly between the State Attorney's Office and the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office with court preparations, things that the state may need or something that the Sheriff's Office may need handled.
And was that your assignment back in March of 2017?
No, at that time I was a member of the Violent Crime Squad assigned to the Criminal Investigation Division.
What kind of investigations did you investigate in the Division of the Violent Crimes?
So as part of the violent crimes, we would handle adult sex crimes, shootings not involving deaths, overdoses, suicides, missing endangered individuals, and kidnappings.
Specifically, did you get involved in an investigation regarding a Trevor Summers?
I did, ma'am.
When is it that you became involved?
I believe it was March 12th, 2017 at about 12:30 a.m. was my initial phone call that I received, and I think I responded and arrived on scene somewhere around 1:40 in the morning, 1:45.
Where did you first respond to?
I believe it was a Newberry Grove residence in the south part of the county.
Did you later learn that was the residence of the defendant, Trevor Summers?
I did, ma'am.
And what did you do when you arrived there?
My initial instructions were to respond to that location. I arrived. To be quite honest with you, I got on my vehicle and met with the deputy who was on scene, introduced myself, and immediately I got a phone call from my supervisors instructing me to come back to our Criminal Investigation Division.
And is that where is that located, the Criminal Investigation Division?
It's off of Falkenberg Road, kind of in the center part of the county, Falkenberg Road near the fairgrounds.
And why did you have to respond back there?
I was instructed that they were preparing a photo pack, and because I had no knowledge of the case up to that point of anybody involved, they would like for me to administer the photo pack. So I was stopped from doing anything in the investigation and brought back there for that purpose, ma'am.
What is a photo pack?
Photo pack, or a sequential lineup, is the technical term for it. It's basically a group of 6 photographs. What we would do is we would insert a photo of the person that we believe may be involved in the incident that's currently being worked as well as 5 other filler photos. So a photo pack consists of 6 photos, and it's something that's shown to a witness or somebody who may be able to assist in the investigation, and they're shown one at a time. So they're not shown all 6 at once, they're shown one at a time to them. The photos are.
Why did you state previously that you were chosen because you didn't know hardly anything about the investigation? Why is that important?
So what we do on a photo pack or sequential lineup is we do what's called a blind show. And what that means is we use somebody to show the photo pack. Doesn't really matter who puts it together. It's usually the case agent or somebody who's really involved in the case on putting it together. But the person who shows the photograph, they are to have no knowledge of the case or who's contained within the photograph. And the purpose of that is so that individual can't taint or try and suggest anything to the individual as to maybe, hey, you should pick this guy, or maybe lead them in any way whatsoever. Because at that point, I know nothing about the case. I don't know who's contained in the photo pack or anything else like that. And that's the person who shows the photo pack. They're not supposed to know anything about the case at all.
Did you put the photo pack together?
I did not, ma'am.
Who was that?
I believe it was Detective Steele, but I wasn't part of that, so I couldn't tell you who for sure.
So when you responded back to CID, what's the next thing you did?
Met with Detective Steele, and Detective Steele advised me that there was a witness, I believe his name was Randall Crosby, that was present at Criminal Investigation Division, that they had prepared a photo pack, and I was asked to meet with Mr. Crosby, which I did in one of our holding areas. and administer the photo pack to him.
Did you know any facts and circumstances surrounding the investigation at that time?
I knew that there was a missing individual, and that is it. I knew nothing else about the case other than I had went to Newberry Grove residence. I never entered, spoke with anyone, or gathered any other information about it.
Did you have the name Trevor Summers even at that point?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So were you handed the photo pack?
I was.
And what did you then do with that photo pack?
I met with Mr. Crosby, introduced myself, and we entered into one of the rooms at the Criminal Investigation Division for the purpose of administering it. When we go into the room, it's only us that are in the room. No one else is in the room. It's just him and I. When I say him, because at this point it was him.
May I first witness, Judge?
You may.
Detective, I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit E for identification purposes. Have you previously reviewed this document?
I have, ma'am.
And is it a fair and accurate copy of the photo pack, excuse me, that you showed Mr. Crosby on the early morning hours of March 12th of 2017?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
State offers an evidence, State's Exhibit E.
Any objection?
No objection.
It'll be admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may publish the jury.
When you first meet with Mr. Crosby, what did you tell him?
Since I've done these in the past, I always use the same terminology with an individual. The first thing that I do when I introduce them is explain that I have no knowledge about what's going on, so I'm not going to be able to answer any questions to you or anything about the case. If you have questions about what we're going to do after the fact, please hold those and speak with the case detective that you've been dealing with. After that, I read them a set of instructions that it's attached and provided with every photo pack. These are read verbatim. We follow those instructions to make sure that each time everything is read exactly the same to anyone who's shown a photo pack.
Publishing page 1 of Exhibit E. Is this the first instruction page that you are referring to?
Yes, ma'am. In fact, that's my handwriting up on the top, on the part that says Randall Crosby, the part that says witness, and then at the bottom that's my signature and my badge number, and that's the instruction sheet that I read to him.
Okay. Now this bottom part, person identification, did you fill that out or was that filled out before you met with Mr. Crosby?
No, that's filled out after the fact. That is not my handwriting, so I can't tell you who that was, but it wasn't there when it was originally shown.
Okay.
So that may be Detective Steele's or someone else, but not mine.
Now, it states that the date of the offense was March 11th of 2017. It had a victim's name. Did you fill that out?
No, again, that is not my handwriting at the top. That would have been who prepared the photo pack. My handwriting begins on the portion where it says person viewing the lineup, the relationship to the case, then down at the bottom where it says identified, the number 5 is my handwriting, the date and time that signature occurred, that's my handwriting, and then below it again where it says deputy signature and ABN, which is our identifiers, that's mine as well.
Okay. So you read these instructions to Mr. Crosby?
Verbatim, ma'am.
Can you please read them today?
Sure. May I scoot up a little closer?
If that assists you in reading.
Yes,
Thank you, sir.
Oh yeah, you can step down if you need to.
Is this fine, ma'am?
Yes, thank you.
I'm going to show you a photographic/live lineup. This group of photographs or individuals may or may not contain the person who committed the incident now being investigated. Regardless of whether you make an identification, the Sheriff's Office will continue to investigate this incident. Keep in mind that hairstyles, beards, and complexions can change, so focus on the facial features that you remember. You will be shown the photographs/individuals sequentially, one at a time, before moving to the next. All photographs/individuals will be shown to you, even if you make an identification. If you recognize a person, please inform me which person you recognize and how you recognize them. Please indicate to me in your own words how certain you are of your identification. Also, do not discuss with any other witnesses that you have or have not identified anyone.
And then was this bottom part, the signature that you discussed earlier, was that filled out after the photographs were shown?
Yes, ma'am, at that point.
Okay. You can have a seat. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did you show the photographs to Mr. Crosby, or do you hand him the photographs to view himself?
So the photographs are contained in an envelope, and what I'll do and what I did is I removed them one at a time and show them in the order that is prescribed. So in this case, it was items 1 through 6. He was shown photograph number 1. Once he finished viewing that, handed it back to me. I would place it back in the envelope and then shown photograph number 2 and so on.
And how did you know which one was photograph number 1 and which one was 2 and so on and so forth?
So they're numbered on the back of the photographs, and again, that's part of if you think if you put a number 1 or number 2 on the front of it, it could somehow have some meaning. So those are numbered on the back of the photographs.
Publishing the second page of the photographic lineup. This was the first photograph that you showed Mr. Crosby?
Could I see the back of it, ma'am? It is.
Did you put the black mark in the mouth area? Did you make that decision or part of that decision making at all?
No, ma'am. That decision is made by whoever compiled the photograph. Or the photo pack, I'm sorry.
Photograph number 2.
Yes, ma'am.
Photograph number 3.
Yes, ma'am.
Photograph number 4.
Yes, ma'am.
Photograph number 5.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when you showed Mr. Crosby photograph number 5, was that signature and date on the back there, or just the number 5?
No, it was not. I had him put that on later on.
And photograph number 6,
Yes, ma'am.
was he required to look at all photographs prior to making any kind of identification?
Well, at one point he did stop on number 5 and made an identification. At that point, I informed him that it's still required that he look at all the photographs to ensure that it was fair and accurate at that point.
So the first time showing him photograph number 5, he made an identification?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you ask him to do after he identified photograph number 5?
At the end of showing the photographs to him, all 6 of them, I asked him to sign and date the back of the photograph that he had identified.
And is that what is located on the back of photograph number 5 at this time?
It is, ma'am.
Were you aware, did you conduct any interview with Mr. Crosby? Were you aware of what he had observed earlier,
No, ma'am.
or the night of March 11th of 2017?
No, ma'am.
After Mr. Crosby made an identification, did you in fact know that was the listed suspect in the case?
No, ma'am, I did not.
What did you do after the identification was made of photograph number 5?
I had him fill out the bottom portion of the instruction sheet identifying or notating that he identified number 5. I then exited the room, met with Detective Steele, returned the photo pack to him, and at that point I was doing some ancillary duties around the office until later on I was assigned to do other things.
What were you assigned to do later on?
Later on, I was assigned to accompany Detective Steele, and we left the office with the intentions of kind of driving the surrounding area to look for it. Now I had known we were looking for a vehicle with Mr. Summers and his estranged or ex-wife.
What was the vehicle that you were looking for?
I don't even recall. It happened so quick from the time we left there. We were instructed to go do other things, so we never even got a chance to get in to start looking for the vehicle, ma'am.
What was the next assignment you received?
Well, we were made aware that there had been at the estranged wife's house, and I'm sorry, I call her the victim. I don't even know her name, ma'am. I apologize. But the victim's house, that there had been a window that had been discovered unlocked, and our supervisor had instructed us to respond to that residence and await further instruction at that point.
Was that at the 1412 Du Bloom?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you do, if anything, when you were there at that residence?
We arrived on scene. I met with the deputies who pointed out the window on the south side and explained, or I had learned, that the window had been found unlocked and then had been slightly moved ajar by the deputies. At that point, I relayed that information back to our supervisors, and they said, okay, I was instructed to have them continue to secure the scene, and then left at that point.
Did you then respond back?
Yes, left, got a few miles away, received a phone call, instructed to return back to the residence, and at this point was instructed to participate in an entry team into the residence for the purpose of trying to make sure that nobody was inside the residence or injured.
And was that done?
It was, ma'am.
Was any search done of the house at that time, or was it simply to make sure no one was injured inside the home?
There was a search of opening doors and opening bedrooms and closets and stuff to ensure that there wasn't someone inside the house, but not a search looking for an item, only looking for a person or anyone that could be injured inside the house.
So not a search collecting any items or anything such as that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Were you present when that was done later on after a search warrant was obtained?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Were you asked to conduct any interviews in this case?
Yes.
In any interviews?
I did, ma'am.
And when was that?
After I departed the residence and the clearance of the house had been completed, I was then asked to respond down to the Newberry, I believe it's Newberry Grove residence, where I participated in the interviews of the defendant and the victim's 4 children.
And those 4 children, were you the one conducting those interviews, or was that mainly another detective?
Detective Steele was the lead on it. I was his assist, so I would say the majority of the interview was conducted by him, and I would step in here and there to assist.
After those interviews were completed, did you know where the victim in this case was, or the defendant?
No, ma'am.
Did you interview anybody else after that?
At some point later in the day, I did, ma'am. I interviewed the parents of the defendant, Trevor Summers.
And did they know where Miss Summers was, or the defendant?
No, ma'am.
Did you do anything else with regards to this case?
Yes. At the end of that day, I had been up since midnight, so this was going on late in the evening. I was released for the day. I was instructed to return back the following day to report to the command post to receive instructions. The following day, I did report to our command post. I was then tasked to respond to what's called the Mary Lee House for the purpose of forensic interviews with the children. And essentially, a forensic interview is, a law enforcement officer speaking to a child or someone like that may be a little intimidating or things like that. So the children were set up for these forensic interviews in which someone specifically trained, maybe a psychologist, or I don't know exactly their training, but...
Is that a forensic interviewer?
A forensic interviewer, yes, ma'am. They interview the children within a room that is videotaped and has cameras, and they conduct interviews with them without us being in the room. We are outside the room watching and listening to the interview.
And is this a child-friendly location?
Yes, ma'am, very much so. The room's set up with coloring books and crayons and stuffed animals and things like that.
Were the children's interviews consistent? Did you watch from the law enforcement room?
I did, ma'am.
And were the interviews of the children consistent with the interviews they provided the day before on the 12th?
Yes, ma'am.
You and Detective Steele?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you then and this was on March 13th, is that correct? That you attended the forensic interviews?
That's correct, the 13th.
Did you then learn later that the victim in this case and the defendant had been located?
Yes, ma'am, at some point.
Were you asked to do anything else, interview anybody else?
Yes, I guess that had all happened actually while we were conducting the interviews at the Mary Lee House, and upon the completion of that, I was asked to re-interview Mr. Summers' parents for the purpose of asking a couple of follow-up questions that apparently information had been gathered during the contact with either Mr. Summers or the victim.
And did that conclude your duties?
Yes, ma'am, at that time it did.
May I have a moment, Judge?
Absolutely.
The state would pass the witness, Judge.
Cross-examination, Mr. Summers?
Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon, Detective. Sorry, good morning. Sorry. I had a couple of questions about the photographs. The photographs you just saw, were they copies of the originals?
I have no idea if those were the originals or copies, sir. I believe that was probably the original photo pack, but I didn't have my hands on them, so.
So the originals were in black and white, or were they color?
Black and white, sir.
Okay. And when you went to the Newberry Grove residence, can you explain what the environment was like when you arrived?
I don't know what you mean by the environment. The house had children in there. I believe that there was 1 or 2 adults inside the residence. We took the children into a den area, I believe it was, in the residence, and spoke with them one at a time individually without the other children being there or without having any kind of outside interference with the adults that were there.
Okay. What's the policy or procedure for entering that home or commandeering that home without a search warrant?
I don't believe that was considered a crime scene when we were conducting interviews, so I don't think that there was a search warrant that was required or written for that home.
Okay.
There was searching the home. They were in there, or I was in there to conduct an interview with some children inside the room.
Okay. Well, do you know who would have granted permission for you to use the home?
No, sir, I do not.
You do not. Okay. You didn't ask if we had permission if you had permission to be there?
No, that wasn't a decision that was made by me one way or the other, sir.
Okay. And you're not required to ask anyone if we have permission to be there?
I don't understand what you're asking me, sir.
Are you required as a detective to ask whoever the lead detective is if you have permission to be on that property?
No, sir.
No. Okay. And do you know approximately how long you were at that property?
There were some pretty extensive interviews, and this is just an estimation, sir. I'm going to tell you at least a couple of hours.
Okay. And do you recall when you walked in the front door of that residence, what room you conducted the interviews?
And this is purely off of memory. It's been 5 years, but I believe the den was located to my left as you walk into the front door of the residence.
Okay. Can you tell me what was in that den?
I have no idea, sir. I think it was a desk and a couple of chairs that we spoke to the children in.
Okay.
I didn't search the room. I conducted nothing like that. It was purely because it was an area away from everybody else that we conducted the interviews.
Okay. And who conducted the interviews with you?
Detective Steele.
And in between the children's interviews, was there a break?
Well, I mean, there would have been a natural break in between. We finished one child and moving to the other child. Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you were finished with those interviews, did you immediately leave that property?
I believe so. I mean, we would maybe have had some cordial conversations with the adults in the room, thanking them and telling them, whatever we needed to move forward.
Okay. And then on Monday the 13th, at the Mary Lee house, you said those interviews were recorded?
The Mary Lee house interviews?
Yes.
Yes, sir, I believe so.
Do you know if they were transcribed?
Oh, I have no idea, sir.
Do you know if they're required to be submitted with your supplemental investigation?
By me? No, sir.
Do you know if they're required to be part of a supplemental investigation?
They were part of my supplemental investigation, sir. I notated in my report.
I mean the actual recorded statements made by those children?
Oh, I have no idea. That's something that Mary Lee House would have included and impounded in part of those recordings, sir.
Okay. Did you notice anywhere in the police report that those recorded statements were included?
I did not, sir. My report's about 3 pages long. I did not read other individuals' reports.
Okay. Who else was present with you from law enforcement at those interviews?
It may have been just myself, sir.
Okay. So since you were the only witness to those interviews, it's not required that you provide anything other than the mention of those interviews?
Yes, sir. I wouldn't have went into what was said or anything else like that. That becomes hearsay. The most accurate representation would have been a video and audio recording that would have been conducted at the interviews. And that's not something I take part in. That's something that the Mary Lee House and the forensic interviews do.
Okay. Who would have been the person in authority at the Mary Lee House?
The forensic interviewers, they take control of that.
Do you know their names?
I do not, sir.
Have you met them before?
I've been to the Mary Lee House 2 or 3 times for forensic interviewers. There's several people on staff there, so I do not recall the specific name of the forensic interviewer at that time. I believe that would have been recorded and included in that such.
Okay. Did Detective Steele or anyone else ask you to collect those interviews?
Not that I recall, sir. I don't know.
Okay. Then I have no further questions. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. When you were at the Newberry Grove Loop, was any law enforcement officer collecting any evidence, doing any searches while you were there?
No, ma'am.
And as far as you know, is there any single piece of evidence in this case that was obtained from that Newberry Grove loop?
Not that I'm aware of, ma'am.
Did you ask permission of one of the adults prior to speaking to the children if you and Detective Steele could speak to them?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further, Judge.
May this witness be released by the state?
I had asked that he remain
Subject to recall.
Yes, Judge.
So-
He can leave the building.
All right, so not excused, just released. But you can leave the building, so you may step down. And it is 10 minutes till 10. I don't know how long the state's next witness is, but how about if I ask you to call them and then we'll take a break if they're not done shortly after 10 o'clock, since 10 o'clock is our usual breaking point.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may call your next witness.
The state would call Jacob Becker.
Jacob Becker.
I apologize.
Becker? If we go past 10, no later than 10:15, I'll say let's take a break wherever we're at.
Yes, Your Honor.
If we finish that witness before 10:15, that'll be our last witness before the morning break. They said that Good afternoon and welcome. If you'll face me and raise your right hand to be sworn, thank you. Do you swear affirmative testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. If you'll follow the bailiff now to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step. Go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone in front of you is fully adjustable.
Thanks, sir.
You may proceed.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Jacob Becker.
And how are you currently employed?
I am the night shift supervisor with the Pasco County Sheriff's Office.
And what's your current assignment and duties?
As a supervisor in the forensic section, I currently supervise 6 individuals who go out and investigate crime scenes.
And in March of 2017, what was your assignment?
I was a crime scene investigator with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
And how long were you a crime scene investigator with them?
With Hillsborough for 12 years.
And were you a crime scene investigator prior to Hillsborough?
I was for about 4.5 years with the Manatee County Sheriff's Office.
And what were your duties with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office regarding your position as a crime scene investigator?
Our main function was to document the crime scene as we see it and to collect and preserve any potential evidence.
Did you become involved in an investigation with the defendant's name listed as Trevor Summers?
I did.
When did you initially get involved in that investigation?
I was first notified by dispatch on March 12th, 2017, around 7:30 in the afternoon or evening.
And what were you asked to do?
To respond to the residents on Dew Bloom Road and to basically investigate a potential crime scene.
When you arrived there, what did you do?
Took photos, met with Detective Blair, who sort of gave me a walkthrough of the scene and talked about the information as we knew it.
And were you aware of what kind of investigation or crime the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office was investigating?
Well, we really didn't know the extent of things as we were just getting started. We kind of handled it as a missing persons case at the time.
What did you do as a crime scene investigator at the Dew Bloom residence?
Besides take photos, I marked potential evidence with placards or little numbers so I could go through the house in a systematic order, taking photos, collected that evidence. I also dusted or fingerprinted a few areas of the home for potential latent prints and swabbed a few areas. I also looked for any potential unseen evidence with what's called an alternate light source.
Now, what is your educational background and training in order to hold the position as a crime scene investigator?
I hold 2 bachelor degrees from the University of South Florida, one in anthropology, the other in criminology. I have a certificate in crime scene technology from St. Pete College. Approximately, well, now, probably about 800 hours of various related training. So I've been doing the job for almost 20 years.
Did you, when you go to a scene, are there things that you do upon arrival and a method that you go through and before you actually pick up and collect a possible item of evidence?
Yes, we always photograph it as we see it, completely undisturbed. Then we'll then put a marker next to it if we believe it is potential evidence, so we can show where it is in relation to other items of evidence in the scene.
And did you do that in this case?
I did.
May I approach the witness, Judge? Mr. Becker, I'm showing you what's already been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit Set 1, A1 through 104. Have you previously looked at these photographs prior to responding to the courthouse today?
I have.
And are they fair and accurate photographs of the Dubloom residence as you found it on March 12th of 2013?
Yes, it is.
And typically, is there a initial photograph that you take with information regarding the case number, publishing A1, the case number, your name, and the date in which you collect the photos?
Yes, so this is the very first photo that's taken upon arrival at a crime scene. And this just basically shows the case number, the date, and then who's taking the photos.
Did you start on the outside of this residence and work your way to the inside?
I did.
In photographs and documenting?
I did.
And then did you go through the residence, excuse me, and place number markers were items that you ultimately were going to collect?
I did.
When you photograph a scene, do you know whether or not your photograph contains something that holds or has evidentiary value?
Not all the time. Never having been to, that crime scene in particular, I don't know what it looked like before. I don't know what is potentially evidence and what isn't. So we kind of go off of our training, education, and experience to make the best determination.
And so photographing items were located within a trash can. Did you know whether or not at that time that photograph could contain or did contain something that held evidentiary value?
Knowing what was in the trash can and having been through thousands of houses prior, we kind of found it unusual. We figured it was what we had determined as potential evidence.
So you documented the outside, and then we had just discussed placing markers down, publishing A85. I see a marker too. Is that then what appears to be cigarette butts outside of a window? Do you put a marker, take a photograph of it, and then collect the evidence?
Typically, yes.
Okay. If you lift prints from a scene, and you did lift some prints from this residence, is that correct?
That is correct.
Are you the one in charge of making any kind of fingerprint comparisons?
I'm not. Once I make the lifts, I send them off to our fingerprint unit, who then does the comparison.
And you stated that you also used an alternate light source in this case. What do you mean by that?
So an alternate light source is somewhat of a fancy name just for a black light in this particular case, or an ultraviolet light. So we use this to look for potential bodily fluids, things that aren't readily seen under just our regular vision.
What happens when you utilize this light?
So for some bodily fluids, it will somewhat glow or fluoresce using a black light.
And did you find anything or collect anything after you utilized this alternate light source?
I did. On the master bedroom bed, we found an area that glowed. We deemed it suspicious, so the bed sheet was collected.
Did you respond to any other scenes and document those scenes regarding this investigation?
Yes.
Where was the next place that you responded?
The following day, responded to Tampa General Hospital to photograph the suspect in this case and document his injuries.
And what time was that at?
I believe I was dispatched right before 6 o'clock p.m., and I arrived a little bit after 6 o'clock.
Permission to publish, Judge?
Absolutely.
Mr. Becker, I'm showing you what's been already introduced into evidence. It states Exhibit V, Composite 1 through 10. Did you look at the photographs from TGH prior to today?
I did.
Publishing V1, is this your initial document photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
Publishing V2, is this how you observed the defendant in this case?
It was.
V4, again, is this a fair and accurate photograph?
Yes, it is.
And he was handcuffed, is that correct?
That is correct.
V6, did you document the self-inflicted injury to his neck?
I did.
And did you also photograph his clothing?
I did.
Did you conduct any interview of the defendant on this date at Tampa General Hospital?
No, I didn't.
What was the next thing that you then did?
I then responded back to my office that holds a garage, and then processed the victim's vehicle. And that was around 7:30 that evening.
And what type of vehicle was that?
A 2009 blue Saturn Outlook.
Now, on this document, did you take a photograph with your name and case number?
I didn't. I was
Okay.
sort of continuing on from, with this investigation.
Okay. States P1. It's a little dark. Are you able to identify whether or not that was the vehicle?
Yeah, that is the vehicle.
Okay. When you document, did you document starting with the outside of the vehicle and then work your way on the inside?
Yes, ma'am.
And were there items that were collected from this vehicle?
Absolutely.
Did you know whether or not the items you collected, whether they all held evidentiary value regarding this investigation or not?
Absolutely not.
Are you involved in any of the interviews in this case?
I am not.
Are you working with detectives who are who have conducted interviews or being relayed information as interviews are being conducted?
That would be correct, yes.
Okay. And if other items of evidentiary value were found upon return to, let's say, the victim's home on a later date that you did not collect, that would have been something that you didn't have information of knowing that that held evidentiary value. Is
That's
that
correct.
fair to say?
Absolutely.
Mr. Becker, I'm going to show you what's already been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit S1 through 4, as State's Exhibit, as well as Court Composite Exhibit S1 through 4. Did you collect handwritten letters from the victim's vehicle?
I did.
And did you document those letters with photographs first where you found them and then collected them?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were there multiple letters that were located?
3 in total.
Okay. So a surrender of parental rights, publishing S1, was that a document that you had collected?
Yes, ma'am.
Publishing S2, a letter that was titled Confession. Is that a document that you had collected from the victim's vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And publishing S3, a dear letter to Arden, Landon, Bryn, Grady, and Cooper. Is this another letter that you had collected?
Yes, it is.
Did you do anything later regarding these letters?
Yes, I tried to develop latent fingerprints from the letters using a chemical called anhydrin.
And what is the purpose of that?
Just to determine who wrote the letters, or at least who was handling that potential evidence.
And are you able to ascertain, did you ascertain any fingerprints utilizing that chemical?
Yes, so I developed ridge detail or potential fingerprints on both sides of all the documents. I then scanned those documents into a computer system, forwarded it on to our fingerprint unit, and they make the determination.
When you apply the chemical to the paper, does that affect the writing?
It does.
Okay, so what do you do in order to preserve what the actual document looks like prior to applying the chemical?
So I'll, along with photographs, I also do photocopies.
And so what we just went through in S1 through 3 are those photocopies of the letters that you actually collected and then applied this chemical to.
That's correct.
Publishing S1. And I'm sorry, did you state that you obtained lifts from all 3 of those letters?
Yes.
Publishing S1, you can barely read out the top, surrender of parental rights. Is this what the document looks like after you apply the chemical?
Yes. Well, this is years after, so the chemicals had a lot of time to work.
Okay.
But yes.
And you were able to lift a print from this document, is that correct?
I was.
Court Exhibit S2. The confession letter, is this also a fair and accurate copy of what the document looked 5.5 years later after applying that chemical?
Yes, ma'am.
And how does this chemical work to assist you in lifting a print?
So we spray or dip the evidence with the chemical, and the chemical, unfortunately, is acetone based. So that's why ink and lead and all those things will eventually be kind of washed off, which is what you're seeing there. But the actual chemical anhydrin reacts with proteins that are left over from fingerprints, and that develops into ridges and loops and whorls and all that stuff that our fingerprint unit would then determine if it holds any value.
Judge, one of the documents has been edited for trial purposes. Can you please read that?
I will.
And this is for a document, not a recording.
Gentlemen of the jury, I have a brief instruction for you. It is as follows. Member of the jury, you are about to receive evidence. This is a
writing, Judge.
A writing. The court instructs you that the writing has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the writing has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you consider this evidence.
Republishing S2. This is the document that you had originally obtained and photographed from the victim's vehicle. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then S2, Court Exhibit S2, that now contains the chemical. We had observed a copy of that. Is that correct?
Correct.
Publishing Court Exhibit S3, the dear letter to Arden, Landon, Bryn, and Grady. Is this what this document looked like after the application of the chemical?
That's correct.
And are you able to see the areas in which you were able to collect fingerprints on this item easily 5.5 years later?
There's still some ridge detail. It's very faint, but there's still some there.
Judge, can I ask the witness to step down and point to that area that he's referencing?
He absolutely may, and there is a pointer down there. It's a ruler, a yardstick somewhere. Oh, it's behind you that you can use if you need to.
So there's some ridge detail in this area here. And, it's awfully hard to see with the lighting and the reflection here, but it's mostly in this area.
Thank you, Mr. Becker. First witness, Judge. Mr. Becker, I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit T1 and T2 for identification purposes. Do you recognize these items?
I do.
And how is it that you recognize them?
Those would be the images that I took once the items were processed with anhydrine. They were then, well, let me back up a little bit. When anhydrine is applied and you have a result, it's usually a dark purplish type color. So then what I do is I'll put it into Photoshop to enhance the quality of the image, and that one of the steps through Photoshop is to sort of grayscale the item. Basically, you're looking at a black and white image. Kind of eliminates a little bit of the background, makes the item a little bit easier to see.
Are these fair and accurate copies of those latent prints that you were able to obtain from the letters?
Yes, they are.
State offers into evidence State's Exhibit T1 and T2.
Any objection?
No objection.
T1 and T2 will be admitted at this time.
Permission to publish, Judge?
You may publish to the jury.
Mr. Becker, we're looking at T1 that is titled Letter Dated 3/13/17. Is that the surrender of parental rights that has the date at the bottom?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what we are looking at here?
Well, obviously you see an area of potential ridge detail. Should I get up and point to it again?
If you could point to that.
Okay, so right here is the ridge detail in question.
And you are not the individual who then does any kind of comparison, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now I'll publish T2, if you want to remain where you're at. And this is titled Letter to Kids. Can you tell me where the lift prints or the latent detail is in this document?
So there's actual several different areas where ridge detail is observed. This area here is probably your best area in order to obtain the identity of the person who touched this item. But you also have detail here and a little bit here.
Thank you, Mr. Becker.
Ms. Johnson, is this a good time for a morning break, or are you almost finished with the direct examination?
I am almost finished, Judge.
All right, I'll let you finish, and then we'll take our morning break.
Mr. Becker, did you collect any other items of evidence from the, specifically a swab from the victim's vehicle?
I did.
Witness, Judge. Mr. Becker, I'm showing you what's already been introduced into evidence at State's Exhibit M. Do you recognize the outside of this document?
I do.
How is it that you recognize it?
It has my initials, my employee identification number, and the date that the item was sealed.
If you can look inside.
Mm-hmm.
And is what is contained within either in the same or substantially the same condition as it was on the date that you collected it?
It is.
And how is it, what is this?
It's a swab of potential blood.
And from where was this swab collected?
I'd actually have to see the, the evidence again. So that would be from the front driver's seat.
Were there multiple swabs collected in this case?
There were.
Okay. And so you had collected a swab of possible blood from the front driver's seat?
That's correct.
And how do you go about taking this collection of possible blood?
It's fairly simple. You take a sterile cotton swab, a little bit of distilled water, and just wipe up as much as the blood as you, or potential blood as you can. You let it air dry, package it, seal it up, send it to the evidence unit for safekeeping.
And are you in charge of conducting any kind of DNA analysis on that swab?
I'm not.
May I have a moment, Judge?
Mr. Summers, I have a question for you. Please do not think I'm rushing you in any way, because I am not. Just a rough estimate, is your cross of this witness going to be very short, medium, long, or no idea?
At least the same amount of time.
All right, then we're going to go ahead and take our morning break. Lady, gentlemen of the jury, please do not discuss the case amongst yourselves. We're going to take about a 10 or 15-minute break. Do not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Do not do any research related to the case. All rise for the jury. Everyone may be seated. Sir, you may step down, enjoy the break as well, but do not discuss your testimony with anyone. You are still on the stand.
announcement.
Talked about a short lunch today, but if we're going to do a short lunch today, I have to know now so that I order lunch for them. Do you think, given the state's, I guess, where you're at, that we shouldn't, that we have to?
I anticipate on resting early afternoon, Judge.
With or without? Well, what's your position on a short lunch? Do we need to?
I think that would probably be a good idea. I mean,
Okay. All right, that's fine. So let's make arrangements for lunch. When they come in now, I'm going to tell them we're going to do the same thing as yesterday. I think it's sandwiches from the lunch counter, and that's absolutely fine. I agree. I understand. I want to keep moving. We want to get to the defense side, and the defense has a number of witnesses that we'll discuss at that time.
Your Honor, I have a few things for you. I could ask you now.
Sure.
The clerk asked for a copy of the subpoena for Kimberly Shea, and I wanted to do that on the record. So I wanted to show her on the record, because your other clerk asked that I do this on the record, so that we can arrange the Zoom call for that. And she's only available until 2:30, so that would be my first witness to call if the state finishes up around 1:30.
What says the state?
I mean, I direct examined her. He cross-examined her. I don't know what else that there's left from her testimony at all that was not covered yesterday, that would not be cumulative and already asked and answered, to be honest with the court.
So what's your position? Are you asking me to tell him that he can't call her?
No, Judge, I'd inquire as to what information he plans to get into with her to determine whether or not all of the time spent to set this all up is required, since we are short for time.
What do you intend to go into with this witness?
Your Honor, I just intended to get clarification on the police report and the handwritten statement that she provided to the police.
What specifically? What is not clear?
That she was that her statement corroborates with what is in that handwritten statement.
I honestly don't recall the specifics of the cross-examination. Did she not say that her statement was?
She said that her statement in my cross-examination was that she did see the victim's hand on the window with her.
Oh, okay.
And then on the redirect, the state tried to downplay that as because it wasn't in the statement, and I just wanted to be able to get that more clear on the record that her statement of the victim's hand being seen was accurate.
And I would object to asking you, Judge.
Yeah, I mean, she said that in your cross-examination. So if you call her and you ask her something to say the same thing that she said before, the state is going to object as to asked and answered. I mean, obviously, if you told me something different you wanted to get into, I'm, hesitant to tell you that you can't call witnesses. But if it's something that's going to be asked and answered, I mean, that was the opportunity for cross. And let me tell you this, again, I'm not helping you, I can't help you, I'm not teaching you. But the best opportunity for the defense to get information from state witnesses on cross-examination, because you get to lead them. On direct examination, you can't lead them. So most defense attorneys get all of the information on cross-examination, and that's why we rarely ever see any of the same witnesses being called from the defense. Now, that's not to say that you can't do it. That's not to say that, and that's part of you not knowing, and one of the disadvantages that you are at. But the best place to get that information is when the witness was called by the other side, and you get the opportunity to lead them to exactly what you want them to say, which you did some of, but not a lot of, with the witnesses on cross-examination. But that issue, I remember it, and I remember the rehabilitation from the state, and I don't see any reason at this time to have to clarify that. You, in closing arguments, which you're going to have to do since you've discharged your attorney, can argue to the jury anything that the witnesses said. Her testimony, both on direct and cross, is evidence. And on cross, she said exactly what you asked her and what you're saying she said, that her hand was on her head was on her hand on the windowsill. Now, my recollection is that the state got up and then asked, you didn't say that in your report, and wouldn't you agree that your report was written at a time that was more closer in time to what you saw? And that was the rehabilitation. Am I correct?
I didn't ask that specific question, but I asked her if she had written down descriptions of the male and the female, and was her written statement encompassing of what she observed and thorough. And she had agreed with that. And I said, did you put anywhere in this written statement about the head against the window and resting on the arm?
No,
and
but on cross, she did say that that's what she saw.
That is correct.
So that's the evidence. So I don't know what you're going to try to do to change. That's the evidence. That's what she said on cross is evidence.
Then I'll strike that witness. I agree with you.
Thank you.
One last thing, Judge. Mr. Warga, the victim's father, he was under subpoena from the state. I didn't release him, but he would like to come and sit in the courtroom. I'm not planning on calling him, so I'd ask for permission for him to be able to come in the courtroom.
It depends on whether the defense wants to call him. Who is he? Mr. Warga is whose father?
The victim's father.
Victim's father. Do you intend to call him as a witness?
I do not.
All right, then he can come in.
And the other person, Judge, would be Jeff Mathewson. He was only subpoenaed by the state. He was not subpoenaed by the defendant. And I'm not calling him as well, and he's not on the defendant's witness list, so he would like to come in as well.
Any problem with that?
No, I don't intend to call.
Okay, all right, yeah. If they're not going to, if we're at the point where we know they're not going to be witnesses, then the rule of exclusion doesn't need to be enforced against them.
I just wanted to make sure before they came.
All right, are you ready for cross of this witness?
I am, Your Honor.
All right, let's get.
I'm sorry. There's one other item about
yeah.
the my objection to the state's evidence. There is a hospital interview that they want to introduce with a witness sometime between now and the lunch break, and I have standing objections that I want to know if you want me to do that now or if we want to. When
it might be better to do it now than to send it. If it's something I'm going to have to send the jury out on, I'd rather do it now. I think it's more expedient if we do it now than have to send them out. What's the issue?
Your Honor, I have filed previously. Counsel has filed a motion for suppression in this case, and that is an appellate issue in my with my case. I also object to the introduction of that evidence based on the testimony of Dr. Chesla, who said that I was administered fentanyl. He did not say whether or not other things were administered, but that they were ordered. He could not conclude whether those other things were ordered or if they had any impact on statements that I may have made. Dr. Chesla also stated that he was not directly involved in my care at the hospital, so he couldn't give too much testimony as to that interview that was taken of me. I also object to the condition that I was in due to being Baker acted at that time. I believe that that also goes to a variety of rights that I would have had would the detectives had taken that interview or followed procedure in taking that interview. I believe that interview should have not been conducted with the detectives being that I was under the influence of a variety of administered drugs and Baker acted altogether. I don't believe that I was in any situation or any condition, I should say, mentally or physically, to have given any statement to any law enforcement. I object to the procedure of Miranda that was conducted there.
These are all issues that were raised in suppression before Judge Fuson previously ruled on and are currently before the DCA. Is that correct?
It was actually Judge Kaiser.
Sorry.
And I was working on a false or coerced evaluation for that statement, which was potentially part of something that would have been in this trial, but we did not have the time to do that because I received the orders late from the court.
Well, but those are perfected for the record, and there was something that came up regarding the photo pack that I know that there was a motion that you had filed and Judge Fuson did rule on Friday of last week. And something I was going to say, I don't think that it's necessary. I don't think you've waived it. But a lot of times when they moved it in and I said, is there any objection? You said no. A lot of defense attorneys renew their objection thinking that it's waived. But I believe under the Rule 104 that says that once a definitive ruling on the record is made, party need not renew objection or offer proof to claim error on appeal. So I don't think your failure to object to the photo pack coming in waives any objections or motions that you filed that have been denied. So it sounds like these are the same thing. And obviously, if Judge Kaiser is reversed on appeal regarding evidence that came into this trial, it's going to have an effect on this trial. The state proceeds at their own risk on that. Not at all suggesting that it, I don't know what the risk is, but the state knows that if the appellate court, where you have current issues, reverses Judge Fuson or Judge Kaiser, and I let evidence in pursuant to their ruling that the appellate court says shouldn't have come in because they were wrong, that's going to have a profound effect on your trial if you are convicted and, whether that conviction stands. But I'm not sure, is there some specific thing you objected regarding the doctor's testimony? The doctor's already testified. And it sounds like some of his testimony may be subject to appeal that you have pending. But is there something that the state still has that you're objecting to that has not been ruled on? If it's been ruled on, I'm accepting the rulings of the prior judges.
Not that I'm aware of, Your Honor. I just wanted to get the objection on the record so that when they do introduce it, and I just state that I do object.
And this will serve as an additional step of preserving that. But as I said, I don't think it's necessary, just for whatever it's worth under 104. Once a definitive ruling has been made, which I think it has been, then it's preserved for appeal. You don't have to raise it again. But you have, and that's absolutely fine.
And do you have any issue with me objecting when they ask it, when you ask if it can be introduced?
I don't have, as I said, most defense attorneys will say they renew all prior objections, and I say all prior rulings stand and it will be admitted. A lot of defense attorneys think that they have to renew it. I don't think 104 requires that. But if you want to, entirely up to you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That's trial strategy, which you're now the captain of your own ship, so you get to make trial strategy. Ms. Johnson, anything else?
Nothing, Judge.
Mr. Summers, anything else?
That's it, Your Honor.
You expecting a witness on Zoom because I got an email that somebody entered my Zoom room? No. Okay, all right. Let's get the jury. Thank you. Anticipate any things that we might have to discuss outside the presence of the jury that we can discuss now?
Judge, the defendant has shown me some of his exhibits. I let him know what I would be objecting to, that he needs to lay the proper foundation to introduce them, such as the cell dump from the Samsung phone, in addition to family photographs that were taken within 2 years prior to the incident. I would be objecting as to relevance. So I don't know if you want to address those now or not.
Let's briefly, what are the photos that were taken? What did you say, 2 years prior?
I asked him. He was not able to tell me the date. He said my victim would be able to tell me, and I informed him that these are his exhibits, and he said they were taken within 2 years prior to March.
Within 2 years of March. What is the relevance? Do you have them?
I do, Your Honor. I believe they're relevant because the victim has attested to the conditions of our family environment, and I believe that these pictures would certainly explain the relevance of our family environment.
So is this, you intend to recall, because you served a subpoena on Ms. Mathewson yesterday,
Yes.
and you want to obviously recall her and then introduce those photographs through her, is that correct?
I would.
And the relevance of it is
To refresh her memory of the condition of our family, of our home, of our life, that she's attested to something different on direct or on the state's case. And
how many pictures are there? Is those in your hand?
Yes, Your Honor. It's about 6 or 7.
All right. Can I have them? You can bring them down. Or there you go. Thank you, Deputy Krismer. You want to ask her apparently about the quality or status of your marriage. I don't know that this is refreshing her memory. I don't specifically recall exactly what she talked about, but it seems like you're suggesting that her testimony may have been that there were no happy or good times in your marriage, and you want to call her now and as some attempt to impeach her credibility, show her these photographs and introduce them through her. Is that your intent?
Not directly to impeach her, but to get a little more factual basis about our family life on the record.
To establish what, though? What's the end game?
To establish our, I suppose, Your Honor, that there was not these conditions leading up to this situation.
That there were times it appeared that you all were getting along fine at I don't know if that's Disney World or vacation, and obviously the two of you together, the family together, and that's your intent?
Yes.
Deputy Krismer? State, in an abundance of caution, I'm going to allow it as relevant. She'll be on the stand and be able to talk about it. You'll be able to cross-examine her on it, and just in an abundance of caution, I'm not going to make a finding that it can't have some potential relevance. I don't know what exactly his theory of defense is, so without that, I think that it would be dangerous for me to find that there may not be some relevance to it.
Yes, Your Honor. And so are you making a requirement that there needs to be some time frame that these photographs were taken, that they are made relevant, or they're going to come in?
Well, I think the time frame, I think she definitely has to testify to the time frame either on direct or on cross, and that'll go to the weight that the jury ultimately gives it and not the admissibility.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Your Honor, I may I just show them rather than admit them for the jurors?
Well, the jury can't see them if you don't admit them into evidence.
Okay, then I will do that. I will ask them to be admitted. It is on my list of family.
Well, you'll still have to lay a foundation through her for them.
Yes.
But we'll see and cross that bridge when we come to it. As to relevance, which is the issue that I was sort of prejudging here, I think in an abundance of caution, I will say that they might be relevant. I just don't know without knowing his theory of defense, which I'm not requiring you to give me.
And then, Your Honor, the state had asked, I had 2 maps that are public information or just under the...
What do you intend to do with those maps?
I intended to ask Detective Steele if he could point out the routes traveled since he rode with the victim to make searches, and he was the lead detective on the case.
State, is there an objection to him asking that question on cross-examination? You intend to do that on cross or to call Steele?
On cross.
On cross of Steele, asking him about the routes and his investigation regarding routes?
I don't think I have a legal.
Yeah, and if he
basis.
uses those as either demonstrative aid to assist the detective or to refresh the detective's memory.
I think a demonstrative aid would be appropriate, but not introducing it as an exhibit.
Okay.
Yes, as a demonstrative.
Okay. All right. I don't see any problems with that.
Okay, thank
All right.
you.
Are we ready for the jury? Let's get them. If they're ready.
They are.
All right.
All right, jury in your court.
All members of the jury are present and seated. Everyone else may be seated at this time. Gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. I do apologize for the length of the break. It was a little longer than we anticipated. I take full responsibility for that. Please do not hold that against the attorneys, the parties, or anyone else. Sometimes we are talking about legal issues in here, and at some point I do have to give my courtroom staff, including my court reporter, who is taking everything down, at least some break. So I do apologize for that, but as you know, we've taken your lunch orders. Our expectation is to do another shorter lunch to make up for any of that time, and the bailiff has taken your orders, and we'll do another 20 to 30 minute lunch and pick up where we left off. Again, thank you all very much for your patience and your service. Where were we? Cross-examination, I think? Mr. Summers, cross-examination of the current witness.
Yes, thank you. Morning, Mr. Becker.
Morning.
I wanted to go over a few things about you, about your process today. You had stated that the first property you went to was the Dubloom Road address.
That's
correct?
right.
And your supervisor was Corporal Blair?
He was the detective on scene.
Okay. And Corporal Blair, he walked with you through the photographing timeline?
Yes and no. Obviously, I kind of have an idea of what I'm there to do. He kind of relays a little bit of basic information, tells me anything that he knows about the case and what may potentially be important. But I go throughout the house photographing, everything as I see it.
Okay, so you have some decision-making authority over what gets photographed and what potentially is evidentiary value?
That's correct.
Okay. And Corporal Blair's testimony was that you first take photographs of the entire property, and then you start with marker 1, and that's when things can be more or less interfered with. Is that correct?
What do you mean interfered?
That nothing can be touched until marker 1 is photographed.
Well, nothing is really touched or disturbed other than placing the markers next to the evidence, but nothing is touched, nothing is moved until all those photographs are complete.
Okay, so nothing is touched until marker 1 begins. Is that correct?
Until everything is documented.
Until everything is documented. Okay. May I walk through those photographs with you?
Sure.
Your Honor, may I?
Absolutely.
I have set 1, A1 through 104.
All right. And just like yesterday, just before you publish, just identify specifically which photograph you're publishing.
Yes, Your Honor. Publishing A2, set 1. Mr. Becker, this is the first photograph in the set that you took, the front of the home, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then I'm not going to show you every photograph, but then you did a perimeter of the outside of the home.
That's correct.
Is that correct? Okay. And nothing was touched at that point?
That's correct.
Correct. Okay. So in this photograph, A10 set 1, publishing A10 set 1, that is a screen leaning up against a wall?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. Publishing A20, set 1. And this is what appears to be the first picture before you entered the home. Is that correct? Okay. And publishing A24, set 1. This is a kind of a broad photograph of the living room, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then the first bedroom that you come to is the one which is publishing A44, set 1. Is this one, is that correct?
I don't remember the layout of the house, but that is a bedroom.
If that's the first bedroom in your sequence, is that would be the first bedroom you took the photograph of?
I don't remember.
Do you know if these are in an order that you took them?
I have no idea.
Okay. You don't know that based on the timestamp or anything from these photographs what order you took them in?
If you have the metadata, I could tell you. Sure.
We do, but right now I'm just looking at the condition. This was the first photograph, according to our records, of the that bedroom. Correct?
Okay.
Well, let me ask you, just to clarify, is that the condition that you recall this bedroom being in when you first entered the home?
I do.
Okay. Okay. The photographs are continuing to go in an order, room by room, bathrooms, so forth, and then there's a large amount in the attic. Do you remember taking photographs in the attic?
I don't recall, but I'm sure I did. I was probably the only one taking photographs.
And publishing A67, set 1. This is another bedroom photograph. Is that the condition you remember it being in when you arrived?
I do.
Okay. And this is just another angle, publishing A68, set 1. It's just a little more view of that. Is that the same condition it was when you arrived?
That's correct.
Okay. And then publishing A73, set 1. This is a one other bedroom. Is this the same condition it was when you arrived?
As I remember.
Yes. Thank you. Publishing A76, set 1. Mr. Becker, what are those, looks like yardsticks?
Yeah, just getting a measurement of the height and width of the window.
Okay. And is that the first photograph that where those yardsticks or those measuring tools were used in this photograph series?
I believe so. I don't recall.
Do you recall if the measuring tools are used prior to the markers?
No, I don't recall.
You don't recall?
I don't.
Okay. Publishing A85 set 1. Mr. Becker, do you see the screen location and the screen position in that photograph?
I do.
Is it different than the first one I showed you?
It is.
Okay. Do you know how that screen moved?
I could have bumped into it while taking photographs. I don't recall.
Publishing A86 set 1. Mr. Becker, that's the living room couch. Do you recall the first picture I showed you of the living room?
I do.
And there were pillows all over that couch.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what's happened between the first time you took the photograph and this one?
Yes, it's searching. So as we're documenting the house, once the room is photographed as we see it, we can then begin to move items to look under things,
Okay.
to potentially look for other sources of evidence.
Okay. And does that compromise any integrity of the evidence that's there?
I believe so.
You don't believe so?
No.
And publishing A98 set 1. Mr. Becker, that is the same bedroom that I showed you a photograph of earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Do you notice a substantial difference between the first photograph and this photograph?
Yes. So once a room has been photographed, we're now, the detectives or whoever else was there, they begin to search the room to uncover evidence, to look places that we haven't seen yet. So here we have a couple of markers placed on things that need to be documented. They weren't readily observed in the initial sequence of photographs.
Okay. Do you see how much clutter, I'll call it, is on that bed there?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you believe that has any impact on the sheet that was taken from that bed?
No, because the potential, the type of evidence that was discovered on the bed sheet would not have come from a piece of paper or any other piece of trash.
You couldn't have spilled out anything?
No.
It couldn't have...
It doesn't work that way.
Okay. I can only ask, sir. Thank you. Sorry, I'll keep that one at A98 set 1.
I'm sorry?
I'll keep publish that again, A98 set 1. Mr. Becker, do you, in your investigation, attempt to see if any of the electronic devices are operable?
I did not.
You did not?
I did not.
Okay.
They were collected along with the power cords. We have a specialized unit within the sheriff's office that would look through any electronics, but I don't personally do that.
Have you ever done that?
No.
No. So you're not familiar with whether or not, if they're first reviewed by law enforcement for law enforcement to then determine?
Yeah,
If there's
I
anything-
just collect it.
Okay. I'll return these.
Okay.
And I will continue with set P 1 through 50.
So item P, composite 1 through 50.
Yes.
You may proceed.
Before I go with these photographs, did you, the items that were collected from the home that day, you said there were a few items that you collected because of information that came from another detective?
That's correct.
And there was a large amount of items in all of those photographs. And I believe one of the items that you were told to collect as evidence was a water bottle.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. But there were no other cups collected during your investigation there.
Not at that time, no.
Okay. Do you recall? I'm sorry. You were also the one who photographed the second set of photos at that property?
Yes.
Okay. We'll get to them in a little
Well,
bit.
Second set, meaning
On another day.
no. That was my only time was at that day.
Your only time was that day?
Yes, sir.
At Dubloom?
Sir.
Okay. Publishing P11. Mr. Becker, do you see the items in the car there?
I do.
Which of them did you determine to be of any evidentiary value?
I don't recall. I'd have to look at my report to see if I collected the shoes from the front. I don't recall. But there were a few stains on the driver's seat. I don't know if you could see it in that photo.
A few stains on the driver's seat?
Yes.
Let me go to the next photo. We'll see if we see those. Publishing P12. I'm sorry. You said there are a few stains on that driver's seat?
There were. I don't know if it's in that photo. I think it may have been more on the back of the chair.
Okay. Let's look at the items just sitting on the floor. There is a hand sanitizer bottle or a soap bottle. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you think that would have been of any evidentiary value?
I have no idea.
Do you think a bottle like that could have had fingerprints taken from it?
Objection, Judge. Speculation.
Well, I'll caution the witness not to speculate, but if he knows based on his training and experience, he can answer the question.
Yes. Seeing how this is the victim's vehicle, we kind of knew who was involved at this point, so we limited our search to things that would precisely put those two people in the car. So we're not going to look at everything within the car in order to potentially gain a fingerprint or a possible DNA swab. We would be overdoing it at that point.
Okay. You said this is the victim's vehicle. At that point, had you made some kind of determination as to my guilt or innocence?
No.
Okay. So, in your professional opinion, could a soap or sanitizer bottle have prints lifted from it?
It could.
Okay. Moving to publishing P16. Mr. Becker, there's a few more items in the center console there. Looks like a McDonald's Frappuccino cup, a Dasani water bottle, and a pack of maybe dried cranberries. Do you see those three items?
I do.
And do you know if any three of those were collected?
Again, I'd have to look at my report.
Okay. If they were not, would any of those three items be able to have fingerprints lifted from them?
They could, yes.
Okay. Photograph P18, publishing. Mr. Becker, in this photograph, do you see a styrofoam platter with looks like a pancake or maybe something else on it?
Yes.
Okay. Could that styrofoam platter have been processed for fingerprints?
It could have.
Okay. Do you recall if that styrofoam platter was collected into evidence?
I don't believe so.
Publishing P19. Mr. Becker, do you see in this photograph a few more water bottles, a pack of cigarettes, and some trash in the door?
I do.
Do you believe that most of those items could also have been submitted for fingerprint analysis?
They could.
Thank you. Publishing P28. Mr. Becker, do you see on that back seat there on the floor, do you see a belt?
Yes.
Do you know if that was collected into evidence?
I don't recall.
Do you, at this point, know what some of the allegations are in this case?
No.
Do you know it was a kidnapping?
No.
How would you then say that this is a victim?
Well, we have a person who's been removed. It's not up to me to say if they're kidnapped or not. It's not my line of work.
So if you don't know any of the initial allegations against the defendant, how do you determine what to collect and what not to collect?
We just make our best guess.
Okay. So if some things were missed, that would not have been, that would have been just an error?
Yeah, it's an imperfect science. We do the best we can with what information we have.
Okay. Also in that photograph is a white tote bag. Do you recall seeing that in the vehicle when you photographed
do.
it?
Mm-hmm.
And could either the belt or the white tote bag have either some value as to prints or DNA evidence?
It could.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Publishing P30. Mr. Becker, that is the white tote bag open, correct?
That is correct.
That's your hand holding it open?
That's correct.
And did you happen to take any of those items out and photograph them?
I don't believe so.
No. Do you believe anything in there could could provide fingerprint or DNA analysis?
Yes, I do.
And do you remember why you didn't check anything in that bag?
I think we knew who it belonged to.
Okay. But does that need much?
Objection, judge, speculation.
I'll sustain. Move on.
Publishing P31. All right, Mr. Becker, there are a large number of items in this back seat. Do you see a variety of color binders or folders?
I think that's what that is, yes.
Okay. And do you see a pack of, it looks like baby wipes?
Mm-hmm.
Do you see, I'm sorry, not yet in that photograph. Do you believe that the baby wipes package or the other items that were not collected have any potential DNA or fingerprint analysis opportunity?
They could.
They could. And publishing P32. Mr. Becker, there's a McDonald's cup and maybe a coffee mug sitting there in the third row, in a cup holder. Did you happen to inspect the contents of either one of those?
I did not.
You did not. And was there any reason you decided not to check either of those two items?
Never having seen this vehicle before, it looked a little bit messy. It is not unlike my normal routine to find trash in people's cars, so I don't go about inspecting every piece of trash.
Okay. Do you recall what kind of substance may have been in that McDonald's cup?
Could have been iced tea. I don't know.
That's probably correct. Thank you, sir. Publishing P36. Mr. Becker, do you see the pink, kind of shiny book sitting there?
Yes.
Did you happen to read through it or look through it at all and take photographs of the contents?
I believe it was collected. I don't remember going through it, though.
Okay. Is it typical that if you collect a book or a package of papers that you would photograph every page?
Not typical, no.
Not typical? Okay, thank you. Okay, and publishing P39. Mr. Becker, there's a suitcase there, correct?
That's correct.
And do you see the pile of clothing on the right of that suitcase?
I do.
Was that pile of clothing put into evidence?
I believe a few items of it were.
A few items of it?
Yes.
Do you recall if your report just says clothing from trunk?
It may.
Okay. And if it says clothing from trunk, should all of that clothing be in evidence?
It should.
Okay. And if anything was missing from that evidence, would it that would be a mistake?
If anything, I'm not following your question.
You said if your statement says clothing from trunk, and clearly that is the clothing from trunk, but not all of that clothing would be in the evidence, would that be a mistake?
If it was, you mean outside of the suitcase?
Yes.
Yeah, outside of the suitcase. If it was clothing that came from the trunk, it should be.
It should all be there.
That's correct.
Okay.
There was one piece that was separated, which was the green sweater.
Yes. Okay. And did you feel that all of that clothing was important?
No, I think I remember it being wet, so I think that's why it was treated differently.
Okay. And was it muddy?
I don't recall mud.
You don't recall?
It's possible.
Okay. Publishing P40. And Mr. Becker, do you see the contents of that? What appears to be inside the suitcase?
Yes.
And did you go through the contents of this suitcase?
I'm sure I did. I don't recall.
Is there a reason why this is the only photograph of the inside of that suitcase?
Yeah, I don't know how many photographs you have, if you have all of what I took or not. So.
We do.
And Judge, he does not. There are multiple photographs the state collected. The state chose certain photographs to introduce.
All right, let's move on.
Okay. Did you feel it was unimportant to put any of this clothing into evidence?
So I don't really make every determination about what goes and what gets submitted into evidence or not. I'm working with, at this particular time, Detective Garcia.
Okay.
He has a lot more information about the case than I do. So my role in this is really just to document and collect what he thinks and collect what I think may be relevant.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall if any of that property was put into evidence?
I don't think anything from the suitcase was placed into evidence.
Okay. And publishing P46. Mr. Becker, do you see a pack of documents there on the carpet?
I do.
And did you happen to go through any of those documents?
I may have. I don't recall.
Okay. But if you had done that, you didn't find anything of potentially evidentiary value?
I don't recall. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I'll return these photographs.
Your Honor, I'm using Exhibits V
As in Victor, 1 through 10.
Thank you.
Mr. Becker, I'd just like to talk to you about the last set of photographs that you took in the hospital.
Okay.
Do you recall what time you took the photographs?
It's probably a little bit after 6 o'clock in the evening.
6 o'clock in the evening?
After that, 6:05, 6:10 approximately.
Publishing V2. Mr. Becker, so that is the condition that you found me in at 6 o'clock in the evening?
That's correct.
Publishing V3. Mr. Becker, when I arrived, was I awake or sedated?
I can't speak to
sleeping. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a medical professional.
Was I awake?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know.
Okay. And from that photograph, the last photograph, you saw that there was a bandage on my neck,
That's correct.
and that was placed there by medical staff.
That's correct.
Publishing photo V6. Tell me what you see in that photograph, Mr. Becker.
That's me removing the bandage.
It's you removing the bandage.
Yes.
Okay. You didn't ask for anyone from the hospital to assist you?
I asked if I had permission to do that, and they said sure. So there's just a couple pieces of flimsy tape.
Okay. Publishing photo V8. Mr. Becker, those are what look to be a pair of boxer shorts.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know if those were collected and put into evidence?
They were.
Okay. That's all of these pictures. I'll return them to the clerk. Thank you. Mr. Becker, at the hospital, were you accompanied by anyone?
I believe there were deputies present, but I don't recall if there was a detective there or not.
Okay. And at the second set of photographs, which was the cop photographs of the vehicle, do you recall who was helping you with that?
That would have been Detective Moises Garcia, and I believe my squad partner was there, maybe just to hold a bag or something like that if I was to collect something from that vehicle.
Okay, and Moises Garcia then would have been the other detective who also made some decisions about what to and what not to collect?
That's correct.
Okay. No further questions, Ryan.
All right. Thank you. Read it.
Yes, Judge. Mr. Becker, prior to documenting a scene, are you given a brief summary of what is known about the facts of the case or an investigation at that point?
Yes, and oftentimes it's very brief.
So I assume, is it safe to say that the information that you knew on the 12th when you were photographing and documenting the scene at Dubloom was much less information than you had of the photographs at the time you took the photographs on the 13th?
It was.
So let's talk about the vehicle for a little bit. When you documented the photographs of the vehicle, were you aware of the individuals, the victim and the defendant, had been located in that vehicle?
That's correct.
So if they had been located in that vehicle, would you anticipate on finding their prints in that vehicle?
Absolutely.
So if a print was found, say, on a hand sanitizer bottle, fair to say it's not going to say whether or not it would prove they were in the vehicle?
That's correct.
Okay. Are you aware of anything else that would prove other than that?
No.
Okay. Let's talk about the letters, though. At the time when you were documenting the scene of that vehicle and you took photographs of those letters, you collected those letters, did you know who wrote those letters at that time?
I did not.
So did you decide to determine if there were prints on those letters to determine if the person who wrote those letters left their prints behind?
That's the reason.
Okay. On the Is it fair to say that you, of the home of the doubloon, you took a couple hundred photographs?
Yeah, that's probably accurate.
And of the victim's vehicle, you took 70 photographs?
Sounds accurate.
Do photographs sometimes overlap, or are they duplicative in nature?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Nothing further, Judge.
May this witness be released by the state
He's released, Judge.
and released by the defense?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. You may be released as a witness at this time. You're welcome. I will ask the state to please call your next witness.
Ricky Navarro.
Navarro. Good morning and welcome. Wherever you're comfortable, if you'll face me and raise your right hand to be sworn. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. If you'll follow the bailiff now to the ramp, please watch your step. And then just go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. The microphone in front of you is fully adjustable. You may proceed.
Sir, can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Beg your pardon?
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Ricky Navarro, RICKY,
And where are you employed, sir?
I'm a forensic print analyst for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been a forensic print specialist for the Sheriff's Office?
November of this year will be 21 years with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
And were you a print specialist for other agencies?
Yes, ma'am.
And for what agency?
From September of 1969 to February of 1977, I worked for the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Washington, D.C., in the fingerprint section. From March 1st of 1977 to November 1st of 2001, I worked for the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation, Latent Evidence Section, Crime Laboratory in Raleigh, North Carolina, where I retired from before I came down here.
And what do you do as a latent print specialist?
I examine fingerprint evidence submitted by our crime scene technicians or law deputies to determine if those latent prints are of value for comparison purposes. Does that latent print contain a sufficient amount of information that I would be able to either identify or eliminate the contributor of that print? If that print is of quality for comparison purposes, then I will compare those prints to known sets of inked impressions and either eliminate an individual or identify an individual as being the contributor of that latent print.
Now, during your career as a latent print specialist, have you received specific training for identifying prints?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And have you had, during your career, the occasion to qualify or testify as an expert witness in latent prints specialty?
In state and federal court, Virginia, North Carolina, and Florida, I've qualified as an expert in excess of 500 times.
Your Honor, the state will tender the witness.
Mr. Summers, any questions of this witness regarding his experience?
No, I accept. Thank you.
All right, you may proceed.
Sir, is it possible for a person to touch one object and leave a print, but then touch a different type of an object and not leave a print?
Yes, it is possible to touch an object and leave a print, or touch an object and not leave a print. On the palmar surface of the hands and soles and toes of the feet, you have skin that is different from the skin on any other part of your body. It's got raised areas called friction ridges. Inside these friction ridges are sweat pores. There's approximately 2,700 sweat pores per square inch. They're constantly secreting body fluids, sweat, perspiration, salts, amino acids. When the hand comes in contact with another object, you make a transfer of those chemicals from the hands to the object that is being touched. Now, if a person was to go into the bathroom and wash their hands really well, dry them, come back out, and those hands haven't had time to either become contaminated or the sweat pores haven't had time to extrude the sweat, perspiration, you can actually touch something and not leave a fingerprint because you don't have anything on your hands to make the transfer. The condition of the item that is being touched has something to do with the print being able to be identified or retrieved. For example, you take a Coke can out of a container, you put it in the refrigerator. Later on, that print was on that can when it went into the refrigerator. Later that day, you take that Coke can out and you set it on the table. Condensation builds up on that Coke can. The latent print is made up of 98.5 to 99.5% water. Water in the condensation, once that condensation evaporates away, it takes the fingerprint with it. So there's a lot of reasons you can touch something and not leave a print, or touch something and not leave an identifiable print.
And sir, do two people have the same prints?
It's never been found that two individuals have the same print. It's never been found that one individual has the same print on two different fingers. Each fingerprint is unique to each fingerprint itself.
So the fingerprint on your thumb would be different than, say, the fingerprint on your pinky finger?
That's correct.
Okay. And what about your palm prints? Are those also different than your other palm print on the other hand?
Palm prints are unique to themselves. It's never been found that two individuals, separate individuals, have the same palm print.
And what are you looking for when trying to identify a latent print to then compare to a known print?
The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to examine the latent print, and I'm going to try to gather all the information I can from that latent print. First, does it have a pattern type? There are three basic pattern types in a finger. There's arches, loops, and whorls. An arch is where the ridge detail enters on one side of the finger, goes toward the center, makes a slight rise, and exits the opposite side from which it enters. A loop is a ridge that enters on one side, goes toward the center of the finger, recurves, and goes back out the same side it entered. It could enter from the right or the left. A whorl is like a bullseye target. The ridges go in a circular motion. Those are the three basic pattern types. So when I'm looking at a latent print, I want to see what pattern type it is. Can I determine the pattern type? Sometimes you can, sometimes you cannot determine the pattern type of the print. Next thing I want to do is I want to note the ridge flow. How, again, is the ridges entering from the left, recurving and going out to again to the left. And the whorl, I want to know what the ridge flow is on the whorl. Once I've made that determination and that I know that that print is of sufficient quantity and quality for comparison purposes, then I will take the fingerprint card, and let's say I'm looking for a loop type pattern that has the ridges coming in on the left and exited on the left. I'm going to visually examine the fingerprint card to see if there are any ridge detail making that type of pattern and has that ridge flow. Once I find a finger that is consistent in pattern type and ridge flow, then I start looking for the unique identifiable characteristics in the fingerprint. There are 5 basic unique identifiable characteristics in a fingerprint. A ridge that forms and doesn't go anywhere, just forms into a dot. Then there's a short ridge. That's where you're going to see where it abruptly starts and where it abruptly ends. An ending ridge is where you don't see where it starts, but you see where it abruptly ends. A bifurcation would be a ridge that runs for a distance and then splits into 2 ridges. And a ridge island would be a ridge that runs for a distance, splits into 2 ridges, a short distance later comes back into 1 ridge again. Now everybody has those unique identifiable characteristics in their fingers. Once I've got the pattern type and the ridge flow consistent, and I start looking at the unique identifiable characteristics in the latent lift, if I've got a dot, 2 solid ridges, and a bifurcation that is opening toward the right, and I go down to the known impression, I must have that dot, 2 bifurcations, and 2 solid ridges and a bifurcation that open to the right. So all the unique identifiable characteristics must be in the same relationship on the latent and the inked impression, and at that point in time, you can say, yes, that person did make the print, or no, that person did not make the latent print.
May I first witness? Mr. Navarro, I'm showing you what's been already entered into evidence as State's Exhibit T1, T2, and then what's been pre-marked into evidence as State's Exhibit U. Have you had an opportunity to review T1, T2, and U prior to today?
Yes, ma'am.
As far as T1 and T2, are those considered the latent prints?
Yes, ma'am. These are the latent prints. These are images of the latent prints that were processed with a chemical, and since it can't be lifted with a piece of tape and put onto a print card or a lift card, it has to be photographed to make a permanent record of the impression as it appeared on that piece of evidence. This would be a paper type item, so it was treated with a chemical. The chemical went in, reacted to the fingerprint, caused the fingerprint to become visible, and it was scanned into the computer.
And then as far as State's Exhibit U, pre-marked as State's Exhibit U, do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
How do you recognize it?
State's Exhibit number U are the fingerprints of Summers that I took on 5/7/19 in this case.
Did you come to court to take those of Mr. Summers?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you see Mr. Summers in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you please point to him and describe what he is wearing?
He's wearing a looks like a gray type sweater or top.
Your Honor, would you please let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant? And so, Mr. Navarro, did you compare the prints that you took of Mr. Summers? Oh, I'm sorry, Judge. I'll strike that question. And at this time, Mr. Navarro, are the prints that you rolled of State's Exhibit U in the same or substantially same condition as when you rolled them back in May of 2019?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
At this time, the State would move into evidence State's Exhibit U.
Mr. Summers, any objection to you? No, Your Honor. You will be admitted.
Mr. Navarro, do you then compare those prints that you took of Mr. Summers, being the known prints, to the latent prints in T1 and T2?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And were you able to make an identification?
Yes, ma'am. In State's Exhibit number T1 contained one latent fingerprint of value for identification purposes. Comparing it to the fingerprints in State's Exhibit U, I was able to identify the right thumbprint of Mr. Summers.
And if I could, Mr. Navarro, I'll retrieve those so I can put them on the Elmo. And so we're looking at T1. The print that has an arrow pointing to it, is that the thumbprint that you identified?
That is correct.
Okay, and then if we're looking at State's Exhibit U, you said it was the right thumbprint?
That is correct.
Okay, and are you putting the latent print side by side of the known prints when you are conducting your observations?
Yes, what I will do is I will take and I will fold the latent print in such a manner that I fold right next to it, and then I'm able to place that right next to the finger that I want to compare it with. I put a 4-power magnifier on top of both of them, and I look at the latent or the inked. I look at the unique identifiable characteristics, and I note the position of those unique identifiable characteristics to each other.
And then in regards to State's Exhibit T2, what known print of Trevor Summers were you able to identify in State's Exhibit T2?
T2 contained 2 latent fingerprints of value for identification purposes. In other words, it was placed down 2 times in the same area, and I was able to identify the left thumbprint of Mr. Summers as making both of those latent fingerprints of value.
And again, are those identified by the little arrows that we see towards the bottom of the photograph at the end, or bottom where we would have the ruler?
That is correct. That's pointing to each of the latent fingerprints that I noted of value and identified.
May I have a moment, Judge?
Absolutely.
The State will pass the witness.
Cross-examination, Mr. Summers?
Sure. Thank you. Hello, Mr. Navarro.
Good afternoon.
Can
morning.
you tell me what the state provided you with to analyze?
The crime scene processed some evidence. I didn't do the processing. Once they noted that there was rich detail on some papers, they downloaded those images into a computer we call VeraPic. Now, I can go into VeraPic and I can bring up those images. I cannot alter the image that's in VeraPic originally. I can retrieve it and I can process that, but the one that's in there from crime scene cannot be altered or changed in any way, form, or fashion. So I retrieve the images processed by crime scene, and those I was able to make my comparison from those and do all the markings that I needed to do.
Okay. Mr. Navarro, do you remember what was in, is it a folder in VeraPic?
In the computer system?
Yes, is it a folder?
It's in a file system. It's under the sheriff's office file number, which in this case would have been 2017 176699. The VeraPic images would have been in that sheriff's office case number, and I retrieve it from there.
Okay. Do you recall what was in that file that you had to, what images or what exactly was in that file? Can you give us an inventory?
I don't remember how many images were in that file. I went through all the images in the file and only retrieved those that contained information that I could examine. If it didn't have any ridge detail, or if the ridge detail was not of quality, then I didn't retrieve it. I didn't print it out. Only those that were of value.
Okay. And so you did not receive any original items, and you did not receive any original items?
I received latent lifts other than what we have been testifying to so far. We've been testifying to the images from VeraPic. I also received an envelope that was processed by Becker that these images were processed with fingerprint powder. Tape was put over the top of them, lifted, and then put onto a lifting card.
Okay, so you did receive some physical evidence as well.
I do have some latent prints on those that are of value for identification purposes.
Okay. Did you receive any originals of the documents that you were taking the lifts from?
The documents, the paper items, I never received the paper items. I only had the after processing.
Okay. And to the best of your knowledge, it was Mr. Becker that did the lifts for you? That did the processing?
Yes, Mr. Becker did the chemical processing and also did the lifts.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Summers. Redirect.
Procedure. Mr. Navarro, when you're looking at, in this case, when in VeraPic, looking at the files that were uploaded, you indicated that some were of value. What does that mean?
Now, in the VeraPic, all latent prints of value were identified.
Okay.
In the powdered lifts, the ones that Becker lifted with fingerprint powder, there are prints of value in that envelope that did not belong to Mr. Summers and have never been identified.
Okay, but what do you mean by of value?
Of value means there's a sufficient amount of information in it and sufficient detail that if I had a known set of inked impressions that I would be able to identify those latent prints. These latent prints that were powder processed were searched through the local automated fingerprint identification system, They were searched through the state automated fingerprint identification system, and they were searched through the federal automated fingerprint identification system, and no identifications were made on any of them.
Mr. Navarro, if the latent prints were considered to be of no value, do you further analyze those?
No, once I make my examination, visual examination, before I make my comparison, if that ridge detail or that whatever's on there does not contain a sufficient amount of information, it's finished. I've come to a conclusion that it's of no value. I cannot identify it. Doesn't make any difference whose fingerprints I have. There's not enough information there to either identify or eliminate that print.
And then lastly, Mr. Navarro, did the lead detective in this case provide you with known prints of the homeowner, Alisa Summers, or any of her children?
Best that I remember, I did not receive any fingerprints from anybody else to compare in this case.
Okay, thank you, sir. I have nothing further.
May this witness be released by the state?
Yes.
And by the defense?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. You may be released as a witness at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Deputy Estea, the lunch is not there yet, right? But it'll be there shortly. They're going to go pick it up at 12. Let me ask Ms. Johnson, in order to maximize efficiency, I don't mind letting you call your next witness. I don't suspect we'll be able to finish the next witness before the lunch gets here, though.
I actually think we might.
Okay.
I have
Then
to
let's
recall one witness with about 3 questions to ask. We would recall Arden Summers.
Arden Summers. Back. Ms. Summers, just in an abundance of caution, I'm going to go ahead and swear you in again. You will raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am. If you'll follow the bailiff now back to the witness chair, please watch your step. Go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable, and that microphone in front of you is fully adjustable. Thank you. You may proceed.
Mr. I apologize for having to bring you back yesterday. Late in the evening you testified, and I forgot to follow up on a couple of questions. I wanted to ask you about the writing on the wall at your mother's house and a Kool-Aid incident. Can you tell me about how that happened at her house?
I don't remember when exactly it was. I believe it was a weekend shortly after I had decided I was going to stay with my dad, after I had found out that my mom was dating someone. I had gone to my mom's house with the spare key I had at the time and was going to grab some of my belongings. And that's when I wrote on the walls in the living room, because I was upset about my mom moving on at the time and the divorce, and had taken a picture of orange Kool-Aid and dumped it on her bed.
Did you also write on her wall in her bedroom?
I don't remember if there was any writing in the bedroom.
I'm sorry? Okay. Publishing a 49, thanks for being an asshole. Is that what you wrote?
Yes.
Okay. And that pink A and the side of the armoire, does that orient you to it being in the bedroom, your
Yes.
mother's bedroom, the bedroom that you would share with her when you would stay over at times?
Yes.
Okay. And you did that because you were upset that she was dating someone?
Correct.
Okay. Who was with you when you did that?
If I remember correctly, my dad was with me.
Your dad?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if anybody else was with you?
I don't remember if anyone else was there.
Okay. When you had originally stated on direct examination, we were talking about the text messages, and that you had shown the detective when they were interviewing you text messages that had occurred from March 9th about you guys had planned to do this the night before, but it didn't work out because you got in a fight with your mom and you left.
Correct.
Did you also show law enforcement the text messages that we went over last night that they photographed?
I didn't go through them specifically during the interview with the detectives. They went over those later, but it was not brought up during the interview.
Okay. But you showed your phone to law enforcement so they could take those photographs?
Correct.
Okay. And then you were also asked on cross-examination about the defendant communicating with your mother on your phone.
Yes.
Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Would he act like he was himself, or would he pretend to be you when he would communicate with your mom from your phone?
He would pretend to be me.
Okay. What was the purpose of that?
I don't exactly remember the purpose, but most likely just to communicate with her.
But she would not have known she was communicating with the defendant because he was pretending to be you. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever see the contents of these questions? Was he be asking her about her dating life and things like that?
I do remember that.
That's not evidence.
Well, that objection overruled.
Did you ever see the text messages?
I did, yes. I don't remember the contents, though.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Summers, any cross?
Just a couple. Yes.
Okay.
Hi, Arden. Just a quick on what Ms. Johnson asked you. On that day that I drove you over to your mother's house to get some belongings from your house, do you remember if I was sitting out in our vehicle in the street or in the driveway?
I don't remember specifically.
Do you remember if anyone else was with you?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? And as far as communications with your mother, was it limited to text messages, or do you remember phone calls or any kind of, say, Facebook or other applications?
I only remember text messages.
Okay. And I think that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Any redirect of this witness?
Nothing for redirect, Judge.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you.
I don't know that the lunch is back there, but it's probably on the way. So, I wanted to maximize efficiency of the break, but I hate to get started and then in 2 minutes it's there. So we'll let you go back and settle down, and the lunch will be there momentarily. Is that correct? All right. So we're going to take our lunch break. We'll do it until 12:30 unless you all are ready to come back in before that. Please do not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please do not do any research related to the case. All rise for the jury. May be seated. So 12:30-ish, you all need to have a lunch. What's the expected end time? Are we still on track? Relatively short, or?
There's a recorded interview with one of them that's 40 minutes long, and there'll be brief testimony surrounding that from the state, and then the other witness I don't anticipate being longer than 20-25 minutes.
All right. So it sounds like this afternoon. Was there anything else that was introduced that wasn't published at the time it was introduced that you intend to publish before you rest?
Yes, Judge. I have to publish the letters will be published in full because they were just shown. They were not read into the record. And the videos from the victim's iPhone are going to be published.
How long are those videos?
They're seconds.
All right. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Have a nice lunch. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Summers. Anything from the defense?
I just wanted to clarify. She said that the interview was going to be 40 minutes long. I believe we agreed to a redacted version. Are you playing the whole thing or the redacted one?
I'm playing the redactions that Mr. Marchese and I have agreed upon.
So it's 40 minutes after the redactions. It was
Yes.
longer before the redactions.
Correct.
Does that clarify it, Mr. Summers?
I no, because I believe it was 41 minutes, and
There was only a minute worth of redactions.
No, I can put it in right now and let the court know. I mean, all the redactions have been
No,
made. I've provided a copy to the defendant.
But that is the redacted version.
Yes, we have gone through multiple redactions in this case, putting
Okay.
things out, back in, out, back in. I thought it was about 40 minutes, but I can verify right now.
Oh, okay. All right.
And Your Honor, the one, I'm seeing 3 outstanding witnesses. Are we not bringing one of them?
I'm sorry?
Are you comfortable announcing who, if anyone you're not calling?
Detective Steele and Sergeant Steele and Sergeant Romeo are being called.
Are being called.
Correct.
All right. Anyone else who was on the list who hasn't been called, you don't intend to call?
We have released them, Judge, to stay with your deadline.
What
they are not
deadline?
needed. They are not needed.
Okay. What deadline? You said you were going to finish on Thursday. I don't have a deadline.
That's our deadline.
I'm available all next week.
Our deadline is today. We don't need to.
I didn't give you that deadline.
I understand. We are putting on everybody we need to put on to prove this case.
And he's got a bunch of witnesses too, and there's also the possibility of him testifying. That's something we'll discuss at some time during your case in chief, whether you intend to testify or not. But we'll see where we get at the end of the day. We still got all day tomorrow. We'll go late tonight. Sorry, Mia. But we'll see how far we get before I ask them whether they're available next week. Anything else, Mr. Summers?
No, Your Honor. When we do get to whether or not I may testify, I'd just like to ask about how you would like me to produce that as a narrative or.
That is traditionally how we do it. However, the state would have the opportunity to object if you start talking about things that they don't believe are relevant, and then I would rule on it, or any other things that they don't believe are admissible pursuant to the rules of evidence, and I would rule on those objections as you're testifying in a narrative.
Yes, Your Honor. I'll make that decision after all of the
Absolutely. That's wise. All right. Anything else? All right. Thank you. Have a nice lunch. You were going to tell us how long the video is.
I need some assistance.
Uh-oh. Well, we're just cutting it. We'll tell us after we come back for lunch. It doesn't really matter.
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, it matters for Mr. Summers to know compared to what he thought the original time was. But we'll announce it when we come back after the break. Right? Was it 2?
Correct.
And you're ready to call the next one?
Yes, Judge. Make sure you got there. But
All right. Hold on. Wait till she comes. I'm going to ask you, Mr. Summers, if you have anything, but wait till Ms. Johnson comes back in. Excellent. So you are ready. State's ready? Mr. Summers, anything from the defense?
Your Honor, I just wanted to ask.
Yes.
You asked the state about kind of the time of finishing up and things, but maybe what I think or what I'm asking doesn't matter. But I wanted to know approximately what time you might think of wrapping up tonight, so I can kind of.
I'm going to leave it up to the jury again. Ask them how late. I guess a good indication is they said 8 last night. And if they say the same, I'm fine. I mean, I was exhausted when I got home last night after working 12 hours. But in order to try to get it done, I'm willing to keep going. I don't know. Mia, do you have a backup tonight?
I'm fine.
You sure?
yes.
Sometime between 6 and 8 is the best I can tell you.
Okay, Your Honor, my request just comes from
I know. You're trying to get your witnesses in order, and I understand that.
Yes, and I'm still evaluating whether or not I would testify, and I was
Understand.
hoping to have the night to evaluate that.
You will have every opportunity. I am not gonna put you in a position where you'll have to rest your case tonight. And when you testify in relation to other witnesses is absolutely your call. I know that you're talking, and actually it's a good time to put it on the record. Have you had the opportunity to talk to and have Mr. Marchese available to you during breaks?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Again, your decision. But usually, if a defendant testifies, they testify last after all the other witnesses. It doesn't mean you have to do that. There's no rule on that. But I promise you that I will not put you in a situation where you won't have tonight to think about whether you're going to testify or not. I want you to have as much time as possible. But we may be in a situation where that's the first thing tomorrow morning, depending on how late we go and how much we get done today.
Okay.
Does that work for you?
That would be great. If I finish up then at 5:30, 6 o'clock, that's okay?
It is absolutely okay. We will go home early. We'll come back tomorrow and ask you whether you intend to testify.
Okay. And the last thing I had, Your Honor...
No objection from the state, correct?
The last thing I had, Your Honor, is I did intend to call Detective Steele, but I was not able to get him. If the state objects to me calling him as a witness, I just want to know now. If not, I can serve him.
Is there? I don't know what the state's position is on whether they can. I understand you said you released him. He's not there. He is not under his subpoena. Is there a position of the state regarding reaching out to him to make him available at all?
Detective
I'm not
Steele?
asking you to do it, but I'm asking if you have a position.
Detective Steele?
Is that the one you're talking about?
Yes, Detective Steele.
He's our next
No,
witness.
he is testifying.
Yes, and I was asking if I could also have him as a defense witness.
Yeah, we won't release him. I won't release
Judge, the
him.
issue is it was only subpoenaed by me for this week. He is not available next week. He has made that clear to me.
Okay.
So,
I would only need him today.
Yeah, not a problem. Yeah, perfect. When he's done, I'll let him know that he's not released. Not an issue. You're welcome. State ready?
yes, Your Honor.
Defense ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's get the jury. Where'd my water go? Jury is present and seated. Everyone else may be seated this time. Gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed the break and your lunch. We are going to pick up where we left off, and I'm going to ask the state to please call their next witness.
State call Sergeant Steele.
Sergeant Steele. I'm losing my pen. Sergeant Steele, good afternoon and welcome, sir. If you'll come forward to be sworn wherever you're comfortable, if you'll face me and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God? Thank you. If you'll follow the bailiff now, thank you. To the witness, the ramp that leads up to the witness stand, please watch your step. When you get to the chair, go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone in front of you is fully adjustable. Thank you. You may proceed, Ms. Johnson.
Good afternoon, Sergeant. Can you please state your first and your last name, spelling your last name for the record?
Christopher Steele. Last name is Steele.
And how are you currently employed?
I'm a sergeant with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office in the District 3 Investigations Unit.
How long have you been employed with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
15 years.
And what do you do in your current assignment and duty? Or what are your current duties in your current assignment?
I am the sergeant over the Investigations and Intelligence section of District 3, which is up by Citrus Park Mall. I'm over 15 detectives, 2 deputies, and 2 corporals, and 2 civilians that work in that section investigating latent crimes and intelligence or gathering for other incidents that are not assigned to a specific division, not like homicide or sex crimes or things like that. So pretty much everything else is ours.
Was that your assignment back in March of 2017?
No, ma'am.
What was your assignment then?
So this particular weekend, I was actually transferring from the violent crime section within the criminal investigations division to the homicide section of the criminal investigations division. So March 13th was my first day in homicide.
And what was your rank then?
Detective.
And what were your duties just prior to that weekend?
So
what was your assignment and duties prior to that weekend?
That was with the violent crime section. We followed up on adult sex crimes, any type of severe injury during a person's crime or something of that nature, robbery or aggravated battery, aggravated assault, that type of those types of incidents we investigated.
And what rank were you moving into in homicide?
It's the same rank. It's actually a lateral transfer. It's just a different type of case that you're working.
And I assume in the homicide unit you are investigating homicides.
Correct.
Okay. Ultimately, did you become involved in an investigation, a kidnapping investigation involving a suspect, Trevor Summers?
Yes, I did.
And when is it that you initially became involved?
So it would have been Sunday morning, very early. It's 12:30 in the morning. I got a phone call advising me to respond to the incident scene.
And this is on the 12th then?
Yes, ma'am.
And ultimately, were you signed as the lead detective in this case?
That is accurate.
And you were on the homicide unit, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was your first or initial assignment regarding this investigation?
So initially I was requested to respond to the incident scene of Dubloom, and so I responded to that address before being there for a short period and leaving.
Did you do anything while you were at the Dubloom residence?
I did observe the residence overall, single family residence in a neighborhood. I walked around the outside of the house, didn't see anything that was any signs of obvious forced entry to the residence. But then shortly thereafter, I was asked to go complete a sequential photographic lineup. When
you say you didn't see any signs of forced entry, what do you mean by that?
Well, so there was a screen that was removed from a window, leaned up against the house. It's not necessarily typical. Normally most screens are in place, but it's not like it was grossly damaged or anything. There was no broken glass, like someone shattered a window to get in. The door appeared to be intact. It's not like it was busted off the trim or anything like that. So no obvious signs of someone forcing their way into the home.
Did you receive any initial information upon your arrival at the 1412 Dubloom residence from any supervisors?
So I would have received a brief statement of the incident from the Sergeant Johnson who called me in, but the most information I would have gotten was when I responded to the scene and got there to the deputy who advised of a potential kidnapping that had occurred a few hours prior at the Walgreens, and this was what was indicated to me as the victim's residence that I was responding to.
Okay. Then you said you were then diverted to CID to prepare a photo pack.
Well, initially I was asked to show a sequential photographic lineup to one of the witnesses. So I responded to the Criminal Investigations Division where I believed I was going to meet with that witness. Upon my arrival there, my duties changed to putting together the sequential lineup to then have another detective show it to that witness.
Okay. Had you already received more information than maybe another detective, such as Detective Watson, at that point to be able to show the photo pack?
Yes, myself and Detective Watson both got called in around the same time. So he responded to one address, I responded to Dew Bloom. So when it came to me putting together the photo lineup to get someone other than myself to show it, I requested Detective Watson to respond.
Understood. When, how do you go about preparing this photograph or this photo pack?
So in the lineup, our goal is to find 5 fillers that are consistent with the possible suspect that we're looking to identify. The purpose of the photo pack is there's no direct knowledge of the suspect to the witness. So this is an opportunity for them to view an array of photographs to then see if they can identify the suspect or who they think the person is they're identifying as the suspect in the photo pack.
Were you told who the suspect was?
Yes.
And who was that?
Trevor Summers.
And so how did you go about preparing a photo pack to include the photograph of Trevor Summers?
I retrieved a photograph of Mr. Summers, and I then found similar fillers that were the same race, same overall build, around the same age, and overall appearance to make sure that to make it as consistent as possible. You don't want to make them look like a twin, but you also want them to be at least similar, so you're not trying to trick or trip up the witness as they're looking at it.
Okay. And so I'm going to publish State's Exhibit E that's already been introduced into evidence. Yes, already been introduced into evidence. The first page. Do you note your handwriting at the top of the page where the date of offense and the victim's name?
Yes, I filled out the date and the name of Alisa Summers on that.
And down at the bottom, ultimately at the conclusion of showing the photo pack, did you prepare that information, the person identification, including the defendant's name, an SOID number, race, sex, and date of birth?
Yes.
Okay. Looking at photograph number 1 in the photo pack, were the photographs black and white?
Yes, they were.
And why were you the one that made the decision to choose the black marks on the mouths?
Yes. So in this particular incident, I found several fillers that were consistent with the overall appearance of the suspect, but unfortunately the only photograph I had available of Mr. Summers was with his teeth showing, which was inconsistent with some of the other ones. So to nullify that and not make him stand out from everybody else, the effort with the black bar was to conceal, that facial feature, the teeth showing in the photograph.
And ultimately, Trevor Summers, he was put in position number 5 in that photo pack. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And did you choose that position, that he was going to be in that position?
I would have.
Did you tell Detective Watson what position you had placed the suspect in?
No, I did not.
Okay. Why not?
Well, the whole reason for someone else showing the photo pack as opposed to the person that can that actually put it together is so that there's no potential bias when you're actually showing the photo lineup. So as you're showing the photographs, inherently, if you know who it is, there could be, body language or, even if you make a sigh or anything that would indicate a potential suspect, you don't want that bias to sneak in and have the witness be identifying who they think you're indicating as a suspect. So we put them in a random position, have someone completely separate actually show it, so they don't know if they're going to be making the identification or not.
When Detective Watson showed the photo pack, were you present for that?
No, ma'am.
Would that be against standard operating procedure if you were present because you had, in fact, prepared the photo pack?
That's accurate, yes.
You would have known what position the suspect was in?
Correct.
Okay. Did Detective Watson tell you whether or not the witness, Mr. Crosby, was able to make an identification?
Yes, upon returning back, he said there was an identification made.
Okay. What did you then do?
I then informed Detective Mathewson of the identification, and then we worked on different paperwork in reference to documenting what had gone on so far at the office for a short period.
Did you then leave your office and respond to another location, or did you potentially try to find evidence that maybe maybe helpful in your investigation?
Yes, we did go back to 1412 Du Bloom, which was Ms. Summers' residence, and then from there we proceeded to drive a route from Du Bloom to Newberry in an attempt to locate either video surveillance or if there was the potential Saturn that we'd be looking for on the side of the road. We stopped at several different parks. For one incident, we stopped. It was like a power line that you could gain access to from the roadway. So we went onto that and drove a little ways to see if we could attempt to locate the vehicle or any track marks or anything indicating they might have been by that direction. So we did that for a period of time until ultimately going back.
Did you find anything of value regarding your investigation on that assignment?
No, we did not.
What's the next thing you then did?
We then responded back to the 1412 Du Bloom residence. And at that point, the thought process was based on the nature of what had occurred or what was reported from Walgreens, ensuring that there was no one that would have been harmed or needing medical assistance or anything like that inside the residence. So it was a matter of going into the residence to verify that that wasn't the case.
Were you part of the individuals who entered the home to conduct a welfare check on that home?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Did you find anybody in the home?
No, we did not.
Did you conduct any search and collection of evidence?
No, ma'am. It's specifically for people or someone that might be injured or something to that effect.
Okay. This investigation at this point on March 12th of 2017, is it fair to say that it was a larger scale investigation involving multiple different divisions within the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
That would certainly be fair to say. So the initial response was from our adverse detectives, which are 2 detectives and a supervisor. They then called myself, another supervisor, and another detective in, and then from there it continued to grow as we continued to uncover the severity of what was going on. So ultimately we had most members of the violent crime section and most members of the homicide section, as well as multiple supervisors out, and to include the point of calling out the command center, which our command staff at that point, up to the colonels, were there to try to coordinate and make sure that everything was being done that we could.
What is a mobile command post?
So at large incident scenes, there's a need to have a central place to gather information and to make sure that the people that are ultimate decision makers in these incidents are informed of everything, and you can. It used to be a like an RV that was converted to the mobile command post is what we call it. Has computers and screens and maps, so that way you can determine what the next steps might be, keep track of who's done what, and then just a matter of keeping everything organized to know that we're doing everything that needs to be done.
Were there multiple deputies and detectives that were given assignments that would then relay the information back to this mobile command post, so it was all the information is coming back to one place?
Correct.
And there were detectives from the violent crimes unit as well as the homicide unit?
Correct.
But at this point, there was no known homicide. Is that correct?
No.
Why was it that the homicide unit was assisting in this investigation then?
The homicide section is also tasked with adult missing endangered adults, and based off the circumstances.
I apologize. I just want to make sure the record's clear. That is not correct, or that is correct? At this point, there was no known homicide. Is that correct? And the answer was no. There was no known. No, it's not correct, or it is correct?
No, it is correct. There was no known homicide.
Make sure.
Okay,
okay, that's what I thought, but the way it looked on the record could be confusing. So, okay.
Thank you.
So why was it that the homicide unit was assisting in this investigation?
So they are also partially charged with missing endangered adults, and the circumstances under which Ms. Summers went missing, especially with the Walgreens incident and her being restrained and put back into a vehicle, what would appear to be against her will, screaming and asking for help. There was certainly concerns, a large concern at that point of what we would be finding or not finding, and how quickly we needed to try to find her to ensure that her safety the best that we could. So the homicide section is involved at the beginning for the missing adult aspect of it, and then the fear of what we might be uncovering at the end of the investigation.
And was it made known in the beginning of the investigation from the Walgreens unit that Ms. Summers had an injunction against the Trevor Summers?
Yes.
Were there alerts sent out where tips would be coming back to this to the sheriff's office that detectives and deputies had to follow up on?
Yes, there would have been alerts, and there was a deputy assigned specifically to follow up on that information as it came in, and there was also family members and friends that would have been reaching out to try to express any information they thought might be relevant. So we had multiple people following up on many aspects of this case.
Okay. At some point, once the welfare check was done at the Dublin residence, did you respond to what later became known as the defendant's residence on the Newberry Grove Loop address?
That is correct.
And what was the purpose of going there?
So at that time, the attempt was to reach out and make contact with the Summers children to conduct an interview with them. And I don't think I had been assigned lead at that point, but I do have a background having been assigned to what was the Crimes Against Juveniles unit prior to, where I'd had, I think it was a total of 18 months, where I did, at that time, my specific assignment was interviewing children in sensitive matters as far as when they're victims of sexual assault or physical abuse or that type of thing. So that's why I specifically was tasked to go down there and help with those interviews.
And did you meet with the children at the Newberry Grove Loop residence?
Yes, we did.
And did you meet with all 5 children?
All 5 children were present. I only met with and spoke to 4 of the children.
And why only 4?
Because Cooper, the youngest, would have been too young to try to interview or try to get any information from.
Okay. And how did you go about conducting these interviews with the children?
So it was via audio recording. It's actually in the residence there at Newberry. So we talked to each of the children individually. We started with the oldest one, being Arden. So we introduced ourselves, tried to make sure that they're as least intimidated as possible in explaining the situation and why we were there. And then we go over whether or not there's a difference in the truth and the lie, and verify that they're going to tell us the truth the entire time, and then proceed into the interview.
Did during Arden's interview, did she appear to be afraid that she might get in trouble for something that had happened the early morning hours of the 11th?
Arden, at times, may have been a little concerned, but at the same time, she didn't try to hide the facts that had occurred. So she actually pulled out her phone and used it to show us text communication between her, Mr. Summers, and Landon that they used to communicate through beginning Friday afternoon into late Friday night, continuing through Saturday. And so she allowed us to view her phone, and we started to read through those messages. And as we read through those and it really shed some light on what had gone on, we proceed to ask questions from there to try to get clarification from her.
May I approach the witness, Shea?
Absolutely.
Sergeant, I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit I 1 through 66. Have you previously viewed these text messages?
Yes, I have.
And are these the text messages that you were just referencing that you were able to document during your investigation at the defendant's residence?
Yes, those are them.
And Ms. Summers, Arden Summers, she provided her phone and allowed you to photograph each and every text message?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At any time when you were there, was any law enforcement officer or any entity of the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office conducting a search of the defendant's residence, collecting items and searching for things?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Since you are the lead detective in this case, were there any pieces of evidence ever collected at the defendant's residence with regards to this investigation?
No, there was not.
Did you have any probable cause to be able to ascertain a search warrant for his residence?
No, ma'am.
Did you have any information that any evidence existed at his home?
No.
Okay. When you are interviewing, let me back up for a moment. Did the information that you received from Arden Summers and Landon Summers, is what they told you in the interview, was that corroborated by what you saw in those text messages?
Yes, very much. The only thing with Landon, when we first started to interview him, he was hesitant to give us a lot of information and gave us a story that was inconsistent with what we had gotten from Arden and with what we were reviewing on the text messages. So during his interview, I addressed with him, at this point, I don't believe you're telling me the truth, and I need you to tell me the truth and the whole truth so that I can uncover what's going on. We're trying to find your parents, that type of thing. And he expressed to me that he hadn't been truthful up front because he was concerned of what might happen to Arden.
Was that because she had driven them home?
Yes, he was concerned she'd be in trouble for driving the children back to Newberry from Dublin.
After you had told him that you had these text messages and that you needed him to be honest, did his interview, was it consistent with the text messages?
Very much so. Once he understood this wasn't about Arden and her getting in trouble and it was about finding his parents, he became very cooperative.
Okay. While you are interviewing the children, are you learning information that may be located, or evidence that may be located at that 1412 Dublin?
Yes, especially with the text messages and things like that. They were very productive interviews as far as things that need to be looked at and investigated further at Dublin.
Ultimately, was a search warrant obtained for the 1412 Dublin residence, and did crime scene investigator and crime scene detectives go in there and document and collect evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
And was information during your interviews of the children, is information being shared while those interviews are happening of possible evidence that may be beneficial?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Such as scarves had been on the defendant's body?
Yes, that was a very unique aspect of the two younger children's, Brendan and Grady's interview. It didn't make a lot of sense at the time until ultimately you get the evidence from the scene, and all of a sudden it all made sense.
At that point, had you been up all day basically for almost 24 hours on March 12th of 2017 working on this investigation?
Yes, I got up Saturday morning, and I don't think I ever went to bed before I got the phone call and went back out. So it would have been Saturday night, Sunday morning. And then,
so, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
And I continued to stay until concluding with those interviews. Once we had concluded those interviews, I had taken the phones back to Dublin to meet with the other detectives and passed those phones to Detective Sands, and then was allowed to go home to try to get some rest.
And those phones, were those the children's phones?
Yes.
Arden and Landon. Arden had two phones, and Landon had a phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you then allowed to go home and get some rest?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What were you told to do after you were relieved of your duties on the 12th?
Respond the next morning to call in and see what the assignment would be.
So that was on Monday, March 13th then?
That I called in Monday morning and was calling in to find out where I needed to respond.
Okay. And did you respond to the command post or elsewhere?
I responded to the command post. First thing that morning, I spoke to Detective Florio. He had been on it all night, and he expressed the need to have the children's scheduled for an interview at the Children's Advocacy Center. And again, because of my prior dealing with that, I knew the process and started getting those interviews scheduled as I was driving down to the command post.
And the Child Advocacy Center, is that located within Mary Lee's house?
Yes, it is.
Is that a child-friendly building where children can go and be interviewed by forensic interviewers?
Yes, ma'am.
So did you schedule those interviews for the children?
I did schedule the interviews.
Did you attend those interviews?
I did not attend the interviews, no, ma'am.
Were you given another assignment?
Yes, I was assigned to go with Detective Vermia to travel a path from Dublin to an address in Manatee to see if we could find, again, any potential video surveillance or any evidence that might tell us where the vehicle might have gone.
Was there an investigative lead that led you to the Manatee area?
Yes.
And so who were you with on that date?
Detective Vermia.
Okay. And what is it that you did?
We drove along the route. He was driving, I was in the passenger seat, and my main focus was looking at houses, looking at businesses as we drove by, attempting to see if we saw any cameras hanging off an eave or posted anywhere that we could follow up for surveillance.
Was there anything of note that you assisted you at that time in your investigation?
No.
Did you later learn some information then that led you to head back to Hillsborough County?
Yes. So we learned that the van, the Saturn we'd been looking for, that was the vehicle from the Walgreens.
Was it a van or was it an SUV?
I don't know that I could expertly tell you. It's a Saturn, I believe, Outlook, and van SUV type vehicle. So we found out that had been located at Little Harbor, so we did start driving there. We actually got to that scene, got out of the vehicle for a few brief moments at best before I learned that the victim was being transported to our District 4 office. So then it was back into the vehicle to go up to be part of that interview with Ms. Summers.
And did you conduct an interview with Ms. Summers?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you take photographs of her?
Yes, ma'am.
At the district office?
Yes, ma'am.
Including rope that had been tied on her arm?
Yes, ma'am.
The injury to her wrist?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you describe the demeanor of Ms. Summers when you met with her?
So she was eager to tell everything that had occurred. Obviously, we now know a long event that she had been through. And it was as if relief, just that pressure relief of just trying to tell everything all at once. So it was trying to coherently understand everything as she's trying to tell us the chain of events and to keep everything in order so that I could clearly understand the criminal aspect of it as far as what elements we had and for what crimes.
Was it clear to you the way she was acting that she had clearly just been through a traumatic event?
Most certainly.
Was anybody else present during your interview with Ms. Summers?
Yes, Detective Mackenzie Bonafont.
At the conclusion of Ms. Summers' interview, what did you then do?
So at that point, we'd had indication that Alisa's phone had been thrown out by Mr. Summers at an address in Manatee. So at that point, Detective Vermia and myself got in his vehicle, and then Detective Bonafont with Alisa and her parents got into her vehicle and began driving to that location to attempt to locate that phone.
And did you remain in Hillsborough County to locate that phone, or had you crossed over to Manatee County?
We crossed into Manatee County.
And was Ms. Summers, who is now Ms. Mathewson, able to take you to the exact location where her phone had been thrown by the defendant?
Yes, she took us to 62 in Scarborough, which was a relatively remote location, but she was able to point out where the cell phone was at.
And did you locate that phone?
Yes, we did.
Was that the blue and white striped case iPhone that was photographed and documented at that 62 in Scarborough?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you attempt to locate any other electronic devices while you were in that area?
Yes, we'd also learned that Trevor Summers had thrown his phone out near a bridge close by. I can't give you the exact street name at this time, but we responded to that location. Again, we walked around. Several of us in the direction of which Ms. Mathewson pointed out the phone being thrown, but we were unable to locate that phone.
During this time on March 13th of 2017, you're mainly with Ms. Mathewson, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you have any contact with Trevor Summers?
I did not have any contact with him, no ma'am.
And as far as you were aware, since you were the lead detective, did you know if he was being treated at Tampa General Hospital?
Yes, I knew that he had an injury from the scene and was transported to Tampa General Hospital.
And ultimately, was he arrested on March 13th of 2017?
He was arrested. He was booked the following day.
Okay. And did he arrive at the Hillsborough County Jail on March 14th of 2017?
He was actually remote booked, so it's our booking deputies will go out and facilitate the booking process, and then he'll be transported to jail upon his release.
Okay. And was he soon thereafter released?
Yes.
He didn't remain at Tampa General Hospital for 72 hours?
No.
Is there anything else that you did on March 13th, or did you resume the investigation on the 14th?
I believe we'd be going to the 14th at that point.
And did you respond back to the victim's residence, the Dublin address?
Yes.
Why is it you responded back there?
So the search warrant had been executed before being able to meet with the victim. So there were items that were left behind at the residence that she identified as being involved in this incident. So myself and again Detective Vermia and ultimately also crime scene investigator Ramirez responded back to that scene.
Sergeant, I'm going to be publishing set 3 photographs. Set 3A1 the crime scene tape that was across the victim's residence, is that put back up because you all are out there collecting more evidence, or was that still up from the search warrant and photographs and evidence collection from March 12th of 2017?
I would have still been there.
Okay. And so were there items that Ms. Summers was able to point out to you that was not originally collected by crime scene investigator Becker that may potentially have evidentiary value?
Yes, ma'am.
Were those things such as clothing from her hamper and pajamas that she had worn when the defendant was in her residence?
Yes, ma'am, that's accurate.
And were those items collected for possible further testing to be done later?
Yes, they were photographed and collected.
Did you then resume your investigation on the 15th?
Yes.
And do you recall what you did specifically on that date?
So on that date, we had done the release for the Saturn, which was Miss Alisa's vehicle, back to her. And while it was still in our crime scene section, as she's coming to come pick it up, she had identified some additional notes or letters in that vehicle that had been written or authored by Mr. Summers. So I collected those items from her.
And as lead detective, were you aware that other letters had already been previously collected during the initial search of her vehicle by a crime scene investigator Becker?
Yes, ma'am.
Publishing states S4. Sergeant, I'm showing you what's already been introduced into evidence as S4, which is a quitclaim deed, a note regarding a transfer of a gift of a Chrysler Pacifica, and Bank of America access documents. Are these the three records that were provided that had been left behind in the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you collect those and introduce or impound those into evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
Through your investigation, have you had an opportunity to review the other letters that had been initially collected by crime scene investigator Becker?
Yes, I have.
Publishing S1, surrender of parental rights. I, Trevor Summers, hereby surrender all my parental rights to Alisa Summers on the 13th day of March 2017 due to my absence and inability to further our children for a long, to further care children for a long-term duration, which is to be in excess of 15 years. The only person who can restore my parental rights by authority shall be Alisa Summers and at her permission. By my hand signature below, I have surrendered all parental rights to my children, Arden, Landon, Brent, Grady, and Cooper. By signature, date 3/13/17.
Ms. Johnson, let's, 1 second. Let's do just an afternoon stand-up stretch break for the jury. For a moment, and then we'll pick up where we left off. All right, you may be seated.
Publishing S2, which was titled at the top, Confession. On March 11th, I convinced my oldest daughter to let me in Alisa's house to talk to her one last time, to try to convince Alisa to come home. Using force, I fought with Alisa and tied her up in her bed until she agreed to leave with me. She got into her car with me, and we drove for hours until we found a secluded place where we sat and talked all day Saturday and Sunday. She tried to escape once from her ties, and I cut her wrist once. I wanted her to leave town with me, which she originally agreed to, but changed her mind. With the signature.
Yes, ma'am.
Were these letters, did you request that they be evaluated for possible prints?
Yes, I did.
And was that done?
Yes, I was.
Publishing State S3. Dear Arden, Landon, Bryn, Grady, and Cooper, you are wonderful children of God. You will always have the most special place in our hearts. You deserve more than we could give you, and we leave you to protect you from us. We should have never went down this road of divorce that tore our family apart and, more importantly, hurt you in the process. So we have ended it for your sake. We have good people in your lives that will help you and raise you to grow up better than we could have done. We gave you a good foundation and hope you remember all the good memories and right things we taught you. Try to forget the past few months because we said we did a lot of things we regret. Please forgive us and know that we have sacrificed ourselves to give you a better life. Growing up strong in the Lord, and pray to Him for your guidance and understanding. Love others always and try your best in all you do. Remember, nothing we have done or said is any of your fault. It is our faults, our mistakes, that made us undeserving parents. We wish you the best in everything you do, and we will be watching you from heaven. Take care of each other and know you are precious to God. Love you, Dad and Mom, Trevor and Alisa. And ultimately, were there prints identified to the defendant that matched his fingerprints on this specific letter to the children, as well as his surrender of parental rights?
Yes.
On March 16th of 2017, did you need to respond back out to the Dublin address?
Yes, I did.
And what was the purpose of that?
There were 2 additional items that Ms. Summers had identified that were involved in this incident that needed to be collected.
And what were those items?
I believe it was a gray shirt with Mickey on it, if I'm not mistaken. And then I believe it was a pink or a peach sheet that was used for restraining or tying her up.
And were those items ultimately collected?
Yes, they were.
When you had collected the victim's phone, the iPhone that was found, was a forensic download performed on that phone?
Yes, it was.
And was Deputy Wojciechowski the individual that conducted that cell phone dump?
Yeah, Detective Wojciechowski.
Are you provided the information that is ultimately obtained from that cell phone dump to then review and evaluate?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you led to some videos, or did you view some videos that had been made by the defendant that were still stored or that were able to be retrieved from Ms. Summers' phone?
Yes. Yes, I viewed videos on the phone.
Is this the initial document page with the initial information, data information regarding the phone, who had performed the cell phone extraction with also things such as the cell phone number and email address for the phone owner?
That is correct.
Publishing page 2 of Exhibit X. Is this where the data for those videos is located within that forensic report?
That's correct.
Okay. And so they are notated that they were videos with dates of March 11th, 2017 at 11:17 a.m. and 11:34 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And it says parentheses UTC -5. What is that?
So there's Universal Standard Time, which is what generically everything goes by to make it, because we know how there's Eastern, Central, Pacific Time here in the United States. So a UTC would be what we were at that time, 5 hours behind UTC.
And so is the 11:34 and the 11:17, is that standard Eastern time when the videos were made?
Correct. Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
And then it has what the IMG, the file number, and then it appears that two of them, were they located in the trash?
Yes, correct. That's what the trash column was for.
And what does that mean?
So at some point those were attempted to be removed or deleted from the device, but the way the extraction works, recently deleted item, as long as it's not written over, can still be recovered.
Okay. And so there were two videos that had been deleted but were recovered?
There were, I'm sorry, how many did you say?
It appears that only two of the three had been deleted.
Yes, ma'am.
But all three were obtained on the forensic report, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
May I approach with Exhibit Y to the Sergeant, please? Sergeant, I'm showing you what's already been introduced into evidence as states Exhibit Y. Do you recognize this item?
Yes.
How is it that you recognize it?
It has my initials and my identification number on it.
Have you previously reviewed this disc?
Yes.
And is this disc a fair and accurate copy of the video recordings that you found on the cell phone extraction from Alisa Summers' phone?
Yes.
Permission to publish, Judge?
You may. What number is this?
Y. Was the first video very short, just showing the defendant's face?
Yes, it's almost as if someone would have hit to record and then stopped it almost immediately or accidentally.
Okay, today is Saturday, March 11th, and I am here with Alisa at her house. I'm not supposed to be. I'm doing this video because of just a confession for her, so that people will understand and believe what's happened in the last few months. I think the most recent events, or latest events that need to be cleared up there. Today's events, my daughter let me in the house around 2:30 in the morning.
Judge, I apologize. We need to read the edited instruction.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, or members, sorry. Let's do it this way. Members of the jury, you are about to listen to and watch a video audio recording. The court instructs you that the recording has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of this case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you listen to and view and consider this evidence. You may proceed.
Yesterday, and I woke Alisa up and I have been holding her against her will since then. It's 20 after 11 now. And I did tie her up to keep her from contacting authorities and give me enough time to get out of town. She's agreed to give me some time to say bye to the kids and leave. So I am planning on that. As well as leaving her everything that I have, house, car, some funds to take care of the children. And I'll contact her from abroad to make sure she has funds for the children. Other than that, anything else you want me to say? Well, the only other thing I'll say is that up until the point I found out about all the dating stuff, I was feeling pretty normal. And when I asked about it, I kept getting different stories. So it's just something I couldn't deal with. My mind literally just broke, and I snapped, and it's just something I can't deal with. So I am sorry for getting aggressive with her today. She's virtually unharmed. She's got a couple bruises today, but from the tying her up. I think that's it for now. Thanks. Okay, Arden Landon. I need to give you guys some information, and I want you to make sure you understand this. I spent a lot of time with Mom the last few hours, and the things that she's told you about me being good at manipulation and control and lying is true. And tying her up today and all that is true. I don't know what's really broken in my head with all this stuff, but I need to go away and sort it out. And I don't know.
Detective, or Sergeant, I apologize. Being the lead detective, did you ascertain multiple videos, documents, photographs, things such as that in this case, since you were considered the lead detective at the time?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever send or request that items be sent off to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement in this investigation?
Yes.
Was a sexual battery kit sent off to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
As well as other items that you had requested be initially tested at the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Who did you request, or who was assigned that duty to conduct initial testing or preliminary testing at the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
Crime scene investigator Wagner did the pre-screen process for the items.
And is that to narrow down, when there's such voluminous items of evidence in a case, is that to narrow down what items are ultimately sent to Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Correct.
Are you limited in the number of items that you send to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement once there is a positive identification or match to your defendant or suspect?
Yes, we are limited no matter what, and then without exception, we have to apply for any additional.
Is that because if they were to test every single little piece of evidence in every single case, it would be virtually impossible for them to keep up with that?
Yes, once they've got the positive identification, there would be essentially no use to continue to get the same positive identification on multiple items.
Did you send off any subpoenas to gather any records to corroborate any of the other evidence that you had already collected?
Yes, we sent off for the conversation through Google Hangouts, and received that information back from them.
And the information that you received back from the Google chats, did they corroborate the chats that you had obtained from Arden's cell phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Was a cell phone extraction done later on a Samsung phone that had originally been located in the Chrysler minivan?
Yes.
And was that phone located or originally photographed in the driver's side of that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ascertain a forensic report from that?
Yes,
and
ma'am.
information from that?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to confirm whether or not what Alisa Summers had said about attempting to dial 911 those early morning hours, whether or not that was in fact true?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you discover?
There was a phone call placed listed as lasting 3 seconds. It was at approximately 3:42, if I remember correctly.
Is that in the morning or the afternoon?
I'm sorry, in the morning.
And was that on March 11th of 2017?
Yes, ma'am.
We have a moment, Your Honor. Conclude your duties with regards to this investigation?
I believe up to this point, yes, ma'am.
Nothing further, Judge. The state would pass the witness.
All right. Cross-examination, Mr. Summers?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Detective Steele.
Afternoon.
Wanted to get a little more understanding on the timeline where you were involved in this case. And so I wanted to ask again, the first place that you started out was at Dew Bloom Road?
Yes, that's where I first responded.
Okay. If your follow-up of your report said that you were at Dew Bloom Road on March 12th at 12:33 hours, but then also said that you were at Newberry Road at 10:27 hours, that would be just an error.
I got called out, and I believe the report mistakenly says 12:33, but actually it was 00:33 because it was just after midnight.
Okay.
That's when I got a phone call. Then I responded to Dew Bloom at 01:45, if I'm not mistaken. I had to refer back to give you an exact time. That should all be in the same paragraph there.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, thank you for clarifying that. I did not understand the timeline. So this is at nighttime. You went to Dew Bloom Road first, and you did a wellness check.
Well, not at that exact moment, no. Originally, it was responding to the scene. I walked around the residence, verifying that there was no obvious signs of forced entry, as I discussed earlier, and then I was assigned to put together the sequential photographic lineup for the case.
Okay. So you didn't enter the home at that point?
No, I did not.
And no one else did?
No, sir.
Okay. And then from there, you said you went to do the photo pack lineup. And then the next morning is when you went to Newberry Grove Loop?
Yes, it would have been Sunday morning. Yes,
Sunday
sir.
morning. Okay. And at Newberry Grove Loop, was anyone there when you arrived? Any other law enforcement there when you arrived?
I would not be able to name them by name, but I believe there were deputies posted outside.
Okay. Do you know if that house was made a station or a point, or how law enforcement was permitted to be there?
I'm not sure exactly what you're asking. So we have a command center that's Sheriff's Office property, and we have our incident scene at Dew Bloom, and then the children were taken to Newberry, where I went and conducted interviews, but there's no station or recordings, or I'm just not sure what you're trying to.
I'm trying to ask how access was granted to the Dew Bloom address.
So when we responded to that address, there was a female there that I can't remember her name right now. I could look back to recollect, and then also Miss Carol Summers, who allowed us entry into the home to meet with and interview the children.
Okay, and while you were in the home,
Judge, I want to make sure the record's clear and that there's no confusion. The Dew Bloom is the victim's residence, and the Newberry Grove Loop is the defendant's residence.
Okay.
Okay, so while you're at the Newberry residence, my home, where did you walk throughout the home?
We walked in the front door, and then we requested a location that would be suitable to speak to the children individually, so that you don't have, the goal there is to not have testimony that would interfere or mislead or to make other people influence their testimony. So we meet with each child individually, and I was provided access to a room, I believe it was like a front office, that myself, Detective Watson, and then each of the children individually, we spoke there for the interviews.
Were there any other detectives there at that time?
No, it would have been just myself and Detective Watson.
Okay. And you said you did not seek a search warrant for the home?
No, sir.
So you could not search to see if there was anything of value?
I had no reason to search that residence, sir.
Okay. There was, what did you know at that point about the case?
Well, I had been briefed about the incident that occurred at the Walgreens. It was 21:07 hours on Saturday evening that the Miss Alisa had fled from the vehicle, her arms bound behind her back, that the witness had observed her calling out for help, calling for someone to dial 911, observed you grab Alisa, put her back into the vehicle, and then drive away with her. And then I had the knowledge of going to Dew Bloom and seeing that there was no signs of forced entry. The only thing that was a little bit odd at Dew Bloom was the screen that was leaned up against the wall. And then at that point is when I start really uncovering what was going on with speaking to Arden and seeing the text messages of the communication you had with them as far as how they let you into the house and that process.
Okay. Do you think that, I'm sorry, when you were in the, is the home office or the den where you did the questioning of the children?
I mean, it didn't have a label of what it was. I mean, it looked like an office to me as far as it had a desk and, chairs inside. But it wasn't like a bedroom or a kitchen, so I'd say office would probably be the best guess, but
okay.
Den could be accurate, I don't know.
And did you happen to observe any of the documents or files that were laying around in that office?
If there were files laying around, I couldn't tell you if there were documents around or not at that point, other than what we're doing. We're interviewing the children and taking pictures of their phone, of Arden's phone as she's scrolling through that, but I couldn't give you any information about anything else that was in the room.
Okay. After you left the Newberry residence, you did not return to that residence, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. And after you received the bulk of the information from the victim, from myself, did you return to the Newberry Grove residence to see if anything corroborated any statements made?
I did not respond back to Newberry. There was no indication of anything occurring at Newberry for this investigation.
Okay. Do you think that there could have been any documents or files based on all of the information that you had received that could have been located at Newberry?
Objection, Judge. Speculation.
It's just speculation. It's not to speculate.
So then, after you finished interviewing the children at the Newberry Grove residence, you then returned to the 1412 Dew Bloom?
Correct.
And you were there while the the first photographs were taken?
No, I was not.
Okay. Were you there at all when anything was photographed?
The subsequent day on March 14th and on March 16th, those are the photographs that I would have been involved or around for.
Okay. Did you review the photographs in this case? All of the photographs that were taken?
I have seen the photographs at least at some point, yes, sir.
Okay. May I share some of those photographs with you to ask some questions?
Okay.
Absolutely.
I'm starting with set 1, A1, if you want to.
All right.
Publishing A2, set 1. Mr. Steele, this is the photograph taken in the evening of March 12th. And is that approximately what it looked like when you were there earlier? That
I would say that's a fair and accurate representation.
okay. And publishing photo A98, set 1. And Mr. Steele, this is a photograph taken that same evening of the master bedroom. And have you seen this photograph before?
I have seen that photograph, yes, sir.
Okay. And publishing A95, set 1. Mr. Steele, this is a photograph of items in a trash can. Did you see that photo before?
Yes, sir. At some point I would have seen all of these photographs.
Okay. Turn these around and going to select the photos that using sets 3, A1 through A22.
This is A3, 1 to 22?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So Detective Steele, on March the 14th, when you arrived at 1412 Dude Bloom, this is the condition the house was in when you arrived, the exterior.
I would think that accurate, fair and accurate representation, yes, sir.
Okay. And who was there when you arrived?
Miss Summers, no, I'm sorry, Miss Alisa?
Miss Mathewson?
Yes.
Okay. And anyone else there?
Myself and Detective Remy are the ones that responded, but I don't have any knowledge of anybody else.
Okay, so she met you there by herself?
As far as I can remember.
Okay. Sure. Publishing set A3, I'm sorry, set 3, A4. Detective Remy, there's a ladder there by the front door. Do you know where that came from?
I don't think it matters a whole ton. I'm Steele, so
I'm sorry.
You said Remia, but
Detective Steele.
Would you ask me if I recognize the ladder?
Yes.
I don't recognize it per se, but I could make an assumption as to whose it is and why it's there.
Do you know how it got there?
My understanding or belief would be that would be from our maintenance staff that went to repair the door at the residence after we forced entry into it.
Okay. Publishing Set 3A8. Detective Steele, can you tell me what that is a photograph of?
It appears to be a photo of the master bedroom.
Okay. And is that the condition when you arrived?
I believe that'd be fair and accurate.
Okay. Do you notice the difference between that photograph of the master bedroom and the one I showed you previously?
Yes, sir.
Do you know who had been in the house prior to you cleaning the house up?
Well, to answer your question, before me being there and from the other incident, we had multiple investigators that were there at the scene. This is while I was at home asleep, that would have been collecting evidence and impounding items and taking pictures and videos. I can't tell you their names without looking back to read their supplements individually, but I wasn't a part of that process.
Okay. So you don't know if anybody cleaned up the house before you arrived?
We don't clean up, but if you're talking about the sheet that's missing off the bed, we would have impounded that. I'm just not sure what you're trying to make reference to right now.
Okay. We'll look at another set of photographs in a moment. Publishing Set 3A19. Detective Remy, those are two scarves that were collected at that time you were there on March 14th. Is that correct?
And just to clarify, I'm Steele, and if it's not a big deal,
I'm sorry. You two are very similar in my mind. I apologize.
Okay. And I'm sorry, your question was whether or not they were collected that day?
Yes.
Yes, they were.
They were. Was it 2 or 3?
From the picture, I would say 2. I'd have to look back to refer to distinguish between 2 or 3.
Do you know if a third one was taken into evidence?
Not without looking back at the evidence list.
Okay. Do you have a copy on you?
Potentially.
If you do, could you refresh your memory?
I can try to, yes, sir.
Thank you.
I do recall now.
Okay.
It was 2 scarves.
Okay. Did the victim tell you there were 3 scarves involved in this incident?
Not that I recall.
Not that you recall. Do you recall if she told you that she had her hands bound with one scarf, her feet bound with another scarf, and her mouth with a sock and another scarf? 3 scarves?
Without going back to the interview or the transcription, I wouldn't be able to tell you that for a fact.
Okay. Would you like to take a look at your records to see if you have any?
Do you have a copy of the transcript for me then?
No, sir. If you did not bring it, I'll withdraw that question.
I don't have a copy of the transcript with me, no.
Okay. And I'm going to return these photographs. Your Honor, lastly, I'm going to use set 2, A1 through A32. Very well. And Detective Steele, do you recall seeing the photographs that were taken on March 13th of 1412 Dew Bloom Road?
I would have reviewed them at one point, yes, sir.
Okay. So this is the front of the home?
I'll be honest with you, I couldn't distinguish for sure which day we're looking at right now. So if it's marked appropriately, then I would assume it'd be accurate. But I couldn't tell you for sure that that's that particular day from looking at that picture.
Okay. Assuming that this is the accurately marked by the state as the photographs taken by believe it's Mr. Becker.
Okay.
Then this would be the front of the home.
Yeah.
I don't believe that's proper information. He would need to look at A1 to determine what day it was, and what crime scene investigator was there.
Okay. Mr. Summers, do you want to retrieve this set A1 set? I think it may have a thing on the front of A1.
It's right here, Judge.
Oh.
It was Detective Bridwell.
Who?
Detective Bridwell.
Bridwell.
Sorry. Yes. Okay. So Detective Bridwell would have been the photographer here. Is there caution tape in front of the house?
Yes, sir. I believe that's what that yellow line is.
Okay. Was this house supposed to be protected from anyone entering for a certain amount of time?
While the crime scene is up and while there are people present, yes, sir.
Okay. And when was this house released from a crime scene status?
I would not have been there for that. I would have been home, so I couldn't tell you that.
Okay. In the last set of photographs, the crime scene tape was still up when you arrived on the 14th?
Yes, sir. I wouldn't say that's inaccurate.
Okay. But you said Miss Mathewson was there when you arrived?
Yes.
Okay. Was she in the home?
I believe I recall meeting her in the front of the residence, like in the driveway. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, she wasn't in the home when I got there, no. Not that I recall.
Publishing set to A8. And Detective Steele, this would be the master bedroom again, correct?
I would believe that to be accurate.
Okay. And there's a I'm sorry. Do you see a significant difference between the first set of photographs I showed you on March 12th and this set of photographs, which are recorded to be taken on March 13th?
If you're trying to distinguish between the initial incident, the overall photographs before any search or any impounding has ever occurred,
yes,
compared to this one,
yes,
am I understanding correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Then yes.
Okay. And do you see a difference between this photograph taken on March 13th and the photograph I showed you that was taken when you arrived on March 14th?
Yes, there are differences.
Okay. Is the room cleaner, tidier?
I couldn't recall without looking at the two of them together. And again, I'm just looking at photographs. I wasn't actually there for either one of these, at the time. So as much as I've seen the bedroom on other occasions, I can't necessarily testify to what they were when I wasn't there, other than, like I said, referring to photographs.
Okay. Do you have a recollection of what the house of 1412 Duplin looked like when you entered it on the 14th?
It would have been consistent with the pictures taken by Detective Ramirez. Or, I'm sorry, CSI, Crime Scene Investigator Ramirez.
Okay, so Crime Scene Ramirez was there before you arrived?
No, she would have been, I think we called her to the scene, so she would have come shortly thereafter.
Okay, so these photographs I'm showing you now, taken by Crime Scene Investigator Ramirez, would be reflective of the condition when you arrived?
If that's what you have, because I thought a second ago you said Bridwell, unless you changed and I missed it.
I'm sorry, the last set that I showed you by Crime Scene Investigator Ramirez would be consistent with your recollection of the March 14th.
I'm sorry, just to make sure we're abundantly clear, anything that Detective Ramirez took on that date would be consistent with what I saw.
Okay. Terrific. Thank you. I'm going to return these photographs. So Detective Steele, could I ask you then, after viewing all those photographs, when you arrived on the 14th, did the house seem to be in a clean order?
I guess it depends on your definition of clean.
In comparison to the times you were there before. One of the first times you were there, your report noted that there did not seem to be signs of a struggle. Is that correct?
Are you referring to the welfare check when I went in at that time?
Yes.
I'd have to refer back to tell you exactly what my verbiage was. Would you like me to do that?
Yes, please.
Okay. So on March 12th, during the welfare check, I noted that it appeared to be in disarray, but no obvious signs of a criminal incident, like there was not a body or a large pool of blood or something to that effect that would indicate that had occurred.
So your report said that there appeared to be no signs of a struggle. Is that correct?
No, sir.
Are we referring to the same report?
I believe so. You could tell me what page you're looking at, and I can verify we are.
Looking at page 170
Okay.
of 705.
I'm sorry, what is that?
170 of 705, where you say, you could check it and let me know.
We'll see what he says.
So yes, sir, we are referring to the same page.
And so the middle of the first paragraph
Okay.
Is your statement, upon doing so, I noted no people or obvious signs of a struggle?
I'd have to look back to make sure. Make sure we're on the same line. My apologies, I do have that in that paragraph.
Okay, thank you. When you say no obvious signs of a struggle, what would indicate a sign of a struggle?
Well, so what I would be looking for is, again, whether it be the blood, weapons, or anything like that. Again, at this point, I have no knowledge of what has occurred other than the preliminary information of when you put her back in the carts at Walgreens. So I have no idea what I'd be looking for or at the Dubloom address. So as far as my overall my experience, I was looking for, like I said, a pool of blood, a large weapon of some sort or something like that. But to say, I would probably say it was overstated to say there was no signs of a struggle, because I believe, as you can see from the pictures, it would be difficult to say that considering the state of the room.
Yes, the master bedroom. Those photographs, yes, were taken by your detectives at various stages of, like you said, your investigators collecting evidence. So therefore, would you say that particular room changed from photograph to photograph?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you notice of any marks in walls or dents or damages to walls or throughout the home?
I wasn't the scene detective, so I wouldn't have been doing those things. And again, at the point we're talking about the welfare check, we're going in and we're making sure there's not a dead person or a dying person there. We're not doing a search of, taking pictures, of doing videos, of documenting marks on a wall or things like that. Those are things that once we obtain and secure a search warrant for the residence and we're doing an actual thorough search, that's when we would be doing that documentation. So I wasn't a part of that particular event.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yes, that makes sense.
Mr. Summers, let me just say, you speak very softly, and that's absolutely fine, but I have trouble hearing you some. Either get closer to the microphone or speak louder. It's up to you.
Sure. Detective Steele, as we were going through those photographs, there were a number of items that were collected into evidence, and there were a number of items that there were another number of items collected into evidence that you were able to test if you wanted to, correct?
Why? Okay, so I myself don't do any testing of anything. So if you're talking about the items that I requested crime scene investigator Wagner to do a pre-screen on, yes, there were items collected that I then later had her do the pre-screen of those items.
Okay. In the first set of photographs, there were some things in the trash can. Do you recall that photo?
Unfortunately, you probably have to go back to the photo. I'm not sure which one. There was one photograph with like some bottles and some string in the trash can?
Yes.
Okay, and what was the question again? I'm sorry?
Do you recall that photo?
I do recall that photo, yes.
Okay. And do you recall if any of those items in that trash can were tested for any kind of DNA or fingerprint analysis?
I would have to assume not, because again, the items that I know of being done were the items that I had crime scene investigator Wagner do the pre-screen on and send in, as well as the items from the vehicle and things like that. Okay. So those particular. Are you referencing the strings, or no? Those not everything was DNA, collected touch DNA and sent in. Is that your question? I'm struggling to understand a little bit.
Yes, I'm asking if any of the items in that trash can were tested for any kind of fingerprint analysis or DNA analysis.
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. If the rope had been tested, could there have been a result of a DNA analysis?
Objection, Judge. Speculation.
Also stated as speculation.
In your capacity as a detective, have you ever tested rope that was that someone claimed to be bound with to see if there was DNA evidence of that story?
No, sir. I don't do anything like that. I'm a detective. We go to the scene. We document the items at the scene, and there's investigators, crime scene investigators, that do any processing or things like that. So myself, I have never done what you're talking about.
Would you have requested a crime scene investigator to conduct an analysis of rope for DNA?
Have I before? Yes.
Okay. And did you do that in this case?
With those particular items, no.
Okay. But you did say that you can apply to have additional items tested if there was a need.
Well, until the process where they have identified a suspect, I'm not aware of any further beyond that. Again, I'm not the Florida Department of Law Enforcement myself, so I can't speak to their exact policies and procedures. But once they have an identification, they're effectively done at that point, unless you're talking about a different scene or a different circumstance. Because once you have a suspect identified, like in this case, the DNA being 1 in 700 billion times more likely to be yourself, Trevor Summers, they don't continue to test everything that I could possibly send them. No.
Okay. If there was the opportunity to test additional items to corroborate the story of a victim or a defendant, do you believe, or is that something within your authority as an investigator?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I got the question out of that.
Do you have the authority, as a detective, to, or let me ask it this way, excuse me, or rephrase. Do you have the responsibility as a detective to investigate every opportunity for the claims made in an investigation?
It's kind of a generic broad brush statement, but I would say yes. We try to investigate and follow up to the best of our ability on everything that we can.
Okay. In this case, after hearing a variety of statements, a variety of claims, did you fully investigate all of the evidence that was made available to you to see if that evidence supported the statements or the claims made?
Yes, and if you're talking specifically about those strings, they would be very consistent with the ones that were on Alisa Summers' right arm when she was pulled from the vehicle. Yes, at some point you can't just empty the trash can on Fdle's desk and say, here, process everything. It doesn't work like that. You have to have a reason, a justification for wanting a particular item processed.
Okay. Were there other items that you saw in the evidence list that were not tested for any kind of DNA analysis or fingerprint analysis?
Yes, the evidence list consisted of several hundred items, so no, not everything was sent for pre-screen or to Fdle.
Okay. And if some of those items were tested, do you believe? I'm sorry. If some of those items were tested and contradicted statements made, would you continue your investigation?
Yes, we did continue our investigation, and again, I'm just trying to understand exactly what you're asking, because in some of these items that were sent to Fdle, the pre-screen process had negative results on some things, but it doesn't mean that a crime didn't occur. It just means that there wasn't evidence on that particular item. So finding evidence on a particular item, that is proof of the incident occurring. So I don't know what additionally you'd be trying to, not every piece of evidence is going to have DNA or prints. Some do, some don't. Not everything I touch do I leave a fingerprint behind or do I leave my DNA behind on it, but some things that I do. So again, we don't send everything to Fdle. We don't pre-screen everything. We do it to the point where we have an identified suspect, which in this case was yourself, and it was a positive identification as far as the DNA process from Fdle. So no, I don't send. Again, I think you're trying to ask me why didn't I send everything that I have to Fdle? It's not physically possible. I would still be investigating this case from 2017.
I understand that. I'm asking if there were certain statements made by the victim or myself that to make sure that those statements were true, if you would have tested other items to verify that.
Well, how about can you maybe make reference to what
Let's
you're talking about?
The pink bed sheet. Could you have tested that to see if there were any kind of rope fibers or any kind of DNA of the victim on that to verify if she had actually been wrapped up in a pink sheet and bound?
Again, now we're talking we could send everything potentially, but that's not physically possible. Again, Fdle's only got so many investigators, and they're the people that are the experts in analysis for every case in Florida. So no, they would not be okay with me sending, every item that I impounded to them for processing.
Okay. Did you review the results of the by Francesca Montgomery O'Neill?
Do you have a particular page you're talking about? Because that name doesn't mean much to me right now, but it doesn't mean it wasn't on a report from Fdle or somewhere else.
Yes. I'm asking if, as the lead detective, if you reviewed the results from your lab technician, Francesca Montgomery O'Neill.
I don't have a lab technician by that name. So my assumption would be that you're talking about someone from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, that I would have to refer back to those reports. And if you had the report you're talking about, that would make it a quick and easy refresh.
Do you have a copy of the entire police report with you?
I don't have it printed out for me. I have all of my supplements here, and I have a PDF I could try to peruse through. But if you're referencing a certain report, do you have that report too?
I'm just asking if you recall reviewing the results of that report.
I reviewed the results of all of the reports from Fdle at some point.
Okay. And do you recall if the results of the report regarding the rape test or rape exam produced any kind of results indicating myself as a donor?
I would have to look back at that report to be able to tell you that. I don't have that knowledge off the top of my head.
Okay. Were there any other reports that you reviewed that required you to do any further investigation?
I'm not I'm trying to follow you. So as far as additional follow-up from things that we learned, again, we have the cell phone that Arden provided to us, and we got the photographs from that cell phone device, and I followed up with getting the actual conversation from Google, and any other there was video surveillance retrieved from deputies that were at the scene originally and said, we believe there's cameras at this residence. I followed up with that. So it's kind of a general statement. I'm trying to understand what exactly you're trying to ask me.
Okay. Did you recover Alisa Mathewson's cell phone from Manatee County?
I was with Manatee County when we went and recovered that cell phone, the iPhone. Yes, sir.
And did you have that tested for any kind of fingerprint analysis?
No, we did not.
You did not. You just did you assume then that the statement about who touched that phone or who threw that phone was true?
The victim advised it was her phone, and she advised that you had thrown it, and I had nothing to say either way. And on top of that, it had sat out there for a day or two at that point. I have to look back to refresh, but it was sitting out, and so processing is less. It wasn't exactly a sterile environment to say that anything would be preserved from that. But no, it was not sent in or processed for fingerprints. That is accurate.
Okay. And approximately how long did you look for my cell phone?
I don't have a time documented in my report. I know it wasn't an hour. I would say maybe half hour would be a pretty fair estimate.
Okay. And did you review the phone records from the Cellbrite report on Alisa's phone?
I reviewed any reports on any of the phones at some point.
Do you remember specifics, or would I have to have the report?
If you're wanting me to recall what the report is thousands of pages long, I don't have very specific detail for you without knowing what you're referencing.
Okay, no problem. That's all the questions I have here.
All right, thank you. Any redirects from the state? Yes.
Sergeant, you had stated that you had put in your report that there were no signs of struggle at the residence. You didn't see blood, you didn't see a weapon. Would it be fair to say you didn't see any broken glass? Things like that would immediately draw your attention to a struggle.
That is accurate. I believe that's what I was trying to depict in the report.
Okay. Based upon the statements made to you by Alisa Mathewson, looking back at how that room appeared and how the living room appeared, is it consistent with the testimony that she provided to you?
It was consistent, yes, ma'am.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right. Mr. Summers, did you want to keep him around just in case still?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. You may step down. You're not going to be released as a witness. What I'm going to instruct you is that can you be within less than 30 minutes recall if we want to bring you back?
I can do that.
Okay. All right. That way you won't have to stay here. You can go someplace else, but just so that if we give you a call, you can get back in about 30 minutes or less.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. You may step down. I know you have some more in a video, but it's 2:30, so we're going to go ahead and take a short break. Please do not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please do not do any research related to the case. All rise for the jury. Jury has exited. Everyone may be seated. Ms. Johnson, I forgot to ask you if you were ever able to determine how long the defendant's statement is
Yes,
after
Judge.
editing.
And I told him before the lunch break it's 37 minutes and 27 seconds.
Mr. Summers, did you have any issue with that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. So is that what you intend to do when we come back to play his statement?
Our final witness, Judge.
I'm sorry?
Our final witness.
So you're going to call the witness, and during the testimony of that witness, you're going to... It hasn't been introduced yet, or has it been introduced?
That's the one thing that has not been introduced.
All right, so you introduce it to the next witness and publish it. All right, excellent. So then we'll obviously take another break, and then we'll discuss, see what time we're at, and be able to discuss your case. All right? Have a nice break. ask, I'm just going to assume that the jury is ready for us. Is the defense ready? All right, let's get the jury.
Thank you.
Well, everyone, once you rest, I'm obviously going to have to give them a break at that time. It's just I'm going to give them a break at that time, and then at that time, I will tell them to figure out how late they are willing to go tonight. All right. But depending on where we go in your case, Mr. Summers, we don't have to go as long as they say they can go. I am not changing about that. I will give you the night to decide whether you want to testify or not. Uh-huh.
Sergeant Steele did let me know he was officially off tomorrow.
Okay.
So if
well,
he could
no,
be called
if you're
today.
going to call Steele, then if they rest, right after they rest, we'll take a break. And then if you're going to call Steele, that would be the time to do it.
Yes, I can call him right after this next witness.
Well, I'm still going to do a break after they rest, but he can be your first witness. So if you all want to, he's not calling him to bring him back, but he said he'd be within 30 minutes. If you want to bring him back to the courthouse because he's going to call him as his first witness, that's fine.
He just went to grab lunch because he was
Perfect.
He didn't have time to go get lunch, so I told him to go get lunch. And
Sounds perfect. Yes, we are.
All right, jury in order.
Jury is present and seated. Everyone else may be seated at this time. Gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. We're going to pick up where we left off. I'm going to ask the state to please call their next witness.
the state would call Sergeant Remia.
Sergeant Remia. Good afternoon and welcome. Wherever you're comfortable, if you'll face me and raise your right hand to be sworn. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, if you'll follow the bailiff now to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step. Go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone in front of you is fully adjustable. Ms. Johnson, you may proceed.
Sergeant, can you please state your first and your last name, spelling your last name?
Edward Remia, R-E-M-I-A.
And how are you currently employed?
I'm a sergeant with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
And what area?
Currently, criminal investigations.
What kinds of crimes do you supervise in that unit?
My current squad, we investigate shootings. Anytime someone becomes a victim of a shooting, my squad will respond, as well as select sex offenses.
And what was your assignment? I'm sorry, how long total have you been employed with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
17 years.
And what was your assignment back in March of 2017?
I was a detective with the homicide section.
Did you become involved in an investigation with a listed suspect of Trevor Summers?
I did.
When did you initially become involved in that investigation?
It would have been March 12th, 2017.
And did you receive an assignment at that time?
I did.
And what was your assignment?
Initially, I was given a list of telephone numbers, and my assigned task was to run down those numbers to find out who they belonged to.
Did you in fact do that?
I did.
Did they assist in furthering your investigation at all at that point?
My portion of the investigation, no. I got that information related on. As far as I was concerned, it was done for me.
Okay. When you initially arrived or when you got called to respond on March 12th, did you receive some initial briefing or initial information about what kind of investigation was being done at that time?
I did.
And what kind of investigation was it?
It was an investigation into a kidnapping.
Okay. After you followed up on calling some phone numbers, did you receive those phone numbers from supervisors?
I did.
What was the next thing you did?
After relaying my findings, I was tasked with retracing a route or a possible route of travel from someone leaving the Walgreens in Fishhawk, and I did that.
And leaving the Walgreens in Fishhawk, and where was going to be the end of your route?
County Road 39 in Lithia.
Is that still located within Hillsborough County or a separate county?
It's in Hillsborough County.
Okay. Did you in fact do that?
I did.
And what was the purpose of traveling that route?
I'm looking for any possible cameras, any residences or businesses that had cameras on them, or possibly finding any of the vehicles we were looking for.
Did you find any of the vehicles you were looking for?
I did not.
Did you find any businesses or residences that had surveillance cameras that could possibly be of value in your investigation?
I did not.
What was your next assignment?
After tracing the route, I came back to the command post, updated them on what I had, and then from there I responded to a location in Manatee County.
Did you have an investigative lead at that time that drew your assignment to Manatee County?
Yes.
And so how or what were you supposed to do over in Manatee County?
Well, given the fact that that location was suggested as being a place where the people we were looking for may in fact have been, that was the responsibility, was go down there and find out if they were there.
And did you drive over there?
I did.
Were you looking for the listed Saturn SUV at that time?
I was.
Were you looking for any kind of surveillance video footage that could assist in the investigation?
Yes.
Was this daytime or nighttime on the 12th?
Daytime, I believe.
Okay. Did you find anything that would have been provided any investigative leads with regards to this?
Ultimately, I found a location there, sign on the gate, fencing type area indicating who owned or was responsible for the property, called the phone number to see if we can gain access to it because it was a gate, was locked or chained or combination thereof. And I think I called the number and left a message. I don't know if I spoke to somebody right away or not.
Did the individual ever respond back with any information that gave you any further leads in your investigation?
Yeah, eventually I spoke with someone that was responsible for the property. I think that initially I spoke with someone who owned the property, and then they referred me to land hand or somebody that had access to it. Got us out to the property. We were able to take a look around, find out if there were tire tracks, vehicles, people, anything on the property that was not supposed to be there, and none of that existed.
What was your next task?
From there, return back to the command post, report what we find. In this fact, there was nothing, and then given another task of retracing the route again to make sure we weren't missing anything and finding any other cameras.
Did you locate any businesses, residences that possibly had any cameras?
There was one that we found down in Manatee County that had cameras on it that we eventually got access to the camera system on there. But prior to seeing the footage, we saw the business with the camera and ultimately saw the footage, but the case had developed somewhat quickly after that point.
Okay. Was that, where was specifically was this camera?
It was on a business, it was in the Duet area. I don't remember the name of the business. There was a somewhat nondescript business that was there.
Was this the Bunker Hill Road business or a separate, different business?
It was near Bunker Hill Road, if not on it.
Okay. Was there anything at that point that had given you any investigative leads at that time?
No.
Okay. Were you asked, and was that in the daytime or the nighttime?
Daytime.
Okay. At some point, are you asked to drive the route once again?
Yes.
Okay. And is this still on March 12th that we're talking about?
No, the final time that we drove it was, or that I drove it, was on March 13th.
Okay. Before we get there, did you do a drive there on March 12th?
I did.
Were you driving out there late at night, or was it during the day?
The last time that I drove the route it was dark. It was at night.
Okay. Were you ever able to ascertain if there were any other video cameras or surveillance cameras that would assist in the investigation?
Nope, I did not find any other ones.
Can you describe this area of Manatee County that you keep doing this route to?
Very rural. cattle fields. I don't think there was any orange groves, but it was very few houses, very few structures. I think there was even I don't know if it was a phosphate mine. I'm not up on the farm, but it was a very large crane. I mean, it was big in that area, but not a lot of residential property out there. No one was living nearby.
Okay. When you went out there, did you see any people around? Anything like that?
Nope.
When you said the last time you responded was the following day, the second day that you were assisting in this investigation on March 13th?
Correct.
And you did this same route from the Walgreens to this Manatee area?
I did.
And were you alone or with anybody?
I was with Detective Steele on the 13th.
Okay. And I assume, was this daylight time you responded back in the morning hours of March 13th to the command post and got your next assignment?
Yes.
And when you responded back out there, since it was daylight, were you able to ascertain any surveillance video footage?
Yes, this was we knew a camera existed. This was one I previously mentioned. It was on a business, nondescript business. We didn't see the footage at the time, but it did exist, and we were able to get it. I think Detective Steele was able to get it later.
Okay. Have you since viewed that video footage?
I have.
Did that video footage, are you able to make out any vehicles, any people with regards to
You can see that vehicles travel by, but as to what type, make, model, color, no help whatsoever.
Is that because the surveillance footage that had originally been requested was from nighttime and the headlights were flashing right towards the camera, so it
That's
really
correct.
blurred out any
That is
vehicle?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So that video, is it safe to say that didn't offer any further leads in the investigation?
Correct.
What happened when you and Detective Steele, now Sergeant Steele, were heading back to Hillsborough County from Manatee County?
We received word that the Blue Saturn was located in the Ruskin area, I believe it was, and we were given a location, and we headed that way.
And did you respond to the area that you had learned that the vehicle had been located?
We got close, but prior to us arriving on scene, deputies had made contact with the folks in that car, so there was no need for us to show up specifically. We went back to the District 4 office.
And did you receive your next assignment there?
I did.
And what was that?
To respond to the hospital.
And what hospital was that?
Tampa General.
And were you aware if Detective Steele was remaining at the Criminal Investigation Division, otherwise known as CID, to interview the victim in that case?
Yeah, the location, I'm not sure where he did the interview, but I know his task was to interview the victim.
Okay. And so did you respond to Tampa General Hospital?
I did.
And what time did you respond to Tampa General Hospital?
Approximately 20 minutes after noon.
So 12:20 p.m.?
Yes.
And what did you do when you arrived at Tampa General Hospital?
Located Mr. Summers in one of the ER bays and spoke with the hospital staff to find out what his condition was. I know he'd been injured during the course of the arrest, I believe, or prior to the arrest. And ultimately my task was to speak with him, conduct an interview.
Before you went to Tampa General Hospital, did you speak to anyone to get some initial information that had been learned since the victim had been pulled from the vehicle?
Yes.
And who did you speak to?
It was Deputy Nick Cruz, C-R-U-Z.
And so you spoke to him prior to going to Tampa General Hospital?
Correct.
Okay. At the time of your arrival to Tampa General Hospital, did you go in and meet with the defendant immediately upon your arrival there?
Made, how do I put this, eye contact or saw that he was physically there. Then I spoke with the hospital staff before I spoke with him.
Why did you do that?
Find out extent of injuries. Could he talk? Could he not talk? Was he on medications? Was he available to talk? I was not aware of the extent of however he was injured. So making sure that he didn't have any medical care going on that we could actually speak to him for.
And were you aware that it was a self-inflicted wound to his neck prior to your arrival?
Yes.
After you spoke to medical staff, were you cleared to go in and have conversations with the defendant?
Yes.
And did you do that?
I did.
And can you describe the defendant's demeanor when you made contact with him?
It was calm.
Do you see him here in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you please point to him and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
Sitting at the table with a gray sweater, a white collared shirt.
Please let the record reflect he has identified the defendant.
Record shall so reflect.
Was any other law enforcement present while you spoke with the defendant?
Yes, there was.
And who was there?
Deputy Don Hess, Hess.
Did you conduct, even though you spoke to a nurse and questioned her about his ability to communicate with you and take part in an interview, did you also go and assess him?
I did.
And is that something that you typically do as a detective who's conducting interviews of individuals who may be under the influence of narcotics, alcohol, may have some mental illness or suffering from something that would prevent them from providing a coherent interview with you?
Yes.
And when you spoke to him, what did you ask him?
I identified myself first, who I was, what I was there for, asked him his name, and explained to him what I was going to try and do or what I would like to do, and then we turned the recorder on and we had a conversation.
And after you conducted the initial conversation with him, did you feel that you could go forward with your interview at that time?
Yes.
During the interaction, subsequent to asking those initial questions, was your entire interaction with the defendant captured on recording?
The entire, no. Anything as far as asking questions related to the accusation and the crime at hand, yes. There was a brief conversation prior to when I initially identified myself prior to putting him on tape.
Okay. And at any time, did it appear through that interview that the defendant did not understand your questions, did not appropriately respond to your follow-up questions, anything such as that?
No.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Sergeant, I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit Z for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
I do.
How is it that you recognize it?
My initials and my ABN number are written on it.
Is it a fair and accurate recording of the interview that took place at Tampa General Hospital on March 13th of 2017 with the defendant, Trevor Summers?
It is.
State offers an evidence, State's Exhibit Z.
Mr. Summers?
Just object to all previous objections.
Okay. Same rulings, so it will be admitted at this time.
Judge, the special instruction would need to be read at this time.
I know it's up here somewhere. Again, members of the jury, you are about to listen to an audio recording. The court instructs you that the recording has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of this case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you listen to and consider this evidence. You may publish.
Okay, this is Detective Remia of the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, conducting interviews on case number 17-17669-9. Today is March the 13th. It is approximately 13:10 hours. The subject of the interview is Trevor Summers. Trevor, would you say your full name for me and your birthday?
Trevor Steven Summers. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
If you can hear me. Trevor Steven Summers. June 20, 1977.
Okay. And also present for you is Deputy Hess. That's what's right in.
202-995.
We are currently sitting in one of the emergency room bays at Tampa General Hospital. I know you get to Bay 5B in the trauma section. Trevor, before I came in here and turned on my recorder, I told you I wanted to talk to you a little bit about what happened this weekend.
Sure.
Okay? And before I ask you any questions, because you are in custody, because you're not free to leave, obviously, when you're in the hospital, but you're in our custody, I have to advise you of your Miranda right. I'm going to read it to you, and you tell me if you understand it, okay? Okay. You have the right to remain silent. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You understand that one?
Yes.
All right. You have the right to consult with an attorney before you make a statement or answer any questions, and the right to have an attorney present during questioning. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. If you want an attorney but cannot afford to hire an attorney, one will be appointed to represent you before and during questioning free of charge. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. You may use any of these rights at any time before or during questioning, and you may stop the interview at any time. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you understand all these rights as I've read them to you?
I do.
Okay. Are you willing to answer my questions and make a statement without a lawyer present?
Yes.
Okay. Has anybody coerced you or promised you or threatened you or said anything of that nature to get you to agree with me to answer my questions?
No.
Okay. We'll start pretty basic. If you don't mind just telling me what happened.
Let's see. Friday night, it started a while ago. It started back in January when my wife started online dating.
Okay.
I got upset about it the day I found out. It was a Wednesday in middle of January. I was upset because she put pictures of my kids on the online dating website,
Okay.
as well as where she worked, which allowed her to have people easily find her. She came over that day to my house. I asked her to please take it down. She did take pictures of the kids down, and then she took off where she worked. But she wouldn't take the dating profile down.
Okay.
She said she would put it up just to meet men in general, make friends. And then a couple weeks later, I found her on another dating website, and I asked her about it. She said she didn't mean to leave it up, and that she would take it down, and that she wasn't dating, and she was just talking to a few guys. A couple weeks later, she came over and talked. We were in the middle of talking about a marriage settlement agreement. So she came over on a Friday night before Valentine's Day. We talked for a while, no issues, everything was good. She admitted to going on a date and kissing a guy and going back to his house and watching a movie or something. She came over the next night, Saturday night before Thanksgiving, or Valentine's Day. And we talked a little bit, but she was tired, so she asked me to she laid in bed with me and asked me to just hold her, so I did. And she left, no issues. We went out to dinner on Valentine's Day, went back to her house, talked, kissed a little bit. Everything's fine, no issue. She asked me to leave, I left.
This was at her house?
Yes, at her house.
Where'd you go for dinner?
We went to Mitchell's, I think it's called Mitchell's Seafood in downtown Tampa by the West Fort Mall, I think it is. Westfield Mall, maybe? No, not Westfield. Down off Kennedy Boulevard.
I think I know where it's at. It's okay.
There's a Maggiano's there, I know that too. That Friday night, after Valentine's Day, she came over, we were talking more about the marriage settlement agreement, different components like, time sharing with the kids and monetary and alimony and all that stuff. And we ate dinner, and she admitted to more dating stuff. And before she left, we had sex. That Saturday, let me go back. Valentine's Day, my older two kids, who are 12 and 14, were complaining about her being texting and video chatting and stuff. And I asked her to please not do that around the kids. And she convinced me that she wasn't doing that. It was just platonic. It was just friends.
Okay.
And so I told my kids the next day on Wednesday, this is what Mom said. Just, you need to believe her. And my son, who's 12, didn't believe her. And they were with her that weekend. That Friday night, he took her phone and took pictures of everything in her phone. He sent me a few things and just told me, look, I told you so. What I saw was a lot more than dating. She's actually telling guys she loved them, and I don't know, it's a lot more than what she led me to believe.
Sure.
She came over that Saturday, I don't know, around 1:15. I asked her about this stuff, and then she started to admit about it. She said she regrets it, she's going to end it. We had sex, then mobile notary came. We reached an agreement on our marriage settlement agreement. We had a drink. We walked around, talked about and possibly even just finishing divorce and starting over. We had sex again for hours, fell asleep, woke up. I made us some dinner. And I didn't know how the day was going to turn out. I was pretty upset with her when I found out all this stuff. I'd actually had a machete just in my bedroom, and when she didn't want to keep talking, I got it out and told her we need to keep talking. I didn't hurt her or anything.
Why would you if you just wanted her to talk, why would you bring a machete into the conversation?
Just so she would stay and talk. So I threatened her with it.
When you had the machete, did you say anything specific to her?
Just sit on the bed, let's keep talking. And she did. So we calmly talked for, I don't know, three hours or so until about 10 o'clock. And she left. I let her leave, but she promised me she was going to end it with this guy. And
what day was this?
This was February 18th.
Okay.
She actually called the police that night, rightfully so. I wasn't forthright with them about everything that happened. I used the excuse that she was making this up to get me put in jail. So that following week we got restraining orders, or not restraining orders, temporary injunctions against each other.
Correct.
The kids were with me, which everything fine with that. I'm just giving you cliff notes. There's a lot more detail.
That's okay. And I appreciate the background. It helps me to understand kind of what's going on. But specifically, when you want to go into more detail about Friday, Saturday, Sunday, this week.
So, my kids have been complaining all week that they wanted to see her. I really didn't want them to see her because she's been lying to them about the
dating in the guys, and I convinced my daughter to let me come say bye. I was literally going to leave town Saturday. So I convinced my daughter to let me in to say bye to my wife.
And this was this weekend?
Friday night. It was really Saturday because it was 3 a.m. Saturday.
Okay.
So my daughter left the window open for me, my 14-year-old daughter. My son rode with me. Youngest kids were with her, and the youngest one was actually at home sleeping at my house. So my kids and I were communicating, two older kids and me were communicating while I was there. My wife, I was trying to wake her up because I didn't want to startle the two little kids that were sleeping with her. Finally, she did wake up, freaked out a little bit because I was there. She knows I'm not supposed to be there because of the temporary injunction. I just entered in the living room, sit down on the couch. She fought with me a little bit. I fought back. So I got
When you say you made her go in, would you yell at her? What'd you do?
No, I put my arm around her waist and walked her into the living room.
Okay.
That's why I got scratches on me. She calmed down, and I just explained, I can't deal with all this. I'm just going to leave town. And I explained how years ago I put a lot of money away, offshore accounts, and I was going to go and just live in the islands. So we argued, and then she calmed down, and then we argued and calmed down. Finally, around 5 o'clock, my two older kids were still outside. They're like, we're tired, we want to go home. I had been teaching them how to drive. So I had them come in. They're already very angry with their mother because of the lies she was telling them.
Okay.
So they took the two little kids with them, and they drove my car back to my house in Riverview.
Okay.
From Valrica to Riverview.
Which one of them drove, the 14 or the 12?
The 14. And I stayed with my wife. We talked, and then we fell asleep, and then we talked, and we fell asleep. I'm trying to think, on Saturday, all day, mainly we were in her room. Well, I'm going to go back a little bit. I was going to go with my kids. I was going to drive them home to my house. But I said, you're going to call the police as soon as I leave. And she said, no, I promise I won't. And I said, well, I don't trust you. So I said, I'm going to have to tie you up. So I said, I'll tie you up. I'll call somebody and let them know you're tied up. By that time, I'll be gone. Well, I don't think I tied her good enough. So I walked outside with two kids. By the time I got back inside, she was already mostly out of the...
What did you tie her up with?
Just some rope, some nylon rope. That's a nylon rope on her body, and then I found some strings of Christmas lights in the garage and tied that to the bed around her.
Okay.
So I came back in, and she was halfway out, and she was freaked out. And I said, well, obviously I didn't do a good job. I said, it's just, let's keep talking. So we talked and talked, ate some food. The whole time I didn't understand. She didn't try to run out of the house, out of the window. She took a couple cigarette breaks. My head's just spinning. I'm like, I don't know. And then we had sex 4 times. Consensual. It wasn't forced, nothing. Completely consensual.
Well, for you, I got to ask, if you guys are in the middle of getting a divorce and separating and divvying up property and the kids and what have you, that would lead me to believe that there's issues between the two of y'all. But the way you're explaining it, where you guys would have sex on a regular basis,
I know.
I'm confused.
This is what messed with my head, and I think this is what broke me mentally. Was she's telling me she loves me, she's telling me we can work it out, we're having sex, but then she's dating, but then she wants, to go full with the divorce. So I really can't explain. She'll have to explain why she's back and forth like that. Like I said, we fell asleep at one point for like 3 hours. She could have got up and left.
Mm-hmm.
Just called the police, anything. But she didn't. That's why. I don't understand. I don't understand that. Finally, around 8 o'clock, I was like, all right, I gotta go. I gotta go say bye to the kids. And I said, you gotta give me time to leave, to get out of here. And she said she would. I said, okay, I'm gonna tie you up again. And she willingly let me tie her up. So this time I put her hands to her sides and wrapped her in a sheet first, and then tied the rope around that. And then she said something that made me mad, and I said, well, what are you going to do?
What did she say to make you mad?
Something about she's going to press charges against my parents, and my oldest daughter is going to go to jail for letting me in. And our son's going to go to boarding school or something like that. And this is not their fault. They had nothing to do with this. I convinced them. There's nothing. They're not part of this. Our son's had a problem with her since she left in October, because when she left him at home. So he's had an issue with her since then, and he's spent most of his time with me during the separation.
So you're at the house. You're getting ready to leave. Tie her up. Wrap her in a sheet.
Wrapped her in a sheet. Tied those ropes around her again, and then tied those to the bed. Then she started mouthing off about this, that, and the other. I said, I can end this right now. And I just grabbed the pillow and put it over her face, and I just listened to her. And I couldn't do that.
When you said you could end this right now and grab the pillow, what were you going to do?
Well, I was just being an ass and pretending like I could suffocate her.
So you put the pillow over her face, or no?
Yeah, I put the pillow over her face.
How hard did you press down on her?
Well, I just held it with my hands. And then...
But she's tied up at this point?
Yeah, she's tied up. And I took it off and I said, can you just relax? Can you calm down? And she said, you know what? Why don't I just go with you? And so I said, you really want to go with me? You want to leave the country with me? And she said, yeah. And I said, okay. I said, so, let's pack a bag. So I went to the garage, grabbed the suitcase, she went in her closet, her drawers, put just some stuff with her in there.
You had to untie her for that, or she got out by herself?
No, I had to untie her.
Okay.
And so I said, all right, let's go then. You really, I said, the kids will be fine. Our pastor and his wife could take care of them, or my parents. I said, the kids will be fine. I said, really, they don't deserve either one of us. We're both bad parents. And she agreed. And so then we got everything ready. She got her purse ready, grabbed her phone, charged her phone. And I said, well, are you going to, I said, you're going to do anything dumb? I said, should I at least tie your hands so you don't do anything dumb in the car? She's like, yeah, you can tie my hands. So I tied her hands behind her back. We walked out front door. I helped her get in the passenger seat. I went back inside, grabbed a few water bottles, got her suitcase, locked the door.
Whose car was this?
Her car.
Was that the Saturn?
Yeah, Saturn. And she'd actually been feeling a little sick because she was in Pennsylvania the weekend before, visiting her grandma and her parents and family. And she caught a cold or something. So her nose is running and she's not feeling good. She had actually taken a little medicine while we were, some cold medicine while we were at her house. But it was all gone. So I said, well, do you want me to stop at the store? We'll get some more. She's like, yeah. So I go walk in and then I look out and she's running around the parking lot.
Now, let me ask you this. Her address, that's the one in Brentwood Hills, or is that your address?
That's her, in Belgrade County, yeah.
So that's where you went in, that's where you tied her up, that's where everything happened at.
Yeah.
How did you end up at the Fishhawk Walgreens?
That's the route I took to get to my house. She was going to go to my house first.
And where do you live at?
Riverview. Newberry Grove Loop, Riverview.
What subdivision is that?
Panther Trace.
Okay.
So, I said I'd stop at Walgreens and get her some more just over-the-counter cold medicine. And I just walked in, looked her up, turned back, and she's running around the parking lot. So I grabbed her and put her back in the car, and I said, "What are you doing?"
When she was running around, you saw her. Did anybody see you go out and grab a hold of her?
Yeah, there was I think it was an employee.
Did anybody say anything to you?
No, he didn't say anything, but I think he dialed the police.
What did you say to her when you grabbed a hold of her?
I just said, "You need to get back in the car. You know, you told me you'd go. Knock this off. You're going to get us in trouble. Get back in the car." So I put her back in the car. Her hands were still tied. So I put her back in the car. Put the
her hands tied in front or behind her?
Behind her. Put the seatbelt back on her. And then there was an extra piece of string hanging off, so I tied that to the seat.
Okay.
Closed the door, got back in, and said, "Okay, I'm not getting cold medicine." And I said, "I'm pretty sure he called the police, so I don't think we can go to our house now, so we're not going to be able to say bye to the kids." So then I took a meandering path. Gosh, I can't even tell you the roads I took. I know we went south and then east and then south, and I ended up going through Arcadia to Route 70, down, got to Bradenton, and then I took a right on, I don't even know the road, but I saw a couple side streets, like dirt roads. And I said, "Look, I'm dead tired. I can't make it to the marina."
What marina were you going to?
I was going to go to Little Harbor and catch a charter.
Did you have something set up already or no?
No. But I knew a couple of people there that would get me to. There's a whole thing where immigrants come in and out, and so I was going to catch a boat to the islands and go from there and make my way over to St. Kitts and Nevis.
Right. And nobody was waiting on you with a boat to go. You were going to secure all that when you got there, or what?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I just pulled down this road. There was a little clearing, looked like a construction company had some old equipment there. I parked there, and we both went to sleep.
You're pretty sure you said earlier that you went down to State Road 70. Are you sure it was State Road 70?
Yeah, let me back up. Before we got to Arcadia, there was, I don't know, maybe a 64, 62. There's another road that runs, I think, parallel with 70. Because we went west on it, and I turned down one road there, and I threw her, we shut our phone off. So our phones were going off with restricted calls, so I figured it was the police. So I threw her phone in the woods.
Do you remember what it looked like where you threw her phone? Was there any signage? Was there a bridge? Was there?
It's a little dirt road with one of those cattle gates, maybe 500 feet down the lane.
Okay.
Threw her phone, and then headed back east on that same road, a couple miles, turned down another road, which was a paved road. Then it turned into a dirt road. There was a bridge with a stream. I think it was a farm back there. It was right before a firehouse. So I went down, turned my phone off, and threw my phone in the woods.
Okay.
She got out of her, at that point, she got out of her wrist, I tied her up by her wrist.
Right.
And she's like, "Can you please just let me out?" I had tied it tight. Had the knife, or not a knife, I had a little utility knife razor blade. And I wanted to cut her off her wrist, and I cut her wrist.
Was the intent to cut her wrist or just to cut the restraints off?
I was cut the restraint off. I missed, and it didn't go deep. I don't think it went deep. I didn't really look at it real close. But she bled a little bit, and then she got in the car, and I took the took the ropes off, the strings off her. It's really like a string, it's not really a rope. And then she just held pressure on it. It stopped bleeding an hour later. But initially, it was a good amount of blood. Her sweater, sleeve soaked it up. That sweater's in the car. After that, we drove, I don't know how many miles east on that 62, 64, whatever it was, and then we hit 17 and went south on 17 until it hit 70. There's a traffic light there in Arcadia, hit 70. Drove west on 70 for a while. We passed Panther Ridge, which is a housing community down there, and then it's not a hard right. There's like emerging, like a self-sweeping right to go up this other road that takes you back up through Paris to like 301. I think maybe it connects to 64 or 301. That's where we pulled off, and we slept.
Was she tied up at that point?
No, I didn't tie her up anymore.
Did you have the machete with you?
No.
Just a box cutter?
Just that little, it's a utility blade for a utility knife. That's all it was. And then we didn't really bring enough water with us. We fell asleep Saturday night there, woke up. She could have got out kind of time again and just ran. I mean, there was a house 1,000 feet from us.
Right.
And I'm sure people lived there. The lights were on at night.
So you're under the impression now that she wanted to be with you, or she was okay being with you?
She was okay. She still wanted to go with me, leave the country. So, Sunday morning we woke up. We didn't have anything else to eat or drink other than like some dried cranberry crackers. But I didn't want to drive under daylight. So I said, I'm pretty sure, there's calls are from the police. I'm pretty sure they're looking for us. And I told her, I don't know what you want. I really don't. I'm confused. I don't know what you want. Do you want to go with me? Do you want to stay here? Do you want to just go back to our house and tell the police this was all a mistake? I said, what do you want to do? And she couldn't really think of what she wanted to do, and she just said, no, I want to be with you. I said, okay, well, where? Here or in the island? And she's like, well, I really want to be with the kids. So then we talked, started making our story on what we would tell the police.
Well, how did you end up in Little Harbor?
I'll get to that. We had sex on Sunday.
In the car?
In the car. I gave her oral sex. She had an orgasm. We had regular sex. And she had an orgasm. And I said, I don't get it. We're together. Everything is good. Our love life's good. And I kept telling her, dating while you're still married, going through divorce. You broke my head. I asked you for the truth, and you don't tell me the truth. So by sundown, we were both really thirsty. We had a few empty water bottles in the car. We walked, cut across the stream. We got all muddy, and walked all the way up a farm road around a big field. And we found an outhouse that had a big gallon of good water and a sink. We filled our water bottles up, drank some water, filled them up.
And whereabouts was this?
It was right next to where we parked the car.
And that was off 301 somewhere, you know?
Not 301. There's a road that runs north and south between 70 and either 64 or 301. And a lot of farms out there and stuff. So we walked down the field and got water, went back to the car, talked a little more, fell asleep for the night. And then we said, well, let's leave around like 5, 6 in the morning. We'll head towards, first I said, let's go to Anna Maria Beach. So I think there's a charter we can get there. And then she's like, oh, I really don't want to go now. So now she's going back to just wanting me to drop me off, and then she's going to go back home. And I said, why do you change your mind again? So we drove back down south to 70, took 70 to 75, up to 64, drove all the way into Anna Marie. Right before Anna Marie, there's a boat ramp there. We parked. Sunlight starting to come up, and she wanted me to write out some things. And she said if I did that, then she wouldn't tell the police anything. So I wrote out, that she can have the house, the car, the money, whatever I left here. She said, all right. So, and then she wanted me to write or no, she didn't want me to write that. Then we drove around Adrian all the way up to the north side, down the bay side, looking for the charter. Couldn't find it. I knew there was one in Little Harbor that I could take. I said, well, so let's just go back up to Little Harbor. So I drove back down 64, took the business 41 over, caught back up with 41, turned on the road off of 41 to Little Harbor. And then she wanted me to find a spot to pull over. She wanted to talk. So I pulled over in Little Harbor. And I think she saw somebody or something. She's like, you better just write a confession out because you're going to get caught. And I said, probably are. So I said, I really want you to go with me, and she just wouldn't go. So left Little Harbor, drove down to the end of the street, pulled in not an abandoned, probably a rental house or something, parked underneath.
Did you know whose house it was? You didn't. It's not your house.
Just a random. No, just a random house. There wasn't any cars there, so I just turned underneath, and I just figured somebody's going to be there soon because she has OnStar in her car. I don't know why it took them so long to find us. And then I said, I can't kill you. I can't hurt you. I said, I can't live this life. I said, so I'll lay my life down for you, and grabbed my little knife and started cutting my neck.
Is that when the deputy showed up?
Yeah.
Okay. It was a pretty good job of putting it all together. I got a pretty clear picture, so I appreciate that. There's only one question I have, and while you were at the house, while you were at her house, which I'm guessing is the house that at some point y'all shared, yes? Or did she move out of the house and move?
Yeah, she moved out of the house and moved.
So at her house in Brentwood Hills, when you had her tied up, did your parents come by that house?
No.
So your parents never came by? Did anybody else come by?
No. Just my kids were outside in the car.
So the whole time that she's tied up, the kids were either outside in the car or they took the car and went to your house?
Yeah.
But nobody else came inside the house?
Yeah. No, I didn't tell her that my kids drove the car. I told her my parents had picked them up.
Okay. So you told her the kids are gone because your mom and dad gone?
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't want her to freak out about the kids driving the car.
Well, I guess that would have said a little bit.
Yeah.
Is there anything else? Why couldn't you just walk away from her? Why did you have to tie her up? Why did you have to go break into the house, sneak into the house? I guess would be a better way to say.
Well, I snuck into the house just to say bye, and I just wanted to.
Even though she's got an injunction against you and you have one against her.
Yeah. Because I don't know, you just the things she's told me in recent weeks and the way she's acted, you still think there's a hope, a chance, something.
But her using dating apps and what have you, or dating other men, or seeing other men, or doing whatever with other men, that's what's upsetting to you.
No, it's upsetting that she kept lying about it.
Not the fact that she's dating, but she's lying to you about it.
Right.
Because you're all in the process of divorce. It is what it is.
Yeah.
What's the reason for the divorce itself?
She said I've abandoned the marriage.
What about, you said earlier something about money and offshore accounts. Do you still have money out there?
Yeah.
Is that what you would, if you were able to leave the country, is that what you would have used to kind of sustain yourself for a while?
Yep.
How much money you have over there?
$4.5 million.
How much?
$4.5 million.
$4.5 million. What exactly do you do for a living to make $4.5 million?
Years,
I mean, a long line of work.
years ago, I worked with a commercial. We started a commercial development company, and I put a lot of money offshore.
Is there anything else that you want to say, or anything else that I haven't asked that you think is important?
I explained to my wife how, you know, not just with me, but, you know, with the guy she's dating and other guys, the way she says things and does things makes them think different than what her intentions are. So either she's...
Think she's naive?
No.
Let me do this. Because they got to come in and I think they got to get information from you for the hospital and whatnot. So, is there anything else in regards to the weekend, the trip down to Manatee, the tying up in the house, the Christmas lights, the kids, the drive, or anything else that we haven't discussed or I haven't asked? And you feel that everything you told me is accurate and is complete?
It's all accurate. Yeah. I mean, I can get into details about specific conversations if you want to.
I think we'll worry about that here in a bit. The last thing I'll ask is, everything you told me is true, right? You're not lying, you're not exaggerating, or what have you.
No, it's all true.
Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to close the interview at 1:50.
Okay.
So, Sergeant, your interview with him began at 1:10 p.m. and ended at 1:50 p.m.?
Yes, ma'am. Excuse me. Yes, ma'am.
And the location that he states that he threw the victim's phone, did you have did you assist in any further investigation with regards to that? Are you aware where her phone was ultimately found?
Yes, I assisted with that portion of it.
And was that the location in which her phone, Miss Alisa Summers' phone, was located?
Yes.
Is that when Miss Summers took you to that location?
Yes.
When you were in that area doing that drive multiple times, night, daytime, did you ever see a house in the Manatee area 1,000 feet from where they would have been parked?
No, I did not.
After you concluded your interview with the defendant, what did you do? Did you update Detective Steele with regards to his statements?
Yes.
Did you assist Detective Steele then in driving to the Manatee County area with Alisa Summers, and is that when you ultimately located her phone?
Yes, it is.
Did you were you also there when Alisa took you to the area where she believed the defendant had disposed of his phone?
Yes.
Were you ever able to find his phone?
No, I did not find his phone.
The following day, did you have an occasion to respond to the Dublin address on the 14th?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the purpose of your responding there?
We met with the victim and her parents, and while we were there, she was pointing out additional items of evidence.
Were you aware whether or not the first search and documentation and collection of the scene, was that done prior to locating the victim and defendant? Was that done on the 12th? Or are you not aware?
No, I'm not for sure, but I would assume it was.
Were you requested to respond back on the 16th to retrieve any other items from the victim's residence?
Yes.
And what were those?
A gray long sleeve shirt with a Mickey Mouse emblem on it, and also a pink bed sheet.
And did you collect those items?
Yes.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
With regards to this investigation?
I assisted with trying to pull footage from Walgreens, although I did not take possession of any footage from Walgreens.
Okay.
And that's it.
I would pass the witness, Judge.
Cross-examination, Mr. Summers?
Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon, Detective Romeo. The first question I wanted to ask is, have you testified about your taking of my interview in a related court hearing?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And when you were asked if I was sedated, do you recall what your answer was?
No.
If I showed you a copy of that related transcribed hearing, would that refresh your memory?
It would, but it's also going to depend on the validity of that transcript.
This is one done in a related court hearing where you testified on behalf of the state.
I recall testifying. The point I'm trying to make is it an official transcript of the testimony?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Then it will refresh my memory.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is related court hearing lines 3 and 4. Is your memory refreshed?
It is.
And so may I ask you again, what was your response to that question?
The question that I was asked was Mr. Summers sedated? And my answer was, I don't know.
Okay. And also, Detective Vermia, in a related court hearing, did you testify as to whether or not you spoke with a doctor when asked about whether or not I should be interviewed? Do you recall what your answer was?
I recall the testimony, but I don't recall the specific statements or answers. So something that would refresh said memory would be great.
Okay. The question is, did you speak with a doctor when you interviewed me? This is lines 17 and 18 of a related court hearing.
Okay.
Is your memory refreshed?
Yes.
Okay. Detective Remy, what was your answer when asked if you spoke with a doctor before questioning me?
No.
And what was your answer today?
Did I get asked? Did you ask me if I spoke with a doctor?
The state did ask you if you spoke with a doctor, and you gave a very long response.
What was my response?
The response was that you spoke with multiple doctors, that you wanted to make sure that...
Objection, Judge. Mischaracterization of his testimony.
Well, I'll instruct the jury that what the parties and or attorneys say is not evidence in the case, that you should rely on your own recollection of what the testimony was and the evidence is in the case. You can ask the question, though.
Okay. Do you believe your statement today was different than your statement in a related court hearing?
No, I believe the purpose of the statement or the gist of the statement is true and accurate in both. Whether I spoke to a doctor, physician's assistant, nurse, or what have you, more of a classification of a medical personnel that were tending to your medical needs. And if I mischaracterize them as a doctor as opposed to a nurse or a physician's assistant, then that's an error on my behalf. However, the purpose was to state that I spoke with an official medical personnel so I can get an idea of what your condition was.
Okay. Detective Steele, Remy, sorry. Were you responsible to investigate any of the statements made during that interview?
I'm sorry, I don't follow your question.
Were you responsible to investigate to see if any of those statements made were valid or true?
No, that would have been the responsibility of then Detective, now Sergeant Steele.
Okay. To the best of your knowledge, do you know what your standard operating procedure is when questioning someone who is incapacitated or in a hospital bed?
Yes, to answer your question, I do.
Okay. Can you tell us what the standard operating procedure is?
Can I quote it to you? No, sir, I can't do that. But what I can tell you is that the general procedure is to ensure that the person you're speaking with is coherent, can understand the questions you're asking. If you're advising them of their Miranda rights specifically, make sure they understand those rights and they're in a condition they do understand them.
Did you see me before the surgery?
I'm not aware that you had any surgery.
Did you notice a large cut and stitches and bandages on my neck?
Correct. Again, I think we're probably going to differ on our definition of getting stitches in surgery. So
Okay.
if you're referring to the time where you were stitched, I saw them while they were stitching you up. Yes, sir.
Okay. So did you interview me while I was being operated on?
No.
Did you? So then you didn't. Did you see me before I was operated on?
Yes, I saw you. Well, and again, operated in stitches. I saw you while you were being stitched. I saw you while you were in the hospital bed, and actively being stitched or worked on is one thing. My interview, my point of asking you questions, did not occur until the medical personnel were done with their procedure on you.
Okay. Do you recall what kind of condition I was in when you did the interview?
As far as what?
Medically, what do you call what I looked like?
Yeah, you looked very similar that you do now, except you had stitches on your neck.
Your Honor, may I use the photographs? Exhibits K. No, sorry, not. Yes, I'm sorry. Your Honor, I have exhibits V 1 through 10.
V? Okay.
Publishing V2. Detective Remia, does this look similar to the condition you found me in when you conducted the interview?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Are my hands tied to the bed, or handcuffed to the bed?
Yes.
Do you know if my feet were handcuffed to the bed?
I'm not sure.
Do you know if I was awake when you interviewed me? Or when you first, before the interview started, do you know if I was awake?
Yes, you are.
Thank you. And the only other question I have, Detective, is it your responsibility to alert the appropriate authorities about the immigrants coming in on the boats?
Is it my responsibility to alert authorities about immigrants coming into the state of Florida? No.
Okay, that's it. No more questions.
Redirect. Sergeant, if the defendant was sedated, incapacitated, or not capable of partaking in an interview with you, what would you have done?
Not conducted one.
And is it fair to say that the recording in State's Exhibit Z speaks for itself?
Yes, it does.
No further questions, Judge.
May this witness be released by the state
Yes, Judge.
and the defense?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. You may be released as a witness at this time.
Thanks, sir.
State, you may call your next witness.
Judge, at this time, the state of Florida rests.
All right. Gentlemen of the jury, the state having rested, I'm going to give you a break. There's some legal things that I have to do in the courtroom before we turn to the defense side of the case. I am going to instruct you again not to discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else, also not to do any research related to the case. I will ask you during this break to have a discussion amongst yourselves and let Deputy Estea know how late you are willing to stay tonight. Also, if we do end up staying to the same amount of time that we stayed last night, just so you know, I will provide dinner again. I don't know if it'll be pizza from the same place or something else, but just so you have that additional information when you decide how long you might be able to stay tonight. So at this time, all rise for the jury. Jury. exited. Everyone may be seated. All right, Mr. Summers, the state of Florida has rested their case against you. What do you say at this time?
Your Honor, I would say that the defense moves for a directed verdict of acquittal. For failure of the state to provide a prima facie case against me on the first and second charge of premeditated attempted first-degree murder, the state has failed to provide any premeditation. And I add abandonment of purpose. The facts clearly show an abandonment of any attempts. The defense also moves for a directed verdict of acquittal for failure of the state to prove a prima facie case against me on the charge of kidnapping. The state has failed to prove the purpose of the kidnapping was for grand theft. And the state has failed to prove any intent to commit the crime of grand theft, the alleged purpose for committing the kidnapping. And on the charge of grand theft, the state has failed to prove any intent to commit grand theft. And on the two charges of sexual battery by a person 18 years or older upon a victim 18 years or older, the state has failed to prove any intent to commit both counts of sexual battery by a person 18 or older upon a victim 18 or older.
Is that all, Mr. Summers?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate that. The standard on a judgment of acquittal is that I give the state all inferences in their favor on the evidence at this time. I've listened to the evidence, and at this point, I believe that it is a jury question. The court is not to make decisions of fact, and I believe that they have put on enough evidence to present a question for the jury. So I'm going to respectfully deny your motion for judgment of acquittal on all counts at this time.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So next is going to be your opportunity to present evidence. I told the state to instruct Sergeant Steele to head back. I don't know if he's here. Do you have any other witnesses? What we're going to do is we're going to bring the jury back in a few moments and allow you the opportunity. I'll say, Mr. Summers, call your first witness. And again, I'll remind you, I have not changed my position regarding it doesn't matter how long we go. When you're done with any witnesses today, whether that be, we're going to see what time in just a moment they're willing to stay. Do they know?
They're back there discussing right now.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll get that information in a minute. But if we're able to get through all your other witnesses tonight, whatever time it is, as long as it's before the time that they say that they're willing to stay, I will in court at that time and give you the evening to decide whether you want to testify. And if you decide that you do, you'll be the first witness in the morning.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So who do you have? Do you have Steele?
Yes, I'm going to recall Detective Steele first.
That'll be your first?
Yes.
Do you mind telling me, you don't have to, but do you mind telling me, because we discussed, I think you had a list of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I know we talked about 9, 10. One of them you decided not to call, the one available by Zoom. But after Steele, what do you think is going to happen?
Your Honor, there would be 4 others.
Okay. All right. So you saw the same way I do with the state. Once the witness is done, I'll ask whether they're released, and then I'll ask you to call your next witness.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're very welcome.
Could we just be told who the 4 others are? I spoke to multiple people out there. Many of them have no idea what testimony they're going to be offering. One specifically told me it's going to be purely character evidence. And so I guess we can address that when he asks the questions. Is that how Your Honor wishes to do that?
Well, certainly. I mean, I expect that you will be making objections that you feel that are appropriate, and I will have to decide on them as they're raised. I'm not going to force him to tell you, but who he intends to call, I don't think it's appropriate. I'll ask if he doesn't mind telling us, same that I've done with the state. Mr. Summers, do you mind telling us who the other 4 that you intend to call are going to be?
I do not mind, Your Honor.
Okay.
They would be Jake Carr.
Go ahead and hold on one second just so I can put a note. You said Carter?
Jake Carr.
Carr.
And there's just, I am a little concerned about his testimony. I don't know if the court's aware regarding my motion in limine on.
I don't see him. He's not one of the highlighted names that I have.
He should be one of the first or second on the list.
Oh, I see him. I'm sorry, he wasn't highlighted. The only ones that are highlighted are also on the state's witness list. Never mind. My highlighting is not what I thought it was. I got him. Jake Carr. And State, you have concerns about...
I just want to, I don't know if the court's aware of one of the motion in limines. Mr. Carr provided some marital counseling to both the defendant and the victim, and I did limine any of that kind of testimony coming out.
That was granted by Judge...
That was granted. Fuson.
Fuson?
I'm not questioning anything about that, Your Honor. I'm aware of the limine.
Okay. All right.
And there was another domestic incident that had occurred prior to the February 18th incident, which then caused Miss Summers and her children to go live with Mr. Carr. So if the defendant opens up any kind of door to that kind of testimony, obviously then we'll be eliciting that.
Well, certainly that's one of the risks that I'm sure that you understand, Mr. Summers, that through your questioning of any of these witnesses, you may open up doors. Particularly like I heard them say that you think that you're going to question regarding your character. Well, that opens up the door, if it comes in, to allow them to potentially present evidence of adverse character. So those are...
I understand. It's
all
nothing
right.
to do with my character.
Oh, okay. All right. But and anything else? I mean, I don't know. There is the possibility, I just want you to be very aware of it, that you may open other doors. And I was not aware of that motion in limine. Thank you for providing it. But I don't know those bridges again until I cross them. I apologize. But we'll deal with objections if and when they come up. I'll remind the state that the state will also then have the opportunity to cross-examine the witnesses. So, did you want to continue? If you want to continue, Jake Carr.
I'd rather not go back and forth like this. So, talking about what I'm going to do with the witnesses.
Okay,
So we'll
and I'm not forcing you. That's fine. We may have to take breaks, and that's absolutely fine if we have to. 8 o'clock. All right. So it is 10 after 4. I just need a very short break, but I'll come right back in less than 5 minutes, and then ask you to call your first witness. Thank you. You're very welcome. Thank you. Yes, I'm sorry. I was saying. Mr. Summers, do you have? I'm not holding you to this, and you don't even have to. If you're off, that's fine. You're off. But amount of time, because what I'm trying to do now is determine whether I should order them dinner. If we are going to be here till 8 with your witnesses, I'm going to go ahead and order the jury dinner, and we'd have to take their orders now. Unless we're going to take another break, and I prefer not to take another break. So I take their orders now, have it delivered around 6:30, give them a short break to eat something at 6:30 if we're going to go till 8.
Your Honor, I'm probably only going to be about an hour and a half with my witnesses.
Okay. Obviously, that's not taking into account cross-examinations, but I don't suspect that the cross-examinations would be too long.
Them to be
Okay, yeah. So I tell you what.
Not yet.
Not yet. Let's see where we're at. If I need to take a short break to take orders around 5 o'clock, we'll do that. All right. Let's see how far we get. 5:30, and he's just making sure he has menus in case he needs to use them. But as soon as he's done with that, is the state ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so is Steele here?
Yes.
Steele's here? Yes. All right. All right, Deputy Stan, let's go ahead and get the jury. Jury is present and seated. Everyone else may be seated at this time. Gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. As you may recall, prior to the break, the state had rested their case. Now is the time that we turn to the defense and allow the defense to present his case. Mr. Summers, are you ready to call your first witness?
I am, Your Honor.
You may do so.
The defense calls Detective Christopher Steele.
Christopher Steele. Welcome back.
Thanks, sir.
I'll just swear you back in an abundance of caution. If you'll raise your right hand. Do you swear any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, sir.
Thank you, Sergeant. If you'll follow the bailiff back to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, watch your step. Go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable.
Thanks, sir.
Mr. Summers, you may proceed.
Good afternoon again, Detective Steele, or Sergeant Steele. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Just a few more things to go over with you. Did you attempt to interview me after any of these events on after March 13th?
No, sir.
No. Do you have a standard operating procedure on when to allow questioning or interviews by of a witness into a report or a investigation?
I can't quote you an SOP number on that, but I can tell you as far as once you've retained legal counsel, we should be going through your legal counsel for that, so there wouldn't be any further contact from there forward.
I'm talking more specifically outside of Miranda. Does the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office have a standard operating procedure or guidelines for allowing witnesses to be interviewed at a hospital?
There is nothing that I know of in policy saying you can't talk to someone at a hospital. It's a pretty normal occurrence.
Do you know if there is a standard operating procedure about how to question witnesses at a hospital?
I could not quote it for you if there is. We have over 900 something SOPs. I unfortunately can't quote them all for you.
Did you look up those SOPs when you were putting the investigation together as to whether or not a witness could be questioned or how they would be questioned at a hospital?
I didn't interview you, sir, so no, I wouldn't have looked into that at all.
Did you check with your SOPs of whether or not to allow an interview taken at a hospital into the investigation?
There would be no SOP, I can tell you, that I would be aware of that would ever restrict us from going to a hospital to talk to somebody. That would, again, that's normal practice.
Okay. Do you recall the interview details that were given by myself to Detective Remia?
If you wanted to refer to a transcript, that would probably be helpful, but no, I can't.
In general, if I said, did you do this, would you recall that brief statement made in the interview?
No, sir. That would be Detective Remia.
Okay. Did you listen to that interview?
I have listened to it, yes.
Okay. Do you agree that there's a number of statements made by me in that interview?
Objection, Judge Leading.
Finish the question, but try not to lead the witness.
Do you believe that or do you recall a number of statements being made by me in that interview?
I cannot say that I recall your interview in any great detail.
Okay.
It was not one that I would have been overly prepared for today since I wasn't testifying to it.
Did that interview have any impact on the investigation that you conducted?
The confession does have relevance, as well as the video confession and the written letter confession. Yes, all those things play in as a factor into whether or not to charge, if that's what you're asking.
Yes. In that interview, let me ask this way. When you went with Detective Remia to search for the phone in Hillsborough/Manatee County, did you utilize any of the directions that I gave in that interview?
No, I wouldn't have been aware of any details at that point, no.
Okay. Do you know if the location that we were in Manatee County was anywhere near the location of where you found the phones?
Obviously, you were there at some point because the phone was there.
Let me rephrase. Are you aware that we stayed in a secluded place for 30 hours that weekend?
I believe during Alisa's statement at the District 4 office, she did make reference to, yes, y'all being together in the van for an extended period. I couldn't quote you the exact number of hours that she stated.
Okay. And did she tell you where that location was?
I don't think she could tell me an exact location. No, that was the purpose of us driving down there, so she could show us where the phone was at.
Did you recall ever visiting a location that had a piece of construction equipment next to a large tree and a ravine and a farm?
I can't say I recall what you're talking about.
Okay. Do you recall how long
the trip through Manatee and Hillsborough County lasted when you were doing the phone search?
When I was doing what search?
Searching for the phones?
With Alisa?
Yes.
We drove from the District 4 office to State Road 62, and I cannot say that I'm overly familiar with that in any way, as far as I've made very few trips into Manatee County, considering I have no reason to, other than this case. Rough guess would be 30 to 45 minutes, but again, that's a very rough guess, trying to remember back, that location.
I don't have any further questions, John. I'll pass the witness.
Thank you. Any cross-examination of this witness?
No, Judge.
All right. May this witness be excused by the defense? I'm sorry. I apologize. Released by the defense.
Yes, Your
All
Honor.
right. State, released. You may step down. You may be released as a witness at this time.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Summers, I'll ask you to please call your next witness.
The defense would call Alisa Mathewson.
Ms. Mathewson, if you'll come back down to the witness stand, please. Just like everyone else, I'll re-swear you in abundance. Do you swear affirming testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you may make your way to the witness stand. Please watch your step. You may proceed.
Oh, thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Mathewson. I wanted to go through a few things regarding the times between February and March of 2017. Do you recall what date you went and filed for an injunction in February of 2017?
The 20th was a Monday. It was a holiday, and the courts were closed, so I had to file when they opened, which was the Tuesday, the 21st, because the event happened on a Saturday, the 18th.
And did you do that in person at the Hillsborough County Courthouse?
Because I did that at the spring.
And do you recall if I was served that injunction?
I wouldn't have been the one to serve you, but I was given the paperwork back that you were served.
Okay. Do you recall on February 22nd if there was a text from you to me asking when you would see the children?
That was my day to get the children. I didn't get the children on my day. So possibly I did, and then when I didn't get my children on that day, then it went through everything with my attorney.
Okay. Prior to prior to February 22nd, had you attempted to get an injunction against me ever before?
Yes.
What date was that?
That was October 2016.
Do you remember what day in October 2016?
Towards the end of the month, maybe the 20. No, it was towards the end of the month in October. I can't tell you the exact date.
Okay. Did we have a hearing on that injunction?
We did have a hearing on that injunction.
And at that injunction hearing, do you recall if what the judge's ruling was?
Objection, Judge. Improper. Relevance.
I'll sustain as to relevance.
Do you remember what time we had that injunction hearing on November 10th?
I can't recall what happened. Oh, I can't recall what happened in 2016 and what times things happened. No.
Okay. Do you remember if you had all of the children while we were waiting for a ruling on that injunction?
Objection, Judge. Relevance.
I'm going to allow it if she remembers.
I was granted temporary custody of all 5 children at that time.
Okay. And after that injunction hearing, do you recall coming to my house that afternoon?
I don't recall.
Do you recall between November 10th, 2016 and November 12th, 2016, if we were in communication?
Objection, Judge. Relevance.
Do you recall? Hold on. Between this, if we were in communication, no, I'll allow.
I don't recall, but it is possible because at that point I didn't have full custody of the children, so I was forced to communicate in time sharing with you.
Do you remember how many times approximately we met or did things with the children between November 10th, 2016 and February 18th, 2017?
I can't tell you how many times I had to meet you. It was twice a week to exchange children. That I know for sure.
Okay. Do you recall if we spent time together as a family on the holidays in 2016? I'm sorry, at the end of 2016?
There is something called gaslighting, and it's twisting of the facts, using the children to manipulate and force me into staying when I bring them halfway through Christmas over to your home so you can spend half of Christmas with them, which is considered co-parenting, and then making them make me feel bad for not staying. That is gaslighting, manipulation tactics.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Mathewson, I wasn't asking about that. I was asking if...
I answered your question. Sorry.
I just needed a yes or a no as to whether or not we spent time together as a family on any holidays at the end of 2016.
The answer would be yes.
And did we attend counseling as a family and individuals between November...
Objection, Judge. Subject of a motion in limine.
Sustained.
I'll move forward. Who is Cheryl Danielson?
Objection, Judge. Relevance.
Sustained.
Between October of 2016 and March of 2017, were you in communication with any neighbors in my community?
Objection, Judge. Relevance.
Hold on. 2016. I'll allow her to answer that question. I'm not sure where he's going with it, but I'll allow that question.
I lived in that community for longer than I lived in my new community, and yes, I had friends in the Panther Trace community.
Was one of those friends Cheryl Danielson?
Yes.
Did Cheryl Danielson communicate with you about activities going on in my home?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Did you ever receive text messages from Cheryl Danielson concerning me in and around the time of these events?
Objection, Judge. Relevance.
Sustained.
In the weekend of March 11th, 12th, and 13th, 2017, do you recall the name of the street where we parked and stayed for approximately 30 hours?
I do not. I was not familiar with that area, and I did not see the street name. If I did, I told it to the police when I was first found.
Do you know if that place was relatively close to where your phone was found?
I don't know the proximity from where the phone was found to that location, but it was a drive. It's not like it was in the general vicinity.
Okay. You had stated that you had blisters on your heels, you said from being tied up. Why did you put on shoes if you had blisters already on your heels?
I needed to wear shoes to walk through such a dense area. I wouldn't be walking through and going on the treks that you had me going on barefoot.
Did you have flip-flops in the car?
I wouldn't wear flip-flops to go on the type of activity that you had me going on.
Did you ever make a statement to police that you had the keys?
Objection, Judge Leading.
Not if she could answer the question with a yes or a no. Go ahead and finish the question.
Did you ever tell law enforcement that you were in possession of the keys on the weekend of March 11th to March 13th?
I do not recall.
Do you recall if you had the keys on you?
At no time did I have the keys on me.
Do you recall if you were ever in the driver's seat of the vehicle?
I don't ever recall being in the driver's seat of the vehicle.
Do you recall any of the discussions we had about what we would say to the police?
Objection, Judge. Asked and answered.
Sustained.
Do you recall any specific things we were planning on telling the police when we spoke on the weekend of March 11th to March 13th?
Objection, Judge. Asked and answered.
Sustained.
Were you ever concerned about what we would tell the police if we were
Objection,
found?
Judge. Asked and answered.
I don't recall that. Maybe, but I don't recall that specific question, so I'll allow it. Overruled as to asked and answered.
Can you repeat the question?
Were you ever concerned about what we would tell the police if we were found or came back in touch with them?
At no time was I concerned if the police found us what I would be saying to them. At no time was I concerned about that.
Okay. Are all the facts in my interview correct?
No, they are not correct.
No more further questions, Sharon.
Cross-examination.
Ms. Summers, when you had to drop the kids off when you were showing them on Christmas, did the children want you to stay so that you could be a family on that holiday?
One child in particular, yes.
And what child was that?
Landon.
Was he the one that you had struggled with the most, or that he was struggling with the most with your separation?
Yes.
So did you stay to try and help the situation in your relationship with him?
Yes.
Why is it that you got an injunction in October of 2016 against the defendant?
I became aware of activity that Mr. Summers was involved in that caused me to start questioning him. He doesn't like to be questioned. He likes to dictate what is happening and doesn't like anyone to question him. So when I started questioning, it became obvious that I was in domestic violence.
Was there physical domestic violence that you were in fear of?
At this point, it started. At this point, it was starting.
What happened? Was there a specific incident that happened in October of 2016 that caused you to get the injunction?
I'm going to object, Your Honor.
I'm going to sustain it. We need to take a break?
We're going to need to take a break, Judge.
Let's take the jury out. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, do not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Do not do any research related to the case. All rise for the jury. Jury is exited. Door is closed. Everyone may be seated. All right, Ms. Johnson, where are you going with this?
Judge, the defendant opened up the door. He's the one who brought up the October 2016 injunction. He asked her, did you get an injunction? Just questioned her about it.
He asked a bunch of questions that I sustained your objections to. There was some minimal stuff, so that's the state's position. He's opened up the door, so now what are you gonna get into? What is this altercation, or what are the specific evidence that you anticipate her to testify to?
Judge, I thought there was a violent act that had occurred that led her to get the October injunction, but I would need her to refresh my memory because I didn't even. I would never go this.
You're asking a question now you don't know the answer to, that could potentially cause some harm to this case. You don't know the answer.
My understanding is that she got an injunction because she feared for her safety. I never talked about an October 2016 injunction.
I understand that.
And so the defendant is the sole person that brought it up, asked, he's the one that said, did you ever get an injunction against me before the February 18th incident? That is open up the door wide open.
Actually, time out. Ma'am, I'm going to ask you to step out. Hold on, Mr. Summers. I will eventually hear from you. I promise you. All right, the witness has exited the courtroom. All right, Ms. Johnson. So yes, he did ask about the 2016 injunction. Now you're asking her what was the actual thing that happened that led to that, but it sounds like you're not sure what she's going to say.
That's my understanding, is that he has opened up the door to allow that evidence in by asking about it.
What evidence?
Why she
What
sought
is
an
she going to
injunction.
say? But what is she specifically going to say? Is she going to say that there's something related to the offshore accounts? Is she going to say something that one of the other motions in limine regarding his other activities?
Very careful, Judge. She could have brought all that out, and she is the one that specifically is dancing around it and not coming out and saying it because she knows not to do that. But He has opened up the door so many times during this entire trial that the state has not walked through.
Okay, hold on. What's your response, Mr. Summers?
Your Honor, I was objecting to misstatement of the facts. I asked if she sought for an injunction, and she's saying injunction as if the injunction was granted, and I never, you sustained her objection to me speaking about whether or not the injunction was granted. And now she's stating it as the injunction is granted, saying that she had an injunction and she did not. So that's why I'm objecting. I just asked a simple yes or no. Did you seek to get an injunction?
Hold on. Madam Court Reporter, I apologize to you. Can you go back to the question that he asked of the witness regarding the injunction and let me know if she testified that an injunction was granted or whether she sought an injunction, please? Injunction, please. Well, no, I want to read that just so they know. I'm not sure exactly the best way to do it. You tell me. I know you can't.
The best way to do it is to have them, well.
Yeah. So I want to read so they know what I am seeing.
The minute I start writing, it's going to scroll down. So
Right.
what I can do is print a couple of pages. Otherwise, it's going to scroll down the minute I start writing.
Yeah. Can you print them here? Yeah. Let's go ahead and print all of this so that I can read to them what and where the objections were made and what was said. Just so we all have, let's just calm down for a minute. We all have the best information. So when I make this ruling, that I make the best ruling that I can make. What I have, it's a couple of pages, just so that you all have it. I'm starting on page 302, line 3. Okay, prior to December, prior to February 22nd, had you attempted to get an injunction against me ever before? The answer was yes. Question, and what date was that? Answer, that was October 2016. Question, do you remember what day in October 2016? Answer, towards the end of the month, maybe the 20th. No, it was towards the end of the month in October. I can't recall the exact date. Question, did we have a hearing on that injunction? Answer, we did have a hearing on that injunction. Question, and at that injunction hearing, do you recall what the judge's ruling was? State attorney, objection, judge. The court, legal basis. State attorney, improper. State attorney, relevance. The court, I'll sustain as to relevance. Defendant, okay. Question by the defendant, do you remember what time we had that injunction hearing on November 10th? Answer, I can't recall what happened. Oh, I can't recall what happened in 2016 and what times things. No. Question, do you remember if you had all of the children while we were waiting for a ruling on that injunction? State attorney, objection, judge, relevance. The court, I'm going to allow it if she remembers. And then the answer, I was granted temporary custody of all 5 children at that time. Question by the defendant, okay, after that injunction hearing, do you recall coming to my house that afternoon? Answer, I don't recall. Question, do you recall between this November 10th, 2016 and November 12th, 2016, if we were in communication? State attorney, objection as to relevance. The court, hold on. The court, no, I'll allow it. The witness, I don't recall, but it is possible because at that point I didn't have full custody of the children, so I was forced to communicate in time sharing with you. Then question, do you remember how many times approximately we did things with the children between November 10th and November 10th, 2016 and February 18th, 2017? Answer, we. I can't tell you how many times I had to meet you. It was twice a week to exchange children. That I know for sure. Question, okay, did you recall if we spent time together as a family on the holidays in 2016? I'm sorry, at the end of 2016. Answer, there is something called gaslighting and it's twisting. I don't need to read that. I'm going down to page 304, bottom, line 24, question, and did we attend counseling as a family and individuals between November? State attorney, objection, judge, subject of a motion in limine. The court sustained. The defendant, okay. By the defendant, I'll move forward on who is Cheryl Danielson. Objection, relevant, sustained. Between October of 2016 and 2017, were you in communication with any neighbors in my community? Objection, judge, relevance, hold on. The court, I'll allow her to answer that question. I'm not sure where he's going with it, but I'll allow that question. The witness, I lived in that community for longer than I lived in my new community, and yes, I had friends in the Trace community. Question, was one of those friends Cheryl Danielson? Yes. Did Cheryl Danielson? All right. Now I've read so much that I don't remember. There's nothing in there. Is it possible that it's somewhere else as to whether the injunction was granted, or is that all where he talks about whether one was sought? State, do you know? I mean, Ms. Johnson, do you know?
No, I don't believe I objected to his question when you asked if it was granted. I was just asking her what brought her to file for the injunction. If the court's going to allow it, if not, that's fine, Judge. We'll move on.
I don't know. I mean, I like to measure twice, cut once. I don't want to retry this case is my issue. So here's the problem I have. I think I need to bring her in. allow her to proffer the question, because normally when there's an objection and the witness doesn't, she hasn't answered it. So I don't know what she's going to say. So normally I ask, what is the answer going to be, so I can make a ruling as to relevance, hearsay, prejudicial, whatever. So until I know what she says, I'm sorry, but I can't rule on it. Now, if you want me to bring her in and allow her to proffer the answer so that then I can make an appropriate ruling, I'm willing to do that. If you want to withdraw the question and move on, I'm willing to allow that.
I'll move on, Judge.
All right. You need to say anything, Mr. Summers?
No, she's going to move on.
All right. Let's bring her back in, put her on the stand, and call the jury back out. I'm sorry. I just like to take my time. I don't want to try this case again. To leave the courtroom, but go ahead, come back and have a seat, and then we'll call the jury, or you could remain standing if you wish. Deputy Estella is going to go get the jury, and he'll let us know when he comes back to the door to stand. So it's up to you whether you want to sit, understand.
All rise, jury in your courtroom.
Jury is present and seated. Everyone else may be seated at this time. Gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. We're going to pick up where we left off. Ms. Johnson, you may proceed.
Ms. Mathewson, the defendant had asked you on direct examination if you had ever sought an injunction prior to February of 2017, and you stated you had in October of 2016?
Correct.
Is that when you moved out of the family home?
Yes.
And then you were also asked in direct examination whether you would have been concerned about what you would tell the police if they found you. You wanted the police to find you.
Yes,
A lot.
did. I did.
So you would have never had any concerns if the police were going to find you.
No.
And you would have told them exactly what you told them on March 13th of 2017.
Correct.
Nothing further, Judge.
Redirect.
No, I do not have any further.
May this witness be released by you, Mr. Summers?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. You may be released to the witness at this time. Mr. Summers, I'll ask you to call your next witness.
Mr. Honor, the defense calls Sergeant Harrison Bashner.
Sergeant Harrison Bashner. Good evening and welcome. If you'll come forward to be sworn wherever you're comfortable once you come through the gate, if you'll face me and raise your right hand, please. Thank you. You swear affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you, Sergeant. You can follow the bailiff to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair. Please watch your step. Go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone in front of you is fully adjustable. You might have to move it up some. Mr. Summers, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Bashner. How are you?
Good. Good.
Just had a couple of quick questions. Do you recall meeting me on a deposition recently?
I do.
Okay. And in March of 2017,
or specifically on March 13th, 2017. Do you recall being one of the deputies who responded to the Shell Point Road address when asked to?
Yes.
Okay. And could you describe to me what you saw when you arrived at that scene?
I was one of the ones assigned. We were in an undercover unit, so we were assigned to go try to locate the vehicle. As I was going down Shell Point Road, I was looking for the vehicle in the roadway. I reached the dead end, went back the other way, and that's when I observed the vehicle. I stopped for approximately 20 seconds to confirm the tag. Once the tag was confirmed, I radioed in that I located it.
Okay. And were you involved in the apprehension of myself or the victim?
I made the approach to the vehicle, yes.
You did. And were you on the passenger side or the driver's side?
I was in the back of the vehicle. I never made it to the doors.
Okay. And did you recall seeing me come out of the vehicle?
No.
No. You stayed at the. Did you stay at the back of the vehicle?
I did the approach from the back of the vehicle. The other detectives made contact at the passenger door and removed by the time I got there.
Okay. And did you contact EMS?
I called EMS, 4 EMS on the radio based on their telling me that there was an injury.
Okay. And did you utilize the support of the aviation unit there?
There was a helicopter there.
Did you use? Did you utilize the support of that aviation unit?
No, I just knew that there was a helicopter there. I didn't call for them.
Do you have any idea of how long that aviation unit had been in the area?
No, I just know that they were there. I don't know how long they'd been there previously.
Okay. And after you contacted EMS, did you speak with any other individuals in that neighborhood?
I knocked on the door of the house and no answer.
Okay. Did you notice any other residents observing the activity?
I did not make contact or see any other residents.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
None, Judge.
May this witness be released by the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the state?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Sergeant. You may step down. You may be released as a witness at this time. Mr. Summers, I'll ask you to please call your next witness.
The defense calls Carol Summers.
Carol Summers?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good evening and welcome. If you'll come forward to be sworn wherever you're comfortable, if you'll face me and raise your right hand, please. Perfect. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God?
I do.
All right. If you'll follow the bailiff now to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step. Go ahead, have a seat in that chair, make yourself comfortable. That microphone in front of you is fully adjustable. Mr. Summers, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Summers.
Good afternoon.
Excuse me. Mrs. Summers, do you remember being involved in the events the weekend of March 10th, 11th, or 11th, 12th, and 13th of 2017?
Involved in what way?
Do
With
you
the
remember-
children. We took the children.
Yes. And do you remember at what time you got to my house on Newberry Grove Loop on March 12th, 2017?
That was Sunday, right?
Yes.
Maybe 6 in the morning? 6 a.m.? Somewhere around there.
Do you remember what time law enforcement responded?
They were there before us. Dad went over first. Probably maybe 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning. I don't recall exactly which time, but I know it was early in the morning. It wasn't late out yet.
Okay. When you arrived, could you tell me how many law enforcement were inside the house or outside of the house?
I have no idea. A lot. I have no idea. Really.
Would you say just a few or more than 10?
No. Maybe 4 or 5.
Okay. Did they provide you with any identification?
No, I guess I could just tell who they were.
Okay. Were they in their Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office uniforms?
Yes.
All of them?
No, there might have been one. I can't really recall because it's been so long ago, but there may have been one in the, like the office room, sitting in there. But it's been so long I couldn't say for sure.
Okay. Did you observe them walking through the home?
No, mainly they were just questioning the children, taking the children in the room, talking to them, and we were, there was a girl police officer, Angie, I don't remember her last name. I think she was with the police. Well, she had a uniform on. She was helping us with the children to keep the kids calm and so forth.
Do you know about what time you were there until on that Sunday?
It had to be lunchtime because I offered to go get pizza for everybody, and I went to get pizza, and then when I came back, we were like all just like we had to get out of the house in like 5 minutes because news media or something was coming, and they didn't want the children to be subjected to that, so we hurried up and got the children out of the house.
Did the sheriffs tell you they had the authority to make you leave my home?
No, we were more or less just like everybody's got to leave.
And so when you left, were any of the children or anyone you knew still there other than...
Oh, no. All the children went with us, and Angie, she helped take the children. I think it was mainly to protect the children from the news media, from what I understood.
So when you left, the only people left at my home on Sunday were law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. And so you don't know what activities they were doing inside my home after you left?
I have no idea.
Okay. And on Monday the 13th, do you recall taking the children to get some additional interviews done?
Yes.
And did they provide you with copies of those interviews?
No, not that I recall.
Did they tell you what kind of information they were eliciting from the children?
I guess it was, no, I don't recall what they said. We just had to have the children there to do all these interviews. I don't even remember the name of I remember it was in Tampa, but I don't remember the name of the location, what it was.
Were you allowed to be in the room while the children were being interviewed?
No.
Do you know who was in the room with the children?
Nobody that I know of, just whoever was asking, I guess, them questions.
You believe they were, could you observe them being interviewed on their own?
No. We had like a playroom, like waiting room, where we waited with whoever was not in there.
So did they take the children in one at a time?
Yes.
Okay. There was no window or door that you could see through?
No.
Let me stop you. Don't worry. You haven't done anything wrong, but the court reporter is taking down everything you said, so you can't talk over. I can't have two people talking.
Okay.
So wait till he finishes. You may know what answer you're going to give, but wait till he finishes the question before you give it.
Okay.
At any time on the 13th of March, 14th of March of that week, were you contacted by anyone to see the children?
Objection, Judge. Relevance.
Sustained.
No, you don't have to answer. On the 13th, did you then watch the children?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. Did you have any other follow-up from law enforcement after the 13th of March? Do you recall?
Not that I can remember. It was just, might have been like guardian of whatever that is. Angie helped us a lot with things for the children because the children had no shoes.
Okay. Hold on, ma'am. Listen to the question that he asked and answer only that question. Restate what the question was. Or restate the question.
Did any law enforcement contact you other than Angie after the 13th of March 2017?
Not that I remember.
Did any law enforcement provide you with any contact information to reach them other than Angie after the 13th?
Not that I remember.
Okay. Then I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Good evening, Ms. Summers.
Good evening.
Trevor Summers is your son.
Yes.
And so the first time you learned that the children had been home all alone starting at 6:18 a.m. on March 11th of 2017 was when you got a knock on your door at maybe around 3 o'clock in the morning on the 12th.
Yeah, I'm not precise on the time. I know it was very early, you know, or late, like between 12 and 3, somewhere around there, I think.
So you had learned that the children had been alone almost 24 hours.
We didn't know. I didn't know that. My husband didn't know that. We were just told an officer was with the children, and would one of us go over to stay with them. So my husband went over at, I don't know, it might have been 4 o'clock in the morning, and then I came over at like 6 o'clock in the morning.
And then you had learned that your son and his estranged wife were missing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you had no idea where they were?
Nope.
No further questions, Judge.
Any redirect?
Just yes.
Yeah, you may.
Mrs. Summers, and do you know, or can you give testimony to any fact that law enforcement were at my house without you or your husband there?
Objection, Judge, beyond the scope of cross-examination.
Well, maybe, but he could recall her, so I will allow you an opportunity to recross on this. So I'm going to overrule the objection and I'll allow the question if she can answer.
Ask it again.
Are you aware if the children were in my home with law enforcement and not you or your husband?
Yes.
Were there anyone else that you knew or anyone else that I knew with the children other than law enforcement?
No.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any recross?
No, Judge.
All right. May this witness be excused by the defense?
Yes.
Released by the defense.
Released by the defense, yes.
And released by the state?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down, watch your step, and you may be released as a witness at this time.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Call your next witness.
We've had calls Jay Davis.
Jay Davidson?
Davis.
Davis.
Yes, sir.
Good evening. Welcome. You come through the gate, and wherever you're comfortable, sir, if you'll face me and raise your right hand to be sworn as a witness. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. If you'll follow the bailiff now to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step. When you get to that chair, go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone in front of you is fully adjustable. Mr. Summers, you may proceed.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Davis.
Mr. Summers?
Would you state your name and profession for the jury?
My name is Jay Davis. Davis is spelled D-A-V-I-S. I'm a private investigator working for Global Protection Agency, which is a JAC-approved agency. From there, I was selected to work this case.
Okay. And during your involvement in investigating this case, were there any public knowledge websites that you were able to cross-reference with some facts that were alleged in this case?
Yes.
And was one of those facts information that's readily accessible about marine traffic?
Yes, I utilized.
Hold on. What's the objection?
I would object to relevance, and simply Googling something to learn information would be improper evidence and testimony in this case.
Yeah, so I am going to sustain as to an improper foundation at this time. I'm going to sustain. You can re-ask, or I'm going to sustain the objection.
Mr. Davis, is there any special requirement to obtain information on marine traffic in and around the Tampa Bay area?
No.
Okay. Were you able to identify, through public knowledge, marine traffic in the Tampa Bay area?
Objection, Judge.
Relevance.
Relevance.
Yeah, we're going to take a break. Gentlemen of the jury, do not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please do not do any research related to the case. Short break. All rise for the jury. Jury has exited. Everyone may be seated. All right, Mr. Summers, what's the relevance of this?
Your Honor, there's been a lot of testimony about this supposed charter boats and these kind of things, and Mr. Davis is qualified as an investigator to let us know if there is such charter boats, or such charter boats have such schedules according to the publicly available marine traffic information.
Well, I mean, that's not exactly the question that you ask him. So ultimately, what you want to get from him, and again, this is like the situation before. I need to know what his answer is going to be before I determine it's relevant or not. But you're asking about marine traffic. Ultimately, are you trying to get out of him whether charter boats are available in the Tampa Bay area?
Specifically, Your Honor, the victim has made statements that there were that I was supposed to reach or get on charter boats between certain times, and I was going to ask Mr. Davis if any charter boats were available between those times. Any boats, any marine traffic was available between those times.
No, I don't see the relevance. I'm going to sustain. Is that the objection that the state, that's what you said. Do you have any other objections?
No, Judge. I mean, simply Mr. Davis was asked to Google this information, and that's how he found it out. I mean, we can't just ask witnesses to Google information and then call them as witnesses to get in.
All right. Well, that's different than relevance, though.
Yes.
But so relevance and any objections related to that, his source of the knowledge.
Correct.
Okay. All right. I'm going to sustain the objection, Mr. Summers. So we're not going to. You're not going to be allowed to ask this witness that question about charter boat schedules.
Okay. No problem.
All right. Let's get the jury back.
I know Mr. Summers can't tell us the questions he's going to ask, but I anticipate there may be a lot of the same kinds of information and objections being made by the state. So I don't know how you want to handle that.
Well, sometimes, like some of the previous relevance objections, I was comfortable that there's absolutely no possible relevance to. This time I had to investigate further because there has been talk about maritime traffic and charter boats. So that's why I said let's hold on and let me see where we're going with it. I mean, again, though, the state, you're proceeding at your own risk. If I sustain a relevance objection and in some subsequent proceeding he's able to show that I should have ruled differently and allowed it into evidence. So that's how I'm going to handle it at this point.
That's fine.
All right. Let's get the jury. Jury is present and seated. Everyone else may be seated at this time. Gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. Mr. Summers, you may proceed with this witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Davis, were you able to ascertain any information in your investigative capacities about quit claiming a piece of real estate to another person in Florida?
Yes.
And is that public information?
Yes.
And can you tell us what the requirements are to quit claim a piece of real estate to from one party to another?
First of all,
Objection, Judge.
sorry.
Foundation and relevance, and it would be the similar objection.
Mr. Davis, is it possible to transfer a piece of property in Florida through a handwritten note?
With
Objection, Judge.
Hold on. Basis?
His answer would be relying upon the same basis and foundation that the state has continued to object to.
Any other objections related to this?
Relevance as also.
Sustained.
Mr. Davis, in your investigative capacities on this case, did you do any research on whether or not I owned 1137 Newberry Grove Loop in Riverview, Florida?
Yes.
Objection, Judge. Same.
I'll allow this one. You can answer the question.
Thank you. Yes, I did. I pulled a comprehensive report on your name, and I see that you do not own that property.
Okay. And Mr. Davis, during your investigation in this case, were you able to research any information on the transfer of a car from one party to another?
Objection, Judge.
Hold on.
Same basis. Foundation, relevant, and the source of his answer, where he got his information.
Sustained.
Mr. Davis, during this investigation, were you able to research any information about the transfer of assets in a bank account from one party to another?
Objection, Judge.
Legal basis?
It's the same as I have been objecting. It is foundation, source, and relevance.
All right. It appears to call for a legal conclusion as well. I'm going to sustain the objection.
Mr. Davis, did you were you able to, during this investigation time, research whether or not I even had bank accounts at Bank of America?
I'm sorry, Judge, I couldn't even.
Just speak up a little. Re-ask the question, but you might want to use the microphone or speak a little louder so that State can hear your question.
Okay. Were you able to research whether or not I had bank accounts at Bank of America?
Objection, Judge.
It's all right. It's late. Legal basis.
Foundation, source, and relevance.
I'm going to allow this one.
I have no knowledge of you having a bank account, but that's because I was focused on many other tasks in my investigation, so I cannot answer that.
Okay. Mr. Davis, during this investigation, were there any other, I'm sorry, let me ask this. Did you listen to the interview that I gave the law enforcement in a hospital?
Yes.
And were there any other facts in there that you were able to investigate during your time as an investigator?
Could you be specific?
Were there any other specific items that you would be able to attest to as an investigator of whether those specific facts were true or not?
Judge, I'm going to object this to an open-ended question, improper.
I'm going to sustain.
Okay. Mr. Davis, when you listened to the interview that the police conducted in the hospital, did you make a list of the individual facts or statements that were made in that interview?
Yes.
And did you attempt to see if those individual facts were correct or not?
Judge, I'm going to object to calling for his opinion regarding the facts of this case.
I'll sustain.
Okay. Mr. Davis, during this investigation, were you ever able to complete the work that you were required or that you were requested?
Objection, Judge. Relevance.
Sustain.
Okay. Mr. Davis, were you able to evaluate the evidence in the state's property during this case?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I could not even hear the end of the question.
Go ahead and restate the question a little bit louder.
Were you able to evaluate the evidence in state's property during this investigation?
I was able to.
Wait, hold on, don't answer that. Yes.
He's not an expert in order to evaluate evidence.
Well, the question at this point is whether he was able to do it or not. So, any other objection?
Relevance.
I'm going to allow him to answer as to whether he was able to evaluate anything.
I was able to evaluate items that were in the discovery for this case.
Is that the electronic discovery?
Yes.
Okay. You were not able. Then, therefore, were you unable to inspect any physical evidence in this property? In this investigation.
In the time that I was allotted and the many steps and procedures that have to occur, I was not able to evaluate physical evidence that was in police custody.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
All right. Ms. Johnson? No, hold on. They get an opportunity.
No, I got you. I'm just
all right.
readjust.
Oh, no problem. All right. Ms. Johnson, I've been called a lot of things, but George is a new one. So come on down and do the cross if you wish.
No questions, Judge.
May this witness be excused by the defense?
Yes,
released by the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the state?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. You may be released as a witness at this time. Thank you very much. Watch your step. Mr. Summers, did you have another witness outside? If you have any other witnesses here today that you want to call, go ahead and call your next witness.
No, Your Honor. I do not have any witnesses.
All right. Okay. All right. Then, gentlemen of the jury, we're not going to say, I know you that I appreciate and thank you for being willing to stay until 8 o'clock tonight. I'm not going to stay. We're going to finish for the day. We're going to come back and start at 8:30 again tomorrow morning. You missed out on dinner. Had we stayed till 8, I would have bought you dinner, but it was Jimmy John's. It wasn't pizza or Eddie and Sam's like last night. But I need to instruct you at this time not to do any research related to the case. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. We are going to pick up in the morning at 8:30. Please have a safe trip home. All rise for the jury. Everyone may be seated. Wait till the door closes, and it is closed. All right, Mr. Summers. I suspect that you're the only potential witness at this time. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I want you to think about it, sleep on it, and let us know in the morning. Now, when I ask you, that's the first thing that I'll do in the morning is address you, and they call it a colloquy, where I ask you questions about whether you've had sufficient time, and that's one of the reasons I'm giving you overnight to do that. And I'll ask you what your if you've made a decision, what your decision is, if anyone's forced you or threatened you in any way to make that decision, just so you know what the questions that I'm going to be asking you tomorrow. And just to go over the procedure again that we discussed earlier, so you know all of the things and any other things that you should be aware of. You will testify in a narrative. I will swear you in front of the jury, just like I've done all other witnesses. You will come down to the witness stand, and then you may testify. As I said, the state may raise objections. I don't know what objections, but any objections that are raised, I'll rule on at the time. I do not know whether you have any prior criminal history, but one of the things that comes up when a defendant testifies is if they have certified copies of prior convictions, that opens the door to that. So I just want to let you know that. Let me actually ask, say you have any copies of certified convictions for Mr. Summers?
Yes, Judge.
What's the number?
We have 4 worthless checks, Judge. So crimes of dishonesty.
Okay, so misdemeanor crimes of dishonesty. All right, so they intend, if you take the stand, to introduce that. Not the nature of, state, you don't intend to say what they are, just...
He answered incorrectly.
Oh, well, yeah, I'm going to get to that. But they're going to ask you at some point whether you have ever been convicted of any felonies or crimes involving false statement or dishonesty. They're indicating they have what they believe are 4 that would be an affirmative to that. If you acknowledge that, then that's the end of it. The jury doesn't hear what the charges are. If you don't acknowledge that, and they are actually entitled to introduce the certified copies of conviction. That's why they have to have them, and then they will go back and the jury will see the certified copies of conviction. I just want you to have all that information and know all of that while you're considering your position whether to testify or not.
I understand that, Your Honor, and I didn't get a clear answer, but is also when those crimes occurred available to the jury, or just the fact that they were convictions?
Well, that would be up to you. And if they ask about it, you certainly can provide additional facts. Those are the only facts they can go into. But if you want to go into details of it, you're absolutely entitled to. All right. Anything else? Anything from the state?
No, Judge, are we going to do the charge conference now?
Well, not till I just am uncomfortable until he testifies, or makes a decision. Obviously, it would be perfect if we knew he wasn't testifying, but it'll be a good point for a break. We'll go through, but I appreciate that very much, Ms. Johnson. Mr. Summers, I want you to read, I think it was the proposed instructions are 60 pages long. Okay, now some of them we've already given, and it's actually going to be page 14 through 60, it looks like. Do you still have that copy?
I believe it is here, Your Honor.
Well, I want to make sure you have one. We'll print you another one.
I have them here.
Oh, you do have it. All right, so very important homework tonight. Read those instructions. After you rest, whether you testify and then rest, or whether you rest before you testify, we're going to have a charging conference. We're going to go through one by one each and every one of these 56 pages, and I'm going to ask whether you're in agreement to the instruction. I honestly haven't read them yet, but I suspect that they're standard instructions, and I will address any objections that you have to any of the instructions, and also at that time consider any instructions that they haven't proposed but that you wish to propose. You understand that?
Yes,
sir. All right, so read these instructions so that it'll go smoothly tomorrow.
Judge, I did notice for count 8, neglect of a child.
Tell me what page.
25.
Mr. Summers, if you'll turn to page 25, please.
The initials of the child in count 2 should be BS, B as in boy. I've updated that on the electronic copy. I just wanted to let you know and Mr. Summers know while he's going through them this evening.
And I appreciate, and if this is the stack that we're going through, I'll scratch through it tomorrow, or we'll print out that, and you let us know any other changes that may be different in that stack. But I appreciate that, and Mr. Summers, if you can, at page 25, just acknowledge that the actual proposed instruction changes the initials. All right. Anything else from the state?
Nothing from the state, Judge.
Anything from the defense, Mr. Summers?
No, Your Honor, I'm good.
All right, everyone have a good evening. I'll see you in the morning at 8:30.